before, see what, or arrest him and see what happens.
Hello. Welcome.
That's what they're doing, but what are we doing? Well, don't get excited because we've had these issues before, and and I'm just saying this because for purposes of transparency, I'm not crazy about the California reparations bill, but if we're going to do it, we're going to fight for something.
No, I hear you loud and clear. There is a call to action to call the governor's office in order to voice your opposition and try to get him to veto even the attempt of this bill. So
doesn't he get to put 5? I think he gets to appoint 5 members to the board.
I believe there was some appointing, and so there is that entrenched insurgency that's kind of against everything. And the guy I believe is one of his appointees.
So can we just talk about the consequences of that? So let's say Gavin Newsom is sincere and really into getting this done. Well, the way it's set up, it says the governor appoints. So they get a new governor and they bring in a Biden from, let's say, like who Biden was 30 years ago or 40 years ago. Back in 1994, he'll just appoint some people that will just undo it anyway. That's the whole problem, is that the whole thing is set up to where we will never, for 4 or 5 years, we'll be placated, and then they'll bring somebody in and say, well, we think that this blah, 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 and it'll be gone.
And I say the same thing at the federal level. That's why you have, once reparations are passed, it has to be done within one administration for that exact reason. You cannot trust the next administration coming in and trying to dismantle it, because that's more than likely what would happen. So I agree wholeheartedly. The other thing I just remembered is that they extended the time. This is what I heard in these spaces, that they extended the time where I think it was supposed to be figured out by 2023. They added time to figure it out. So instead of having like a deadline that's close, they pushed it out further.
What exactly did they push out?
The final decision, or so the task force is tasked with coming up with a recommendation. I do know that.
And they did.
And well, they came up with a preliminary. I think the final one is supposed to come later this year. And then so I don't know what the deadline is about, if that's when they have to submit it, or if that's when, after they've submitted it, the governor has to make a decision, or how, whatever the process is. But there is some sort of deadline that got extended, either because of this new legislation that's in there, or it already had got extended, because there's something saying 59 members voted on something, and I believe that was the extension part. But definitely check into it a little bit further. Let's get DC Scott. He's got his hand up.
Hey, Black, thank you. A little bit of insight. So the legislation that's being introduced right now is to extend it. So they came out with a preliminary report, a 500-page report about the atrocities committed against Black Americans across 400 years. And then they're supposed to come up with actual recommendations for reparations July 2023. The legislation that was introduced by this state legislature was to extend it to 2024. So we're supposed to know what reparations is supposed to look like in California in July of next year. So that's the sabotage that they're talking about, and the call to action is to get Gavin Newsom to veto that extension. And on a national level, Sandy Durkee has actually similar concerns about HR 40 as well. He written out an entire paper called What's Wrong with HR 40. And that's one of his main concerns, as well as that they'll have the ability to basically just keep extending it, and it'll be a political shell game. So that's just a little bit on that. My actual question was, I wanted to know, what is your retort? What is your response to people who are saying that we shouldn't move back down to the South because immigration is now being is increasing, is now affecting the South more and more, and that is not a strategy worth looking into. I don't agree with that point of view, but I would really love to hear what you have to say, because you're the expert on this. I don't understand the logic behind that. If most of us are already there, it would make sense to me that we have a fighting chance there, regardless of what's taking place at the moment. But I would like to know at some point, not necessarily right now, because I know you're just getting started, but at some point, I would like to hear your retort to that. I'd be interested in knowing. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've answered that in a post before. But let me go back to the California thing. So what is the part about the moving or changing of chair members? Because that was the first thing I heard about it. Do you know about that part? Because I appreciate your understanding of the extension and pushing out the time for one more year. But what about the ability to move, either get rid of members that are currently there and bring in new members, or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, that part I need to read more on. Miss Moore came into a space, and all the conversations, I was actually in a space the other day, and all the conversations so far that I've seen has been about that extension, but I will have to look into that more.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, because they seem to be focused on I want to say his name is Jones, Sawyer Jones or something like that. He's an older black gentleman, but that seems to be the person that they're highlighting as the one who is trying to, move around the members on the board, either to be able to vote people off or bring people on, or whatever the case may be. Lloyd,
he's also the one that introduced the legislation to extend it as well.
Gotcha. Okay, Lloyd Kelly.
Yeah. Two things. At first, because now we're talking about reparation, California again. Yeah, with California, I think that what I read so far is there were already proposals put forth. Like, one of the things was they said that, what I read, it said that people that are incarcerated would be allowed to vote. That was one of the things that, to diminish the wealth gap, the state would subsidize interest rates, which I find very funny. They will subsidize interest rates for freedmen home buyers. Those are the two that I remember off the top of my head. Obviously, letting incarcerated people vote, good thing, but the subsidization of interest rates for housing loans is a red herring. It's absolutely ludicrous. Imagine, what they're really saying is, we're gonna subsidize banks so that you can get a 0% interest loan on your home. However, most freedmen in California make less than $15 an hour, and in LA County, the average home cost is $796,000. So.
Oof.
You can get a 0 interest loan, but you can't get a loan because you can't pay the mortgage.
Oof.
So it's just a circle. So I think there's a lot of issues with the California reparations bill. However, the one thing that, whatever it comes out to be, we better be the ones in charge of it. And that whole idea of the governor of being able to appoint, no, this should be the commission should the final commission, or the arbitrators of reparations in California, should be voted on by freedmen and freedmen only. It'd be very easy to set something like that up. That's what I say about California. But I want to go back to the other person's question. Black, I know you wanted to talk about California, but the answer to what I would say to people is, because of immigration is the exact reason that we should be moving back to the South. It's the reason we should. It's not the that won't work. That's the only thing that is going to work. Because if the way these immigrants are coming, the last I heard, they're coming like 200,000 per month. They're coming 200,000 per month, which is not a problem in and of itself, because these people can't vote. They can't, theoretically they're illegal. However, when they have children, eventually they're starting to take over population centers like LA. They've already taken over. They're working on Chicago. That if they haven't passed, they're very close to being the Latinos are have displaced. This is the second largest ethnic group in Chicago. New York, well, you know how that's going. So it would seem to me we have approximately 36 million freedmen, I believe, something like that.
Something like that, 40 million.
It would behoove us to concentrate our membership in concentrated rather than have it spread out.
Yes, and so for D. Scotty, the last two links in Jumbotron or posts that I did about that, the first one shows these are projections, census projections. They're usually pretty good, not 100%. This was done by AmericanProgress.org, but they show, and this is Delaware, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Louisiana. Of those four states, Delaware being the state that has what they project to be significant Hispanic population up into 2060 is what this projection is. So this is like just under 40 years. The southeastern states that I mentioned, it's relatively low in comparison. And then the post just before that, let me get to that if it'll let me, is where I say they would need to send 20 plus million immigrants to the quote unquote South in order to be effective against the already entrenched Black American population. And then later in that post, I say send them to Texas and Florida, because what's happening is when people say the South, in their minds and in everybody's minds, that includes Texas and Florida. Texas is going to be a Mexican state. It is not the South as we refer to the South. Neither is Florida, to be perfectly honest, because Florida has an overwhelming amount of immigrants already entrenched there, and that's only going to increase. So when you remove those two states and you focus on the states on the Black State of America map, the Black American homeland map, you have these individual states that are so heavily populated, like Mississippi, it's 40% Black. There's no foreseeable opportunity for them to come in and overwhelm the population. All we have to do today is get 800 to 900,000 Black voters into Mississippi. We take over the governorship, and then we ship them out. We enforce all the we enforce every immigrant law that a state can enforce. We have a task force for that purpose. We make it very, very, very difficult for them to exist, which is the opposite of what Stacey Abrams wants to do in the state of Georgia. She wants to open up the doors and give them the keys to the kingdom. So we're always in a race. We're in a race. We're always in a race. And so it is a race to get control over the state government so that we can keep them out permanently, and use whatever mechanisms that are available to us in order to accomplish that goal. But when people are saying the South, in my opinion, they're including Texas and Florida, huge states. We cannot take over those states. We don't have enough population. We talked about the S word earlier. I don't want to say it because Twitter does start playing with our spaces when you say it. But I posted, I don't even know how long ago, when Florida came up, I said, look, if that was the goal, was to separate from the country, Florida would be the only state, because of its physical the physical nature of the state is that it's technically attached to the U.S., but it would not interrupt U.S. commerce. They could reroute those highways, north of Florida if they had to, so that there could be a peaceful transition of, Black Americans having one state as an independent nation. But that's a whole different thing than what we talk about. We are not talking about separating. We're talking about having power within the United States and wielding that power from the state level with federal representation and, just controlling all aspects of our daily existence at the state level. So I hope that will help you. If you got those two links up there to those posts, hopefully that information will help you sort of dispute what other people are saying, because they really don't know what they're talking about. All purpose.
Yeah, how you doing? I think when it comes to the South, for Black Americans that's like living up north and in the West, I think it's the fear of the unknown. Like a lot of them probably haven't been to the South. They don't know what kind of jobs are, what kind of jobs is there. The housing situation, the transportation situation. So, like my family is from North Carolina, and we go there. A couple, not everybody, but a couple of us go down there. Like every other year, something like that. It's just raw land for us, but a couple of us want to build. But I think people need to I know people don't have the money just to go down there. A lot of people just don't have the money, but people need to try to visit. You know what I mean? Like just start with that. You know what I mean? Or just Google some stuff and just see, certain areas. I think that's part of the problem, just jumping into the unknown. But for me, when I go down there, I drive around a little bit. So I'm not saying I'm not familiar with all the areas, in North Carolina, Gates County, but I'm starting to get more and more comfortable. And for me, I think another year or two, I'm going to be down there permanently. I mean, I live in Jersey, but eventually I'm going to be down there and just do business in Jersey, but I'm going to be living down there, so I think that's part of the problem, just the unknown.
Can I say something here?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so all purpose, I'm gonna call you Purpose. Purpose, I was listening to you, and I think that it's the way we say things. So when we're talking about moving to creating a majority state, people are not getting it if their concern is how am I going to get a job or where am I going to live. They should be thinking, how am I going to create a job, or how am I going to build an economy? Because the one thing that it sounds good, to have power and everything, but if you're afraid to use it or you don't use it, then we're asking Master to tell us what to do, because we don't know. The house is on fire and I'm standing next to a water hose, but I need Master to tell me what to do.
You know what? I agree with you, you know what I mean? Because I work for myself, you know what I mean? But I'll say this, you know what I mean? Everybody's not a entrepreneur, or they're not, they rather just have a 9-to-5. And I don't knock people for just having a 9-to-5, but yeah, you're right. I work for myself. I can't see, having my future dictated by somebody else, you know what I mean? Whether they black or white. But, I do agree with you, but that's just
That's a really good thread, man. Man, this thread is beautiful, bro.
Ever since I got into the reparations
This is a really good thread right here. Man, there's so much
concern
information in here.
That people that are out in front of the reparations movement, they're not educating people as to what it's going to take and what reparations really means and what it's going to take to sustain us going forward. Because once we get reparations at the federal level, White people are going to use that as, we owe you nothing. We're done. Don't bring up the word slavery again.
Of course.
Ever again, because we paid for that moving on.
Of course.
So that means that will be responsible for everything.
Right.
Everything in our communities. And I think that, at some point we're going to have to learn to start teaching our folks that you've been raised to get a job.
Mm.
I was just thinking about this a couple of days ago. We're raised to get a job. We're not raised to start our own businesses.
Right.
But if you think about it, you are in business. Everyone's in business. If you have a job, you're in business because you are selling your services to the company that you work for.
Right.
But it's not told to us like that.
Right. Right.
Think about it. You can go in and negotiate pretty much your own salary wherever you go to work, even if you work at McDonald's.
Mm.
Think about it, because McDonald's needs you. You don't need McDonald's, because McDonald's makes $1 billion a day. However, if somebody is not flipping those hamburgers and ringing that register, they're not going to make a dime.
Mm.
And we have to start educating our folks to think like that. We have to stop saying things like a lot of people aren't, because if we're in the space and we know, we have to get them to think like that, that understanding informs our job. We got to get folks to stop worrying about a job. Well, trust me, 300,000 people moved to Delaware at one time. That creates every opportunities you can't even think of right now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But if we keep telling them, well, I don't know, you got to. Most of them can't spell entrepreneur. How in the hell are they going to be one?
God.
Unless someone teaches them. I'll land. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So for DC Scotty, man, if you get a chance, I didn't realize this is a whole thread. There was an article published on Daily Chaos, and this was written by a white person, and the title of it is "A Radical Plan for Black Reparations: 7 New Majority Black U.S. States." And it's like this information is really becoming ubiquitous, and the singularity of the information is becoming universal. And
what does ubiquitous mean?
Just means widely known, and you know what I mean, like universally accepted for the most part. So it's a thing where they already know. That's why, oftentimes we were in spaces and people are like, back channel, but it's like, I wrote the book 4 years ago. And then when I started, since that time, and I've done research on past attempts and past, thoughts in this same direction, I realized that this has been going on for 150 plus years of Black Americans singing, we want our own state, or we want our own region of states. So this is something that is in our consciousness. We just have to act upon it. We just have to make it happen. And I believe wholeheartedly that white society is just going to move to the side. They're going to move out, of course, but they're just going to move to the side. There's not going to be some big conflict about it. That's not really how they operate. They don't have the power to operate like that within the United States. Outside of the country, totally different. Within the country, they can play a bunch of games. And we obviously understand that, so we will be anticipating and prepared for the obstacles that they might try to put in our path. But there's really nothing they can do to stop it. We just have to do it. So please, if you get a chance to get into that thread, there's so much information about, and I include the whole fact, because there's 8 states where they show the projections to 2060 about Hispanic populations in those southern states, and they really don't amount to anything significant. And that's just, they're projecting it on a natural growth. But if we are in control, we can control that growth, and we will, like I said, the white population will start to move away. So we will be in the position of controlling the way the populations grow within the states that we control. DC Scotty.
Yeah, I was actually reading through all of those threads as you was posting them. It's very interesting stuff. I also caught that conversation that you're having with that person where you accused them of always focusing on blame, and you got them with the facts about the statistics in regards to Black people voting and how we vote, and it just pretty much the whole conversation was over at that point. I saw that. So that was a good conversation you had. One of my things is, and this is not one of my strong suits, it comes to the economics, right? When people move down to the South and we don't have, say, a federal, we don't have any allocation of reparations, right? No 100,000 in perpetuity or anything in that regards. People are just moving down South. You know, where do they come from? And the reason why I asked that question is, if that's people's concerns, it seems to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will, that the first people who go are going to have to make some sort of sacrifice.
Yes, sacrifice.
To get things moving.
Yes, we talk about sacrifice all the time. Sacrifice.
Like the gentleman was saying, I think it was all purpose. Not everyone is built to be an entrepreneur, and that's okay, because the people who create the businesses, the people who are the capitalists, they need those people. Those people are smart, and they have a role to play. They may not be the entrepreneur or the person with the vision, but they can help create that vision with the person, you know, with the people who create these businesses, create these corporations. So that's kind of my thing. So I really would like to know a wealthless group of people who don't have the capital now, where do the jobs come from, right? And that's why I said it seems like the first people who go down are going to be the ones who make the biggest sacrifice.
That is true.
I have to push back on you on that, because here's the thing: we're talking like Black people don't have money. There's a whole big Black middle class out here that does, and Purpose was just saying that he works for himself. Black works for himself. I work for myself. So we're starting from this premise that Black folks don't have money. Well, if we plan this right, if we strategize this right, let's go to the people that have money. The first people we want to move, in my estimation, would be senior citizens. Why? Because they get pensions and Social Security. Not a problem. So we start there. And then we branch out from there. Because if you move 100,000 senior citizens to Delaware, you're going to need restaurants, and you're going to need
medical
restaurants and movie theaters and transportation companies and all these things you're going to need just to accommodate that 100,000 people. Those 100,000 people. So that's the way that we should be talking about this. It's not that, well, people are afraid. Okay, fear is I don't know what's going to happen. That's what fear is. That's all it is. So let's tell them. We're going to start with seniors. We're going to ask senior citizens to move to Delaware. Like the Jews, that's what the Jews do. You know, it's not a new concept, but we're not strategizing. We're a people that we're all individuals. Do what you want, when you want, how you want. It's on you. Oh, you know, we might get this job done in half the time if two of us are doing it. We don't understand that concept.
So, yeah, we've identified a few groups and populations that either are already thinking about moving, like college, high school graduates going into college. He mentioned senior citizens, remote workers who can work from home and don't necessarily need to go to an office or to a physical location. So there are some populations, truck drivers, which I'm a truck driver, that can move to a state and be pretty much independently okay. All purpose, I believe he's a contractor. People who have those skills, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, etc. So there are some, workers, careers, entrepreneurs, senior citizens who already fit the bill for being able to produce income for themselves without, the need of a job. But what you said, sacrifice. We say sacrifice often, early and often, because sacrifice is required for the first group, the second group. But this is the most important sacrifice that we will make. Like literally, this is the game changer that our ancestors going back to 1600 or 1500, depending on which number you use, have always needed and wanted: state authority. So whatever sacrifices are required, it is worth it, because you're passing on the legacy of state authority to your future generations. And yeah, so so like we focus on Delaware. Delaware is a commuter state. It's surrounded by like 5 major metropolitan areas that are within a train ride or a driving distance. So strategically, you'd want to move to areas depending on the state that you picked. Hopefully, it's on the Black State of America map. But let's look at Mississippi. So there are some communities that are on the state line. So what you kind of want to do is say, okay, I want to move to Mississippi, but I need to position myself in a place where if I need to get a job, there are multiple opportunities for me to drive to work or commute to work, whatever the case may be, in order to get a job and feed my family and everything like that. So it's all about thinking and being strategic in the way that you move to make it happen. But there are plenty of opportunities that we can identify and places that we can identify to make it work for every state on the map, to be perfectly honest. But Delaware just is unique in the sense that, in a primary election, we often use the number 300,000, but in a primary election, that number is probably cut in half. So it's like we have to do what we have to do in order to accomplish what we want to accomplish. In terms of the reparations part, once we have control over the state, then there's really like sky's the limit, because we can issue state-based restitution for the people who live in that state. That'll fly right through, a black governor and black legislators elected to that state. We can set up business training, business contracting. There's a gentleman, I got him in the Jumbotron in Georgia, who said he looked at the state contracts. He said, look, we are 30% of the population. We should get 30% of the business from the state. They're currently getting like 3 to 7%. And Black American Homeland can correct me on that, because that was a very interesting story that came out. A gentleman in Georgia sent it to me. This gentleman is a warrior. He annexed South Fulton City away from, I believe, Atlanta, and created their own city. And then he added more property to the city, and they were fighting him against that. So we need people who think like that. They are solution oriented. They get the job done. They don't take no for an answer. He's looking at the numbers saying, hold up, man. We should have way more control, way more money coming out of this state than we do right now. And it looks like he's actively working on correcting that problem. So that's it's sort of like we got to do multiple things at the same time as we're headed towards our goal, so that as we arrive to the goal, once we have control, all the elements are in place to continue the success of the strategy. So I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
After a little, can I say, look, this is what I have to say, right? Look, America is one of the most efficient countries in the world, right? Because of the infrastructure and our logistics and our trade routes, that everything very efficient. America can absorb millions and millions of people, right? So when people go to a state, right, and you can have no money, but it will be easy to get a job because as people move to a certain area, that alone will create jobs, like Lord Kelly was saying. Look, so we shouldn't worry about that. I mean, look, if you look at the great migration when Black Americans moved north, right? You know, for many people, there weren't any jobs waiting for them, but when they got there, they were able to get jobs almost immediately. So, if you have this fear, right, look at history, look what happened during the Great Migration. Millions of Black Americans that went north, right, and the thing was, we didn't have a Black population there before 1910. I mean,
had to fight the whole way.
Like Detroit
fight the whole way.
Was like 95% white back in 1910, 1915.
Mm-hmm.
But that city was a growing city, had a huge industrial base, and it was able to absorb, Black Americans. And to me, that's how economy is created. When you have more people in a space, that will create an economy. So, so our infrastructure, we have great infrastructure in America. Look, I've been to 30 countries. I've been to a lot of poor countries. A lot of third world countries can't absorb a lot of population because they don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the economic climate. Their money is very weak. So those countries can't absorb people, but America can absorb millions of people, and the states can absorb people. So we shouldn't worry about getting a job. I think that would be easy, getting a job in any of these southern states. That's all I have to say.
Just to push back, just to piggyback on what he's saying, there is this theory, economic theory. It's called the velocity of money. And basically what it means is that every time in an economy, every dollar that is spent that is matched with a product is not worth $1, it's worth at least $2. So basically, if 100,000 people moved to Delaware at one time, or even 50,000, their assets, let's say 100,000 moved, so let's say $100 million in assets. That's just $1,000 a person. That would be worth like $200 or $300 million when you start talking about that money transferring hands. So I take my $5 and go buy a hamburger, and then they take that $5 and pay their staff and pay for their overhead and all that. But then that money that they paid out, somebody else uses to do something else. And I know I'm not explaining this really well, but it's kind of a complicated thing, but it really works. And it's called, check it out, it's called the velocity of money. And it's why we're always being told that we should spend your money with Black business, spend it with Black business. What they're really talking about is this concept of velocity of money. So when we do this, or someone says to you, how are we going to just say, how did we do it in the beginning? I mean, how did America start? People came to America with nothing.
Right.
White people came to America with nothing.
Man, bro.
And become Vanderbilts. So we have, I guess our thing has got to be that we have to start dealing with people's fear. And I say that fear is really ignorance. Ignorance is not a bad word. It just means they don't know. We have to start educating them that their concerns are not the ones they should be concerned with. I'll land.
Yes, we must release our fears. It is fear-driven to remain paralyzed, like quite literally to remain paralyzed, knowing, seeing, witnessing everything around you is crumbling. And to the point, again, we have this apathetic vote in Michigan. In Michigan, there is a town where they lost representation, and they lost representation because they had a bunch of black people all vying for the same seat. The immigrant ended up winning the seat because the black vote was basically, dispersed amongst all these different black candidates. But only 21% of all registered voters in that area actually voted. Only 21% of the people who registered to vote actually voted. And this is the same thing in Jackson, Mississippi. To be perfectly honest, is actually less than 20% of the people registered to vote actually voted for the mayor. The last time he got twice as many votes as he got this past time, but it was only 20,000 in, and this time it was just over like 13,000. So there is something going on in our minds where we're not voting, we're not showing up, we're not participating, we're watching everything around us just fall apart, and we are paralyzed from actually doing the thing that would actually be the solution, which is simply coming together, concentrating, and then voting as a block.
I think you have to address, and I wish you would, is how this stuff happens. So, like, none of the only 20% of the people eligible to vote came out to vote. It's not by accident; it's by design. Because look at what happens. Our kid, if you take statistics and put them all together, our kids apparently are not graduating from high school in 50-60% levels are not graduating. That means they don't read. That means they probably don't know how to read. And that means that they're getting their information or their knowledge from mass media or the internet. And so if somebody says that the expected vote turnout is 40%, then to somebody that doesn't understand how important to our power their vote is, they say, "Oh, well, nobody's voting. Must not be that big a deal. I'm not doing it." And we do nothing to counteract that. We have to go back. There's another concept. It's called cultural competency. Have you ever heard of that, Black?
I've heard of it. Can you define it?
Well, it basically means that, let's say Japanese people cook one way and freedmen cook another way. And in their cultures, it works well for them. And ours works for us. It's when somebody comes and tries to force their culture as the right culture, the one that everybody should follow, is when you start to have a problem. So what it means is, perhaps if we know our kids aren't going to read a book, then we need to control what they see in mass media, television, radio, and the internet. We need to control that because they get fake information. So that's the things that we have to start doing. Not trying to say, white people say, white people say that you need a degree to do this. Well, in our community, a lot of folks are doing a lot of stuff and have no degrees, but they do it better than the people with the degrees because they've never been constrained by parameters that somebody arbitrarily put on them. So part of the thing that we're going to have to do to make this work is we're going to have to start addressing all of these folks' issues, come out with one position, and everybody stick to it. Meaning, if somebody says, well, how am I going to get it? Don't worry about that. Just get here. My mom there's a school called Knox College in Knoxville, Tennessee. My mother met this man who he was poor when he was young. He was poor. The school gave him a scholarship, and he went on to become this multimillionaire. And so my mom met him, and she said, he said, I'd really like to help some people. She said, fine, I'll start sending some kids. And he said, well, what are you going to do? I'm going to tell him to get down there to Knoxville. All you got to do is get to Knoxville, and we'll take care of everything else. And they put through like 200 or 300 kids in this program until the man ran out of money. Just by sending, She meets somebody and says, I wish I could go to college. Okay, here's your bus ticket. It's going to Knoxville. We'll see you there in 3 days. And that's the way it went. And that's the attitude I think we have to take. Just get there. Everything else will work out.
Well, here's a good time. I'm going to relay the story of Black South Carolinians. There were 5,000 who left the county. This is like in the late 1800s. In the winter, the dead of winter, they bought their tickets to get on the train. The train did not show up. Many of those thousands walked from South Carolina to Kansas in the winter. There are so many stories of our ancestors who walked. Martin Delaney lived in West Virginia. He walked to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania as a 19-year-old and became, the father of Black nationalism, quite honestly. So it's like some people are doers. They're solution oriented. And we need those people, the warriors. I call them the contrabands because that's what it was. The people who were willing to self-emancipate. We need self-emancipating migrationists today to literally make the sacrifices that are required to establish the first Black majority state in Delaware, so that we can use the power of the state to help facilitate the next state, which at this point looks like Mississippi is really the state that we really could and should target, because the numbers are the lowest of all the other states. If we go in chronological order just based on numbers, we'll move much, much quicker in the process. And by the time we get to the third state, it'll probably just be that, we reach that cataclysm. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is Philadelphia last sanctuary city?
I do not know. I haven't heard anything about that.
So. I think somebody just mentioned that a few days ago to me, and I wasn't aware of it. But I'm gonna check into it also. But if it is, it definitely was a predominantly African American city, and it's definitely our city. And a lot of immigrants of ours should be coming to Philadelphia. A lot of our people Black people should be running Philadelphia. But it's the signal that we have left as freedom fighters and all of that. It was a story. William Penn, what he did here, and his brother had a little walk off over there in Delaware. And but he ran. And that's how they won Delaware. So both of them is ran by the Penn brothers and their family, their lineage. But Philadelphia is much more of a city that's ours and it's owed to us. And it definitely started a lot of federal, first federal banks, second federal banks had the first mint, a lot of things, and a lot of things our people built, to even establish this system. And they're trying to keep us away from this city, and they trying to redo it with a lot of makeover. And I believe Delaware and Philadelphia should be ours, though. Honest with you, we should be speaking about a lot of tying them in, because it's definitely ours.
What percentage of Philadelphia you think is Black? Just the city of Philadelphia. My numbers, I think it's like maybe 30%, 33.
Yeah, I would say like 40. I would say like 40 probably. But it's definitely probably went down now because they definitely was trying to get the Puerto Ricans over here, but they found out that they was doing some illegal health situation. They was double dipping. They was getting another pretending to be Black and then switching over to Latino, whatever. It's a lot of funny stuff was going on, but they cracked down on it and stopped that too. But it's a lot of stuff that we could definitely be talking about and pushing. To definitely claim our real spots where we need to be at. To set forth a standard for our people across these nations. And that's where they started at first. So we got to definitely take over those strongholds. It's still there for us to take over, though. Definitely is. It's still there.
One of the things that we're going to have to do is learn how to ask the right questions and how to dissect the answers that we get. Because just because, your question started out with, is Philadelphia a sanctuary city? So that means if it is a sanctuary city, and most democratic cities, I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead, Lloyd.
Oh, okay. Most sanctuary cities are run by Democrats. And so here's the thing. Just because they have a larger population, the Hispanics and Latinos, let's see how many of them are eligible to actually vote. Because we never ask that question. We never ask how many of these folks are eligible to vote. We just say, oh, there's more of them than us, and therefore they've taken over. Well, they didn't take over. We gave it to them because we didn't ask the right questions. I'll land.
Okay, so yeah, online is saying Philly has been a sanctuary city since 2016. So I just want to address that part. Here's the reality of our political situation. We must return to the states where in which we can become the majority population statewide. We must release our fears because our fears are paralyzing us to remain residing in states that we can never control. Pennsylvania is a state that we can never control. It's too big. The population's too big. And it wouldn't be worth it if we did move in. It probably would take 10 million of us moving into that state. It just wouldn't be worth it.
It's called a tri-state. It's Philly, Delaware, and New Jersey. You could travel through these places freely without turnpikes or certain areas. See, they got this place mapped out, but they're doing a lot of things that our people don't know about. And that's why they call it a tri-state for a reason. They actually created the American system, but our people got to get back to that tri-state area.
Yeah, so there are tri-states all over the country. There are quad states all over the country. It's not unique to that area.
They created the American system. Philadelphia named this place America. They created this system.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. Philadelphians can stay in Philadelphia and watch the black majority state in Delaware grow exponentially. Because without control over the governor's mansion.
For business, bro. They come to Philadelphia to work. I know this. My uncle lived there. He come to Philadelphia to work.
And that's
out there, just move out there. So you still gotta go through Philadelphia.
You can work in New Jersey. You can work in Philadelphia. You can work in Virginia. You can work in DC. You can work in Baltimore, Maryland. But you need to live and vote in the state of Delaware in order for what we want to accomplish. You can't live in Philadelphia and vote in Delaware. So it defeats the purpose of us sitting here talking about Philadelphia and how many black people are there.
Philadelphia, for the presidential to win it, right? It took Philly to do it, not Delaware.
I don't understand why that's relevant or why you think that's relevant. I get it. You're from Philly. You're going to be a Philly fan. You're going to root for Philly. However, if the black people in Philly move to Delaware,
politics. That's what I'm telling you. I've been following politics and how they move it. They tell you need Philadelphia regardless.
If you want to continue moving the way that they are moving, then you are going to remain in the same situation that they have put you in. We have to move differently than they are moving in order for us to be in a different situation.
That's not called differently, my brother. That's what I'm telling you. This is our place. It's not moving the way they're moving. What are you talking about? I mean, I understand what you're talking about Delaware, but I'm telling you, I follow politicians. I follow the politics, bro. I follow it. I understand the craftiness of them. I understand it all. I understand everything you're saying. I just don't.
Who is the governor of the state of Pennsylvania?
I mean, if you want to look it up, I mean, you could go look it up, bro.
I can tell you it is. It's Governor Wolf because I live on the other side of Pennsylvania.
I know, he the one who shaking the guy hand that said that they're gonna steal my idea, Jew, the vape giant, the supremacy. Yeah, he's shaking the Governor Wolf hand inside a picture in the office, and I went to therapy. They said, yeah, they're gonna steal your stuff. Yeah, I know about all of this stuff. I mean, and this is what they do. They're stealing our stuff through government politics. And this is why I say our people need to get here and take over the offices. We need to get here and take over a lot of things. And that's the tri-states. And all these people are linked. And that's why we need to get them out of these offices and all them three of these states.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back and explain it so everybody in the room understands. We cannot take over the state of Pennsylvania. It would not be worth it. We really would waste time trying to take over Pennsylvania and New Jersey. We would sacrifice multiple states in the South if we pushed our population into Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And we would lose senators. So we would lose actual power on the federal level by trying to focus on Pennsylvania and New Jersey. We can focus on Delaware and Maryland because we can actually become black majorities in those two states. And those are the only two states out of the Southeast that we can actually become black majorities in. And there are enough black people there already that we can actually establish black majority rule. We can get 4 senators up there. We can have 2 governorships, and we can create interstate commerce between Delaware and Maryland. But everybody that lives outside of those 2 states in the Northeast US that are black Americans, if they choose to live outside of Maryland and Delaware, it is up to them to figure out how they make it work. It really is not going to be up to us because the governor controls what happens in their state, and they really don't have anything or any influence on what goes on in another state. The federal government doesn't control the country. They don't control what happens in Pennsylvania. So whoever's the president, it really is of no consequence to us when we are black majority citizens in a black majority state. All the power for us is at the governor's mansion. That's what we have to focus on. AD's got his hand up.
Hey, how you guys doing? I wanted to say, yeah, Delaware and New Jersey, the black population is not even like, it's barely 10%. You know, out there, you know, Hispanics outnumber black people by about 4% in both states. So it's not ideal. You know, those states are 60% white, right? So that doesn't make sense. And the second thing I wanted to ask was,
we gotta mute that. No. So first of all, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely inaccurate, and we can't let that continue. So the state of Delaware has 3 counties. In the 2 northern counties, we are 28% plus. Nearly 30% in the top 2 counties. In the lower county, it's something like 12%. Statewide, we are at 22%. The reason that the state of Delaware works is because they just eclipsed 1 million people in the entire state. They just got to over 1 million people. We represent 200,000+ of those people. So that means that with 300,000 new voters, we will have 500,000 potential votes in that state. The white vote will be split between Democrats and Republicans on whatever level, whatever the split is. It doesn't even matter because we will have a block of voters that they cannot beat because we have more voters than they do. It's really not more complicated than that. If you have more voters, you win.
Can I jump in here for just a second? When you asked the young man, I don't know who it was in the pocket, to explain back to you what you just said.
Oh God, I don't know what he said.
So the host, so I was looking at the census data off of the racial demographics. So that's probably I didn't know, like I wasn't aware of that. But my real question was, you know, we're advocating like us having black majorities in a lot of these East Coast and Southern states. So I was asking, like, would you recommend us being, like, economically, would you prefer if it's like in inner city or like more suburban or rural? Because I know that it's a lot of diversity, especially when it comes to Louisiana, compared to Georgia and Maryland. You know, a lot of the cities are kind of broken up a little differently. So I want to ask, like, what would your strategy be, or would it just be for us just to be there and have the majority in the vote as like a first step?
Hey, look, I can answer this question. Look, what you would notice in the northern states, right? Black Americans, we are concentrated in urban areas, right? Cities like Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, right? They're like 30-40% black, but all the other counties that surround those cities are all white. They're like 80%, 90% white. So you're saying that a black city that's 40% has to compete with counties that are 80, 90% white. That won't work. You know, even
some counties got structures, they got laws where they can't build certain structures out there, like stores and all that shit. They can't do that out there. So we would have the advantage point.
Could you explain what you mean by that, please? Could you explain that again, please? About them having laws about structures or something?
Well, see, yeah, that depends on the county. Some counties, like, you can't build apartments. Some counties, you can't build skyscrapers. Look,
but about Pennsylvania, it's like all historical stuff. So they got like laws and stuff set. Like you can't do it. So I'm telling you, it's a lot of stuff hidden here. It's like what Trump said.
I got enough of that. I'm sorry.
Look,
I'm sorry. I can't.
If they want to keep their county,
we're not. I can't have disinformation agents
counties, right?
in the space, bro.
A lot of these counties
not
are very
for
small.
it.
They want to keep their population small because they know that once a large
I just can't
industrial
take
base
it, bro.
come to their
I can't
county,
take
right,
it, man.
that's going to bring a
Damn,
lot of
bro.
black people, a lot of Hispanic, a lot of Asian. So look, they say, look, we don't want these industrial and economic activity coming to our county. We want to keep this county to ourselves. So we're going to keep the economic low, the economy low, so it just be us whites, because they know Black American, they depend on a county or city to have a large industrial or economic base, so it's easier for them to get a job. You know, in small counties, hard for Black people to get jobs in the small counties that are super majority white.
But Black, wouldn't part of that be that whole white flight to the suburbs? Because suburban people drive into the close by city to go to work.
Sometimes.
Most suburbs do not have an industrial economy base. The plant is
not
in the city,
anymore.
and I drive to the city, and then I don't have to go home and at the end of the day and sleep next to those colored people. That's
not as much anymore. Not as much anymore.
Now, and remember, back in as early as 1950, suburbs did not exist.
Mm-hmm.
And so now what's happening is that they're pushing Black folks out to the suburbs where is not. The jobs are not.
Right. Regentrification.
Exactly. And white folks are moving back into the cities, again, leaving us with nothing. So, Black, your plans for a Black majority state it's really the only solution that we have to save ourselves as freedmen. That's it. I mean, it's the only thing we could do.
Yeah, let me talk about
to the young man's point. Then we control everything. That means that unless it's a federal historical thing, if the governor and the legislature says we're going to tear this down, it gets torn down. If they don't want apartments there, but the governor and the legislature that we elected, that looks like us, we've got the majority vote. We're building apartments today. That's what we're doing until you can vote us out. But here's the cut. They're never going to be able to vote us out if we are a majority state and stay a majority state.
Yes. And let's go back let's, I don't know if you can hear me, Kelly, but let's go back to this county issue, right? So Delaware has 3 counties. The northern county is the most urban.
Hello? Somebody there?
Yeah, I'm here. You can't hear me. You're going to have to drop down and come back. Black American Homeland, could you tell Lloyd Kelly to drop down and come back?
All right. Hey, Kelly, can you hear me? Lloyd.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay. Now, I think you can't hear Black majority?
No, I guess I can.
Okay. He wants you to drop down or drop out and then come back in.
Okay, I dropped them and tried to bring them back up. Okay, so yeah, Delaware has 3 counties. Wilmington, Delaware is the urban city in the northern county, and everything else is pretty much rural, to be perfectly honest, outside of Dover, which is another city in the middle county. But quite literally, the state is a rural state with 2 cities. They're not major metropolitan areas by any stretch, but Wilmington does have skyscrapers. So that is the only city in the state that is technically a major city. Dover has, I believe, 40,000 or so people, and Wilmington has under 100,000 from what I remember. So these are not huge population metropolitan areas by any stretch. However, zoning is either a local or a county issue. Yes, the state can implement zoning, whatever, I'm sure, but to Sean's point, and I had to drop him because sometimes, I mean, we just got to keep the focus on what we're talking about. We're not talking about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is honestly not. It's something that we need to forget about. We need to forget about all these other states, except for the ones where we can become black majorities, because none of them matter. Like, quite literally, none of these other states matter to us at the end of the day. So in Delaware, yeah, go ahead.
The only thing is, like, I'm just going to interrupt you. The only thing, right, okay, Sean, right, he's trying to push Philadelphia, right? So I think the best thing to do is just try to debate him and tell him why.
There's no debate. There's no debate.
The state of Pennsylvania is not a good call for.
I can't keep saying the same thing over and over again.
You know, he's from that state. He's going to advocate for that state. So, in the city of Philadelphia. So I think we should debate him. You know, I think that's the best way. Because the thing is, if we can say, hey, Philadelphia is not, is not a good space for Black Americans, then that will help us. That will also include cities like Detroit, New York City, Chicago, Cleveland, Los Angeles. These cities are not, taking supermajority of a city doesn't work when white people control the whole state. We need to control as many counties in the state as possible. The more county and cities and towns that you control, that you have more, it's a more possibility to control the whole state. So that's what we need to convey to Sean, that we need to control as many cities, as many counties and towns within the state and the congressional districts. We need to control as many as possible, and then we can control the whole state. Controlling just one city, Philadelphia, within the state of Pennsylvania, where all the other counties are controlled by white, it won't work. That's what we need to convey to him.
Yeah, because I live in Pittsburgh, and we are the worst city for blacks in the United States.
Yeah, and you know what? You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied.
That's research.
God, bro.
That's not just opinion.
Whew. You ain't never lied. Yeah. Hey, to a fellow Pittsburgher, I was born and raised in that town, and yes, it is horrible. Horrid.
I mean, and that's embarrassing, but hey, it's fact.
Hey, Black, tell me this. Are there any majority black counties in the state of Pennsylvania?
No. Philly has way more population on that side of the state, and they're not even a majority over there.
Okay. See, this is what I love about the southern states. Many of the southern states have many black majority black majority town. There's many black supermajority counties in the South, and a lot of the big cities are also supermajority black. So we so in the South, right? We can I can't think of the word, but we can take over rural areas, counties, suburbs, and urban areas in the South. I mean, so rural areas, small towns, suburban areas, and urban areas. And we can take supermajority of those 4 different we call areas, then we can control the whole state.
Yeah, agreed. So let me just go back to explaining how zoning and ordinances operate. So when you talk about historical and they won't let you do this and they won't let you do that, well, our entire strategy is about taking over the control over they, because they is the government, it's the elected officials. And when you become the government, there is no they. They doesn't exist anymore. It is you. You are the one who makes the decisions. And to Lloyd Kelly's point, he couldn't hear me, but yeah, day one, all this historical BS that would hinder us from growing the way that we need to, it disappears because it's historical to them. It's not historical for us. And if it's going to hinder our progress, we don't need it. We need to build. We need to get to work. We need to get our people in positions to earn a living, to take care of their families. So zoning works at the local level, it works at the county level, and I'm sure there's some state zoning that takes place, where it needs to take place. But immediately going into a state, you want to identify the cities and the counties that you can take over, and then you change those zoning laws. You get on the zoning board so that you can change the laws that dictate what you can or cannot do in these rural areas. Right now, the state of Delaware, they are parceling out land that used to be for farms because they have the authority to do that. There's not some magical person in the sky saying you can't build a building here. It's the people that are elected to do it that make those decisions, quite literally. And then you have to be able to fund these projects and put in infrastructure to make it happen.
And keep in mind, Black, that when I was talking about cultural competency earlier, so the laws that we make would say that the state of Delaware, we're using Delaware, the state of Delaware is going to create a fund that entrepreneurs can go to fill, and this is the way white people would say it, fill needs that have been identified by state government. So, like, let's say we need grocery stores. We don't have enough grocery stores. So when we take over, we could create a fund that an entrepreneur, a person that wants to own a grocery store or a chain of grocery stores, could come and get the startup capital that they need in the form of a loan.
Yes.
Because that's what white people do.
Yes.
But they make sure that we're locked out of access to capital. That's why, to the other person's point that said it, I think it was Purpose that said, our people aren't all entrepreneurs. Our people aren't all entrepreneurs because they can't get access to capital, money to start the business. Because most of us are. Everybody that is a hairdresser or a barber or
got side hustles,
grass or anything like that, they are entrepreneurs. They're just not on. They just haven't been scaled up.
Right. Yeah, so you put in infrastructure all around that. You got the training, you got the mentorship, you got the Black state banks across the state that are state banks that you can funnel these loans through for education, for training, for business entrepreneurship, for property ownership, etc., so that all of these things are facilitated so that the majority Black citizens have access to the funds in order to do the things that they would like to do. But we're not just going to give people loans. We're going to have mentors in place. We're going to have education in place so that we walk beside them.
All of that, but it'll be the kind of training and education that works for our community.
Yeah.
Like one of the things that I found out in my own experience working in the community is that so many people are out here doing stuff it's like, how did you even get this? Like, I met people that when I was working in HIV, I met people that started organizations that were feeding 100 people and didn't even know what a grant was. And so we do it already.
Right.
It's just the language that we use. So when I say, we'll say, let's say Miss Johnson's been, cooking cornbread or baking cornbread. She's got the best cornbread. Every time you go to church, and the church is going to have dinner, Miss Johnson's going to make the cornbread. Everybody agrees. So Miss Johnson may not know how to run a restaurant, but she sure knows how to make that cornbread. So we will put the structure around her to be successful, to sell her cornbread throughout the state of Delaware.
Yes.
Because we don't have to ask anybody because we control it. We can do what we want.
Have you ever heard of Biscuitville? Biscuitville is a restaurant in the South. I'm sure some people, if there's anybody in the South that ever heard of Biscuitville, it's been years since I had it. It was in Georgia. It was a restaurant that's pretty much only sold biscuits. They had all different types of gravy, whatever that would go on top. But these were from scratch biscuits. The best biscuits I ever had in my life. And that was the restaurant, and not too much else, coffee, maybe whatever drinks, but absolutely, 100%. Man, let's go. Also,
we have to understand, right? These people in government, right? They also determine who's going to start that's going to start a grocery chain,
right,
or a pharmacy chain, or a car dealership.
Wow.
They determine who's going to have the state license to open these type of businesses.
Trying to find these hearts if I can find them.
There's a reason why it's hard for Black people to open up a grocery store, because the state make it very difficult,
right,
for Black people to open a grocery store. And they're going to make sure that, because look, a grocery store has very low margins, right? So they're going to make sure that, let's say there's only 4 major grocery stores in the state of Mississippi, right? And the state going to say, hey, these 4 grocery stores are going to have a monopoly. Have control of the Mississippi consumer market. So so these governments, they make it difficult for regular entrepreneurs to
enter the market,
to participate and compete against these large corporations.
I'm gonna invite this dude back up. Dude wanted to let him in. Come on, bro. You want to speak? Just please, let's not. Let's be productive, solution-oriented. Solution-oriented.
It would be based on population, so it's gonna. Black folks are gonna get it, but you can't say we're only gonna do it for Black people. Please don't ever say that out loud.
Correct. I use the word local, like if Black Americans are 67 to 80% of the state population, we can say that these businesses going to go to locals, or
absolutely
these licenses for car dealerships going to go to the locals, or the liquor license will go to locals. We can say it like that.
And just to your point about the government keeping people out of the market, there's just an article in New Orleans. Maybe I saw it on Toter. I saw News Toter in here. Maybe I read this on your site. But anyway, there's this woman here in New Orleans. She's in New Orleans, and she has this healthcare business. And what she does is she provides respite, and she does some other stuff. And she's been doing it for other people forever. turns out she went to open her own business, and the state wouldn't give her a business. And here was wouldn't give her the license.
Crazy.
Here's how it works.
Crazy. Already doing the work.
They
already
have
know
a
it.
Commission made up of people that are already in the business, and they advise the state as to whether or not a new business is needed or not.
Wow. Keep the competition out. Keep the competition out. Yeah.
So somebody wants to come and compete with me, and I'm on the board to say whether or not we need another business like mine. So what do you think my vote's going to be?
Right.
And she literally cannot get the license because the folks on the board who own the same business that she wants to go into are saying that they don't need another one.
Crazy.
Absolutely. Look, business is not fair. There's nothing fair about politics or business or the economy, right? Whoever controls the state, those are the people that have the authority to do the things they need to do to support their people. I mean, a supermajority white state will support white businesses,
right?
And a supermajority black state will support black businesses. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah. So just to make the point clear, there are over 1,200 black majority cities in the United States of America. Over 1,200. There are over 100 black majority counties in the United States of America. The power that we need is the power that we don't have. It is black majority state authority. That is what we need.
Look, you cannot charter a corporation. Well, a corporation can only be, you can charter a corporation on the federal level, but most corporations are chartered on the state level. Most banks, are chartered on the state level, and then of course, if they want the FDIC, the insurance, right? Then of course they have to go through the federal system. But the thing is, right? Everything that all the businesses that we need to provide for our community can be chartered and supported by a supermajority black state. We will pass laws and regulations to give black or our local owners, majority of the market share, right?
Yes.
And that's how we're going to run things. Look, I've been to many foreign countries, right? And look, let's say the state of country, the Philippines, right? Look, they don't allow American banks to do business in the Philippines, right? Because, the American banks are very big. So if an American bank has a license to do business in the Philippines, they will take over the whole Philippines. So they say, hey, look, you have to be a Filipino, the bank has to be owned by Filipinos, and that's the only way you're going to get a license. We do not want foreign-owned banks in the Philippines. So that's how they do things.
Scenario.
Foreigners cannot own the media, can own utility companies like the electric companies, phone companies. Foreigners are not allowed. And look, I think we can do that in the Black American homeland, where
it's gonna be tricky.
Those 8 or 9 states, right?
Tricky.
We can have some type of consortium where
it's gonna be tricky.
All the states, they come together and we say, okay, we're gonna have two electricity companies, right? And these 2 electricity companies going to have monopoly of all the electricity in those 8 or 9 states.
That's
and
tricky.
We can do it for the water treatment plant, sanitation.
That's
we can
tricky.
do it for many different types of infrastructure.
But see, now you're setting up a situation like they have in Russia.
Yeah, that's tricky.
Because that is exactly what Mr. Putin did.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
not what Yeah.
Gave all of the friends,
No.
The electrical companies, the energy companies,
Right.
the cable
You don't want that. No. Because you're
especially companies
you
that
don't
are
want that.
subscription-based or products
You don't
that you
want
have
that.
to use every day.
Yeah.
So, like your electricity, you have to use your electricity. So you gave it to like 3 people.
Yeah.
And those people become multi-billionaires, and the rest of the people are starving to death.
Yeah.
So, well, we don't want to do it like that, Lord.
Nah.
We want to make sure that our Black American citizens have some type of share in those corporations, right? Because we want our Black citizens to be participants in these utility companies, because I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Black ownership for sure. However, I do not envision. I mean, there are these governor associations, but the way the U.S. is structured, they're independent, sovereign entities. Each state is going to make up their own decisions. They can decide to sort of work together in certain areas. However, I truly believe for us and for our survival and for our strength that each state should operate under its own authority and not sort of try to become this region of sort of everything is dictated by a small group of people. I really think it has to remain individual states that work together for federal legislation and other areas, but not sort of working together like a small country within a country.
Here's the problem with that. With what you're saying, here's the problem with that is that then when something fails, when a business, like, let's say we fund a automobile manufacturing plant, we convince GM to come and build a plant in Delaware. Okay, and then 10 years later, GM decides to close that plant. The reverberation throughout the state, could almost cripple the state because remember, you have a small population, and so large businesses in that small population have a lot of influence in the economy. That's what drives it. Okay, so you want to set up structures so that if one fails, the other 2 or 3 can support it till we get it back online.
Okay, so yeah, to speak to that.
The way I see the Black American homeland is that we don't want the 8 states competing against each other, right? We don't want, like, South Carolina's. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We don't want the state of South Carolina to say, okay, our minimum wage is going to be $8, right? And then then the supermajority Black state like Tennessee said, okay, our minimum wage is going to be $7.50.
But it's already, it's already like that. Every state has a different minimum wage today. There's a federal low bar, but every state is setting their own minimum wage already. I don't think that's competition in the way that you're seeing it.
All states are in competition with each other, right? They trying to figure out, like, you see all the time, right? When Google or Amazon was going to choose a state where they're going to open up their warehouse, right? They went to the state that gave them the most tax incentive, that gave them the free land. Some states say, hey, look, we're going to give you 200 acres of land for free. That's all you have to do is choose our state to start, to open your warehouse. So if the 8 southern states are not working, not cooperating together, right, those 8 states are going to compete against each other, and Look, the Confederate states, man, they work together. The reason why these states are able
I don't
to
agree with this at all.
Black Americans because
don't agree at all.
11, 12 Confederate states, they work
together,
and they've been working together since the end of the Civil War.
It's called Jim Crow. It's called Jim Crow. They elected people to go to Washington.
Don't agree at all. I don't agree with none of this conversation.
Right. They do that. But now we don't have Jim Crow, but they still control the black population in all the southern states. And that's not Jim Crow. That's just the
what does that have to do with anything?
They're smart enough to buy off the officials that we elect. Like if you look at what's going on in Jackson, Mississippi, it's really if it wasn't so tragic, it'd be hysterical. I mean, it would be the original. What is that movie? The first movie.
Oh God.
Confederacy. Birth of a Nation. It would literally, what's going on in Jackson, Mississippi, would literally be a modern day version of Birth of a Nation. The city council in
now we're bringing up
Jackson,
a whole different topic, and we're not staying on topic.
Them are black. The mayor is black. Why in the world is there a problem?
Well, look.
What?
The state of Mississippi, right?
Oh,
they are. What's that word? Oh my gosh, I can't think. They making it hard for the state. They making it. Say it again.
Did you say sovereign? It's the word sovereign you're looking for?
No, I didn't use the word sovereign. They're making it difficult for the state of Jackson, right? They trying to make the mayor and the city council people look like they're incompetent. That's all they're doing. And if they can prove to the world, to the United States, to the government that, hey, look at these people in Jackson. They don't know how to run their county. They don't know how to run their city. So it should go back to white people should be the people running this city and this county and all this. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make.
So either the people are incompetent, or they're allowing themselves to be paid to look incompetent. Because here's the thing: Jackson, Mississippi's problem with its water, as our Flint, Michigan, and Sugarland, Texas, all these places that have water issues, all they have to do is float a municipal bond and redo their entire water structure, because that's what white people do. They just float a bond, but we're going to say that our elected officials are unaware of a municipal bond? Really? Okay, and if they don't know what that is, then we need to get rid of them yesterday.
Okay, so man, so much was said. Oh God, let's get state power and then AD, and then I'll try to come back to address some of those issues. Dear God.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, a lot was said. I originally raised my hand, to kind of speak on, how the state, controls a lot of the licensing, as it pertains to like employment or, opening businesses and things like that. In California in 2019. We passed a law called a cottage kitchen. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this, but it allows people in the state to be able to cook certain foods out of their own home and sell them to the public.
Oh yeah. Nice.
There's requirements that come with it. For example, you got to get your house inspected.
Right.
You can't have dogs or animals in the kitchen.
Great.
And you can only sell so much food like a week. I think it's like 50 meals a week.
Right.
But I think that's a perfect example of the state being able to control who gets to do business in the state. Not everybody has the money to be able to open up a store or a restaurant or brick and mortar. And so being able to sell food from your house, that kind of decentralizes the market a little bit. And
state power. Look, all right. They have that system in the Philippines where entrepreneurs can open up restaurants and grocery stores in their homes. Man, look at this, right? So you know what that tells me? The fact that California is trying to start a system like that, to me, that's a third world system, right? This is done in third world country. That tells me that the Mexicans or these foreign groups that are coming into the California, right? They are now influencing government and they're influencing government to make decisions about, you know, these what they call it, these little, you know, macro business, micro. They you know, they tell the state that, look, we need to have micro businesses in our state because a lot of these new immigrants that are coming to the state of California, they have they have little education, they have little money to invest. So I mean, hey, that is really interesting. I mean, we can probably do that in the South, but that's really interesting. Go ahead, Slade. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, I agree that because we're the minority in the state of California, it's ultimately going to benefit, you know, Mexicans, especially Mexicans who are, you know, who recently immigrated to the state. I could see a system like that working in a black majority state, but it would be something that would be, you know, regulated, right? It's not going to be a free for all where you can just, you know, cook whatever you want to cook in your house, and it's got to be regulated, and it's also got to not only regulated for safety, but it's also got to be regulated to not interfere with, you know, other businesses as well. But you know, I think my whole point to that was the state did that, right? In the same way that, you know, in California, the state, you know, changed zoning laws. And you guys spoke about that earlier. Well, that actually happened in California, where California basically trumped local and county zoning laws and basically said that people can actually build houses in the back of their back of their house, even though their lots are, you know, only 8,000 square feet. You know, small ass lots. It doesn't matter what the city or county says. The state says that you can do this now. And so there's been a little bit of that going on in California too. So I put up in the Jumbotron, it's one of my favorite tweets or whatever, about, you know, the governors of the states. That tweet that I put in the Jumbotron is really, it's really a good if you look at that really gives a good understanding of how politics are being played in the United States and how we're being bamboozled. Every single state is a white governor. You cannot think that that's by coincidence. Nobody can think that that's coincidental.
No, it's not coincidental
in the state
at all.
Holds, you know, sovereignty.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I think a lot of people just, you know, when we talk about sovereignty, they don't really understand that the states are sovereign. They seem, you know, people that I have this conversation with, they seem to believe that sovereignty means being separate. That's not what sovereignty means. Sovereign means to be the supreme power. In the United States, there are two sovereign powers. That's the state government and the federal government. And so I think once we understand that, we stop playing, you know, well, we got to hold on to these cities like LA. We got to hold on to these cities like Detroit. If we can't take the governorship, then that state is not a state that we should really be focusing on. And I'm not saying that you can't live in these states, you can't do business in these states. I'm saying it's not really part of the plan to get, political power in this country. I agree.
One of the reasons I am so behind this black majority state is because when you really look deep into this, there are parts of this that we don't even discuss or we don't even connect. So we were talking about laws that allow people to open up these businesses. Well, how about the laws that keep people out of business? So, did you know that in many states, if you're a felon or a former felon, you can't be a barber. You can't be a personal trainer. You can't be a real estate agent. You can't be all kinds of stuff that you need licensing for. State won't give it to. You can't be a nurse. All these things in California, you can get a job as a firefighter, even though they use the prison labor to fight the fires. It's crazy. So they would not license you as a firefighter. So here's the thing. We have to address those laws, but we have to recognize that kind of stuff is in play already, because what is the consequence of that? If 1 out of 3 black men go to prison between 17 and 35, and that's the stat, that's the statistic, that means that 1/3 of black men cannot open up their own business. Because they can't become barbers, they can't become nurses, they can't become firefighters, they can't become personal trainers. All these things. I mean, like in Illinois, at one point, the list was 245 jobs that you could not hold if you had a felony background.
Well, I would love to look at that list.
Well, the one thing he did before he became a U.S. Senator, Barack Obama got a lot of them removed. I don't know how many, what the number is now, but there's a lot that you can't do. Like, think about how ridiculous it is to tell somebody that's been in prison, and I'm stereotyping, I understand that, but they can't be a personal trainer. When all we do is say that all they do is go into prison and lift weights all day.
Hey Lord, like look at used car dealerships, right? You would think it's easy to start a used car dealership, but actually it's very, very difficult. It's not easy. And opening a new car dealership is extremely difficult, and you have to actually, the state, the people in government that grant licenses, car dealership licenses to corporations, whoever, right? You know they're getting paid. Look, we don't want these people to get a car dealership license. We don't want these people getting car dealership license. We the people that get car dealership license should be us. So this is all control. So
control. I got a quick story. That's really funny. I don't remember his name, but a friend of ours worked for GM, was a big, like executive regional vice president for GM. And she worked with this guy and got him a Cadillac dealership in Beverly Hills. Black man. Do you know that a year later the man was under federal indictment?
No, I bet. That's what they do.
Because GM gave him this Cadillac dealership in Beverly Hills, and the people in the powers that be in Beverly Hills said, "Oh, fuck that shit." Nope.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
And they put him under federal indictment.
That's what they do. Damn, bro. See. So that's what they do. I talked about a gentleman who owned, and I think the Netflix or one of those streaming services, The Banker, was based on this black man that owned the tallest structure in LA back in the 1950s, 1960s. I
just saw the trailer for that. Do you know that movie is off? The movie is off. You can't see it. You can't find it.
Yeah, they indicted him. They brought him to Congress and had hearings because he owned like 150, 160 plus properties during Jim Crow. You can't hear me?
Okay. No, we can't.
Okay, I'll try to drop out and come back in. It's the only solution to it. Damn it.
Hey, you're right.
No, Twitter. What are you doing, man? That's all you do is try to keep me out of the spaces, bro. I gotta stop. With this, man. Damn it. It happens once every time.
Therefore, if there's a supermajority black state and we can control the state, then we'll make it easy for Black Americans to incorporate within the state, to start their own bank, to start a corporation, to get a liquor license, to get a car dealership license. We're going to make it easy for Black Americans to get this.
But see, here's the thing. We're assuming that the the federal government's going to make it easy for us because we're a state. They may make it different. What we have to do, we get a majority black state. We have to become as self-sufficient as possible.
That's true.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true.
So, meaning what we would have to do is we would have to work with these 7 or 8 states together to make sure that each state thrives. Because if you don't, what will happen is they'll pick off one state, and there'll be 7 other states that are flourishing, but the media is going to talk about the one state that fails. And then folks are going to...
Can I answer that real quick about the starting the businesses and stuff like that? They don't even really have to do that. I mean, some of you guys may know already, but Delaware is one of the best places to start your LLC. They have so many protections, so many tax breaks. Like consult your accountant or do your research, but Delaware is already kind of set up to where we can go in there. They even have, like, Delaware has their own privacy law where you don't even have to disclose the name of the person that LLC is listed under, like most states do. So I like what you guys talk about with Delaware, because they have a lot of things that's already kind of set up business-wise that if you know your shit, you can take advantage of.
Right. You're right. Delaware is like that. The state of Nevada is like that. However, in the state, the state where a lot of Black Americans live, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, they make it difficult for Black Americans to incorporate, to have an LLC in those states.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I live in Louisiana. No. And I think
they make it difficult.
No, that is not what they make difficult. What they make difficult is getting the person licensed to do the job. You can go on, like right now, we can just come up with a name and we can incorporate for $135, we can incorporate an LLC in Louisiana like in the next 10 minutes. But it's...
You're right. Wow. The licenses, you're right. It's the licenses, correct.
Yeah, I mean, and that's so important, because if you want to open a beauty shop and you can't get your license to be a beauty operator, then you're not going to be in business. You can incorporate all day long. If you can't get the license to be a like down here, a big thing down here is the landscaping business. It's like $1 billion industry down in Louisiana.
Wow.
If you can't get licensed, oh well.
Yeah, so let me relate this story, then we're gonna get AD. So yeah, this gentleman's name is Garrett. Let me get it right because he deserves these props. And he is the story that the banker is about. Bernard Garrett. He made millions in the 1950s and 60s. He had purchased 177 buildings, including the Bankers Building, which at the time was the tallest structure in LA. He was from Willis, Texas. He worked hard, drove his family out to California, got involved with this banker, started buying properties. What he did, and this is what I highlighted in the last time I talked about it, he used white faces. So instead of him making deals and showing up to sales calls, he would hire white men to go in and orchestrate these deals, whatever the case may be. So they never saw his face. They didn't know that he was the brains of the operation. So he amassed this fortune. They said he was worth 1.5 million in 1954, which is equivalent to over 14 million today. What ended up happening was he tried to go back to Texas, and he did, to help the people in Texas, Black Americans, to have home ownership, to have property ownership. This is what he states. So he ended up opening up a bank in a small town and started passing out loans to the people there. One of the white faces ended up doing a bunch of shady whatever, and this is what got him in front of the Senate. They had Senate committee hearings trying to figure out who this guy was, how did he amass this fortune, whatever, blah, 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 blah. They ended up sentencing him to 3 years, and he served 9 months of the 3 years. He was never able to get back to the level of success that he had after that.
Not true. That's not true. What he did was he wasn't able to operate in the United States, but what he did, and I'm not exactly sure how he did it, but right before, when he realized the federal government was coming after him, he began moving assets out of the country. And so him and his wife, when he got out of prison, him and his wife and the other man that was that was sentenced along with him, because both of them went to jail. The two black guys went to jail, our prison.
Garrett and Morris.
All their assets, and now they have bought 2 estates in the Caribbean, next door to each other, and they just moved over there, took all their money, took the money that they had, smart enough to have put away so that no one could touch it. That's what ended up happening to him. I was just looking at that movie. Do you know they had pulled that movie? The movie they can't show the movie now.
Yeah, I can't find any documentation of that. Is that in the movie itself that he did all of those things?
What movie you guys referring to?
The Banker.
The Banker. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to send you the link because I just watched this. Literally yesterday. I just ran across it yesterday because it was supposed to be on Netflix, but they paid some woman to accuse somebody of whatever, and the company that was distributing it pulled out. So it's not streaming on Netflix.
Oh, okay. Because this is from thehistory.com. They say he died in Los Angeles in a nursing home in 1999. That's the way they end his story here.
Hold on. I'm looking for it. YouTube. Let's see. This is the official trailer. Let's see. The Banker. No, let's see. Wait. Banker trailer. I'm looking. Y'all go ahead and talk. I'm looking.
Yeah, his partner's name was.
I can get the movie and put it in a link or something, and not a link, but put it in Google Drive and send it to you, Gray, so you can
watch it.
Do with it, but.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I'm just wondering.
The Banker. I'm sorry, you guys. I want to jump in. Hi, Lloyd. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Kristen. Greg. The Banker's on Apple TV, you guys.
Apple TV.
You can buy it on Apple, and it's a great movie, but it's definitely on Apple. Everybody should see it. And I'm sorry, I just jumped in, but I didn't want you to struggle trying to find it.
Yeah, his partner's name was Morris, and his name was Garrett and Morris. I think we had an actor with those two names in some combination, but I'm just wondering if they took a artistic license with the end of his life in terms of a theatrical performance. You know what I'm saying? Versus what they're saying here. Again, I don't know. I didn't get to watch the movie. If it ended that way, I don't know.
Well, the ending of it kind of felt like they sped through the ending of his life. It was more focused on the actual thing. At the end of the movie, they do the text at the end saying like, years after he blah blah blah. But they didn't get into that too much. They just did it where like the spoiler alert though, where he was like kind of using a white dude to make it happen.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I definitely want to get a chance to watch that. I don't watch too much TV, but knowing that this is a real person who just beat all the odds simply by releasing his fears, right? That's what the space is about. And here's the perfect example of someone who did not live in his fears. That's what Mike Tomlin, he's known for that quote. However, we need to apply that. We just don't live in our fears, and we know what we have to do. We make the sacrifices required, and then we just do it. And I look at it like this: if they couldn't stop him in 1950, what could they possibly do to us if we just come together and make it happen? I just don't think there's anything they can do to stop us, to be perfectly honest. That's just the way I feel. I'm not sure if AD or Phoenix was up next, but please go in order. Thank you.
Am I up?
Yeah, you got it, and then Phoenix.
Okay, yeah, this will be short. The one thing that the big thing that I always preach amongst my family is collective thinking, right? So I know that we say it on these spaces like every other day, but even though it's so simple, but it's so effective, because I'll give this for an example. So I was stationed at Fort Hood, Killeen, Texas. Right outside, like that whole strip on Rancier, it's pretty much a black, some white, some Hispanic, but mainly black in a neighborhood. But all of the resources like the Walmart, the Target, the Dick's Sporting Center, all of that is in the area, but a lot of that real estate is outside of that region, right? So all the revenue that they get from those businesses are circling into another district, to another area, and all of the businesses that are in that neighborhood, they're owned by Koreans, Hispanics, whites, but just imagine if we can just put all of our money into one business, two businesses, right? I know like a lot of people, they struggle just to meet ends meet, but just knowing that, they respect where their money goes, that can go so much further, because even beyond like a barbershop, right? Even if it's like a small convenience store owned by like a small black family, right? Just imagine how much more people they can hire, right? And they can expand and they can turn that into a franchise, because buying out a franchise from McDonald's or Subway is already not impossible for us, but it's really difficult. They make it hard for us to own a lot of these enterprises, right? So us putting money into a lot of these places, right? Like at least
you're describing. I know what you're describing.
A black-owned business somewhere, right? Tell your brother and sister that, hey, we don't gotta always spend on trying to go to the club, because those clubs aren't even owned by us either. So, even if we had
stores or the restaurants that we go to.
Yeah, that too, especially. We can like get together, have barbecues amongst ourselves. I know we do that. We have block parties all the time. I live in Louisiana now, but we have block parties all the time, and it's just, a lot of the elders, they cook, they do barbecues out at Lowe's and all that kind of stuff, at Home Depot sometimes, So, just imagine, right? Like we can literally make a Black Wall Street. I think we can. If the whole country, or not even, let's say even 30% of the black population came together, and let's say Georgia, Maryland, I want to say Florida, but Louisiana, maybe Texas, right? We all spend our money
not Texas, not
in a select, that's my kid right there.
Not Texas, not Florida.
Between 5 and 10 essential businesses that cater to us, then we'll be unstoppable. And one more thing I wanted to mention was, a lot of these bigger enterprises, like these businesses, they have a habit of, like what I just said, like they strategically
don't put these essential businesses in our neighborhoods, but they always put these liquor stores. They always put all these other type of businesses that don't produce a lot of revenue or productivity within our communities. So I think that while we do try to get the majority, at the same time, we are pressuring a lot of these big businesses to try to, pressure them to like, okay, why are you setting up right outside of here? Right, so because a lot of these businesses like to say that, oh, well, it's crime. Well, there's crime in white communities, there's crime in Hispanic communities, but how come you got these businesses out there, but you don't have them here? So as we do try to get the majority in a lot of these states and a lot of these districts, we need to pressure these politicians to stop leveraging these essential enterprises outside of our community. That's all I wanted to say.
What do you mean by outside of our community, leveraging these businesses outside of our community?
So an example would be, I did have some friends and family live in Chicago, and up in, let's say, the 80s and 90s, you did have some, like you say, you have like an Aldi's, all that kind of stuff, around in the around these black neighborhoods. But slowly up until the 90s and early 2000s, a lot of them started to pull out, right? They like to sort of like on the media, or they'll put these statements of, oh well, it's crime, and likes to always try to bullshit, excuse my language, to find an excuse of not trying to serve a lot of these businesses around the community. Same thing with all these plants, a lot of these recycling, construction trades. These corporations, they went all the way out to the suburbs or even out the country.
Yeah.
And so what you have left is you have maybe small convenience stores, you have food deserts, you have hospital deserts, you have all this kind of stuff. It's essential services that we need to sustain ourselves, right? And the reason why they do it is to keep us dumb, blind, and confused, to where we're not focused on elevating ourselves, we're focused on surviving.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think that we play a role in that? And what I mean by that is that I think our collective mindset is we are so used to dealing in crisis, we don't know how to plan. So you never try and fix your roof when it is raining outside. So why haven't we come together as a community, created some sort of fund that if, say, an Aldi's, because I know what you're talking about, you're definitely talking about the Aldi's on 87th Street in Chicago, in Marynook, that closed, that just pulled out. Nobody knows why they left. It was thriving. I mean, you could never get in there. So why weren't we prepared to replace it when they left?
Well, you go back, because why they pulled out, and so let me say this, because this is like the second or third time this has come up. There is the opportunity for the state attorney general to develop divestment prosecution, because we know and we understand by looking at Cleveland and Detroit, these were the model cities where they developed this divestment strategy. Once black people got political authority over these major cities, the white businesses divest. They move out to the suburbs, or they move out to a whole nother region. But we know that when you do that, you are going to cause an economic collapse of that particular community. That is a criminal action as far as I can tell. And so you need to have a state attorney general in position to be able to prosecute them for that. They need to prove that their business was no longer profitable in those locations. And however we get to that point, however we get to the legislation, this is why we need this power, so that we can stop this divestment that we are talking about in a fearful way. And this is like the second or third time it's come up.
So I have a quick question. I'm not really that big in I do IT. I'm not that big into politics yet. I'm doing my research. So are state attorneys always elected, or are they appointed by the governor?
They're elected.
Elected? Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, but I just want to, when we talk about fear, we must release our fear. Here's the other thing.
That is fear.
Let's don't be afraid of them divesting in our community, because when they leave, if we've done our homework, before they leave or quickly after they leave, that's an opportunity for us to take control over something that we need in our community.
I agree. However, we still need to prosecute them. Like, we can do both. Yeah, we can let them leave, and we can still prosecute them because we got to hit them in the pockets.
To buy inventory. But I'm just saying that we have to stop being, like you said, fear. We have to stop being afraid of them pulling. Whatever they do, it doesn't matter to me what they do. It doesn't matter to me what they say about me or us. It don't matter. They, on the other hand, should be very concerned about what I'm going to do about it.
Yeah, but right. But the fear is because we understand literally when they pull out, it's like they detonated a economic grenade that has all of the negative implications of that for the community that they're pulling out of, and they know that, and everybody understands that. So
I agree with you, but let's move past that because
we're not moving past that. No. We got to punish these people.
With black farmers,
we have to punish these people
who are being erased because they can't get their stuff to the market because of all this stuff. So if all these moves out of the Chatham neighborhood in Chicago, then
prosecute.
We should be prepared to fill that spot tomorrow. We should we'll buy the building, we'll pay you 10% over market, and we'll have the building and we'll have it restocked and ready to go in a week because we have created the relationships with black farmers when it comes to grocery stores.
Yeah, we have to do both. We have to do both. We have to do that.
Start doing that now, you guys. And I'm sorry, I just want to jump in real quick because I'm gonna have to jump off. We should be doing that right now. Like, what's the difference with us reaching out to and getting everything on deck right now, getting all those relationships going right now? But and I mean that's the first step, getting to know our freedmen farmers, right? The reason why they didn't get compensated the way they should have because they weren't using freedmen. So I just want to throw that in there because we got to get used to saying it. But I just want to jump in and say this, you guys. I am so glad you're having this space, and I'm so glad to see our men are here speaking on this subject. And we're not. I think what happens is that we do a lot of trauma bonding about what has happened, and now we need to move into the space of building and planning and collectively getting it together, because there's this one young African, not African American, American freedman young man in Las Vegas, and he is the first. He's like 32 years old, saved his money, saved his money, and opened the first American freedman 7-Eleven. All on his own.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where our head needs to be. Wherever we are, link up where we can link up together as a group online and, have a list of investments and things that we want to do, start putting the money in the pots together and just radiate throughout the land like that. Like, there's no need to be a food desert anywhere when we have farmers that can supply our food. It really doesn't make sense. I just think that we haven't been doing that. Like Lloyd said, we haven't been planning. And I think that's why you're having this space, Greg, is to get on those kinds of pages and just kind of leave the what they did to us, why we can't do it, why we haven't been doing what we haven't been doing, and just start building now. And I'm going to land there. But thank you for having this space. I'm so glad.
Hey, Miss Phoenix, how are you?
Hi, Lloyd.
Hey, good to see you here.
You too.
Thank you for that. So what I'm going to say, first of all, salute to the young black American man, freedman descendant in Las Vegas for doing what he did. Obviously, he's let go of his fears. He stepped out. He's entrepreneurial, and he's just making it happen. So he's a solution-oriented black mind, and nothing but praise and salute for that. But let me bring the space back to where we really gotta stay focused in on, is because we can't do these things scattered across America and expect anything to change. because we've already been doing these things scattered across America, and nothing is going to change if we continue on that path. We have to have political authority to protect the collective. So there's always going to be individual success because that's the way the system wants it. So they can point to an individual who's successful and say, if he can do it, you can do it. But the reality is no, it's only set up for a very small percentage of us to get to the success.
But see, I can't agree with you. I mean, I really, that is a defeatist attitude. I am sorry. See,
Lloyd. It's not that you can't agree with me. All you have to do is look at the numbers. It's not. This is a number issue. The numbers show that 90% of us, if not higher, are not successful or not independently wealthy.
The second you tell a room with 100 people in it, 90% of us are
because that's the facts. That's the facts.
Yeah, but see, you can say that's true. I'm not going to argue the statistics. I didn't look it up. But you could say, instead of saying 90% are going to fail, you could say,
I didn't say 90%.
Out of every 10% of us are going to be very successful.
No, I did not say. No, because you're twisting the words. I never said 90% of us are going to fail. I never said that. So you're starting with a false premise. No, because the point that I'm making is scattered across the country, integrated into white America, they will always absorb Black wealth because that's the way the system is designed to work, and you can't change it as an individual.
Here's the thing. When I was applying, when I was working for other people, and I would go to job, I got 95% of the jobs I applied for, I got. Do you know why? They always ask one question, and do you know why I always got the job?
Okay, and how did that help? How did that help 90% of the people you grew up with? How did that help 90% of the people in your community? Because you got the job.
Black, if you hear it, it might work for you because it's not hard.
I'm not, bro. I'm fairly successful in my personal life. This is not about me. This is about uplifting the Black American race. It's not about me.
If you don't change our minds about the way
holy shit, bro,
perceive things, it's not going to change. It is not them that is holding us back. It is us because we don't believe we can do it. Collectively, we don't. That is why Black majority state is having this, is to identify the fears, not to keep talking about, well, the way the system is. I'm not afraid of the system. I am the damn system. Because without me, it don't work. Without you, it doesn't work. You have
to. Like AD said, and what you just said, Lloyd, it's about the collective thought and the collective energy. And I'm sorry just to jump in, but I just want to piggyback off of that. It's about collectively we can do whatever we put our minds to. And even if we're scattered, because right now we are scattered, so we don't have to wait.
That's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster.
She's in Durham.
Recipe for disaster.
South Carolina. And she joined a commission, an equity commission that she was just trying to find something to do in her community to be productive. She found the commission, an equity commission, and she found within that commission $2.6 million to be used to uplift and do things for the community, which is American freedmen. So we have to do things like that locally, right? To wherever we are right now. And so I think that's just what we're saying. And there's places and spaces that we can actually be effective.
You know what? I really want to say this. I used to get every job that I applied for because they always ask you one question, and that is, why should I hire you? And my answer was always, because you don't want me working for your competition.
Oh God. What does that have to do with anything?
Collectively. I don't care what you do. You will never outwork me. You will never outthink me. And if you do, You better not go to sleep because I will be awake plotting to get mine. And that's what we have to do collectively. We have to stop worrying about them and be concerned about us. What are we going to do? If we don't know what to do, that's fine. We can start there. What can we do? What if we just said everybody on this call go out and call 10 people and ask them, will they commit to $1 a month? And we're going to start a company called Black's Burger.
Sounds like Berg Burgers.
That's what Ray Kroc did when he started McDonald's. Had one. And said, you know what? I'm going to get these people to pay for this and give me all them, or create this company for me, and they're going to pay me to do it. But we can't see things like that. We can't, like someone was saying, we don't have to get a 7-Eleven franchise. Why can't we start an 8-12 franchise?
You're not saying nothing. What is? I don't
and
understand.
Then we have
what is the point of this conversation?
Built-in customers.
If we're simply going to sit around saying, let's keep doing the same thing over and over again. Yeah, that's great. Let's just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
That's $500 million in net profit every month. And you know what we could do it with? We could do it with toilet paper. Because everybody's got to buy it. If all black people bought toilet paper from one company and we took the profit from that,
oh, God.
and put it into creating other businesses and not worried about, well, who's going to run it and who's going to get the money and who's going to blah, blah, blah. Get past all that and actually open up the Black Burger. We could put McDonald's out of business in a generation. Because we cook better than they do.
Why were we going to put McDonald's out of business? Okay, so we're holding a space that is designed for the purpose of comparing and contrasting. Okay, so we can compare our condition over the last 100 years, and we don't even got to go back 100 years because civil rights sort of changed our relationship in this country, and it was somewhat beneficial, but certainly didn't complete the journey. So we're still on this journey for what everyone would agree is equity in the society, having an equitable position within the United States of America and ultimately around the planet Earth. So if we continue to do the same thing, which is us working locally and getting something that Dawn got, salute her, that was beautiful, $2.6 million she found in a North Carolina town. Amazing. There's nothing but praise for that. That was an amazing thing. It was destiny, right? No coincidence in anything. I don't believe in coincidence. She was meant to be there. She found that money, and I know she's going to put it to good use. There are roughly 2.3 million Black Americans in the state of North Carolina. They're 22% of the population. In order to become a Black majority in the state of North Carolina, you need at least to get to 50%. So that's 6 million. And then you'd probably need another million or two to have an overwhelming vote. So you're talking about you need 7 million Black voters to move into that state in order to take control over the entire government. The city of Jackson, Mississippi it should just be the blueprint for why being a Black and to be very clear, Mississippi has the highest percentage of Black Americans. It has the highest percentage of Black cities. It has the highest percentage of Black majority counties. Jackson, Mississippi should be the wake-up call for us to understand why this will never, ever, 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 ever work. Because it will never, ever, ever, ever work.
No, that's not true. It has worked in the past. What we did not count on is that we were vulnerable physically, literally physically, because you can't argue with the story of Tulsa, Oklahoma. That worked. And they didn't get federal money. They didn't get state money.
What
they didn't
say
what the system was doing.
About?
They just went and said, we need a funeral home. So somebody opened the funeral home.
What the fuck are you talking about?
We need a movie theater. We're going to open up a movie theater. And they did. And all they asked was to be left alone. And then folks came, they did not physically secure the perimeter. That was the problem.
Is your goal to have temporary success, or is it to have permanent success?
Mine is to have permanent success.
Okay, so then why are you bringing up a temporary success that we know was an orchestrated plot by the government to destroy?
The answer to your question is an intelligent person learns from a failure. If everything goes along really well and it's all great, you don't learn a damn
Well,
thing.
what did you learn? What did you learn?
Listen before you talk. Sometimes
holy shit. What did you learn?
It is failure that teaches you. We failed in Black Wall Street because we failed to protect it physically. We were not prepared for when they overran us. Knowing that was always a possibility.
What did you learn? That's what I need to know.
Okay, I learned that when we create anything from this day forward, whether it be a new invention all the way to a store or to an entire community, an entire state, the first thing that we have to do is to secure the perimeter. And there are all kinds of perimeters. There's economic perimeters, there's physical perimeters, meaning, bitches, if you want to come over here with the AK-15, I got one too.
Okay, because the last thing I was hoping you didn't get that far. How do you suggest you protect whatever you create today in this world, on this planet, in this country, on this land? You're saying you need AR-15s?
Because one thing isn't going to work. Like, what would protect a barbershop isn't going to protect a water filtration plant. So pick something, and then I'll tell you I'll give you my perspective on that. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'll give you the perspective. Pick something.
Okay, how about a water treatment plant?
A water treatment plant. The first thing I'm going to do is to make sure that we bring a team together, and we get to pick the team that knows how to build a water filtration plant. That's the first, securing that perimeter so that it's built right. Number two, I'm going to secure another team to put the funding together, because that's another big piece of it. Finally, I'm going to bring a team of contractors that know how to build the damn thing. And I'm going to build a team that knows how to run it. And finally, when we open it, all along the way, I'm going to have very, very good security the whole time. When we send people into those meetings, they go with bodyguards. When they start breaking ground, there are people there. There's a security team around it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that way, white folks don't mess with you when they know you're not afraid of them. They really don't. They really don't. When they know that you will stand up to them and push back on them, they crumble every time. But then the other thing is, we have to support our own. Like, and don't want to go in this, but it's about fear also. Is like when we put together a group like Black Lives Matters or the Black Panthers or the GDs in Chicago, people that were doing good for our community, like, creating breakfast programs and all that kind of stuff. We don't let white people come in and tear them down. Because the GDs in Chicago, they were running Operation Breadbasket. I think it was Breadbasket. Anyway, but they were feeding children breakfast in the morning. And the media turned them into thugs and gangs. So, again, we have to do our homework. We have to protect our thing. You keep saying the system owes us. You said something about...
It's not about no system. I didn't say the system owes us anything. I didn't say anything. I said the goal is equity.
And our entire government, our entire system of economics is built on competition. So I do not owe you to be less than I am so that you can be better than you are. And, and vice versa. We have to be bigger, better, faster. And that's okay. God naturally endowed us with that. It's just we've allowed these folks to convince us that we're not. And that anything that we do, if they don't sign off on it, is going to fail. Not going to happen here. 12 Years a Slave. Perfect example.
Oh,
12 Years a Slave. Everybody saw that movie. Does anybody know what the most important scene in that movie was?
Never saw that movie.
Well, I'll tell you, because nobody answered. Okay.
The original one or the one the remake?
I don't know. The last one, the last 12 Years a Slave. The last one. Okay. The most important scene in that movie was when that overseer decided he was going to get the protagonist. I forget the man's name, but he was going to get him because he had embarrassed him about sending those logs down the river. So he waited. The overseer waited till the owner left, and then decided to hang this man for hours from a tree, just high enough so that his tiptoes could touch the ground. But he was really torturing him. And that's not the important part of the scene. The important part of the scene was that in the background, you saw little children running around playing as though nothing was going on. What do you think the subliminal message was in that scene? The takeaway was. What do you think that was?
I don't know.
They couldn't do anything about it?
Absolutely. Well, it wasn't even a problem.
Well, I think it's also that it normalizes our structure. Like us being defeated, us being down, us being sabotaged is normal amongst ourselves, to where even if you do have someone that does sabotage us from behind the scenes, we aren't going to retaliate because to us it's normal. So we have to unlearn that system.
Exactly. So do white people really have to do anything if that's our mentality? Okay. We're not even going to try. I am going back and forth with Black over we can do this, not until we change the system. Well, doing it does change the system because you are the system. Do you know how much money those... I always tell people this. Next time, if any of you are on food stamps and they say, we're going to cut food stamps, don't worry about it because it's never going to happen. Ever. They want you to be afraid, and they want you to think it's going to happen, and that your only livelihood is at risk. Do you know why they do that?
You got a lot of false information here, Chief.
They do that so that you never go and look at the fact that Walmart makes 33% of its revenue from food stamps.
They've cut people off of welfare.
Now, do you really think Mr. Walton is going to allow the U.S. government
There's a history of them cutting people off.
So we don't even know how valuable to the system we are.
And that doesn't even include all the state, so does that include WIC, or is that a separate? I know a lot of people.
The stat I read was that Walmart receives 33% of its income from food stamps. That's why they started creating these super Walmarts and added a food section. Remember, I don't know if y'all are young enough or old enough, but there was a time when Walmart did not sell groceries. Now, I just got it.
Damn, bro.
Okay. You don't?
Ever since I was a kid, I've always seen because I'm just not old enough, but when I was a kid, I've always seen food in Walmart. So do you know what year was that?
The first time I went to Walmart was in 1968 in St. Roberts, Missouri.
Okay. It seemed like the Super Walmart is early 2000s, mid.
Yeah,
it was newer, but Amazon is actually about to start. You can accept food stamps on Amazon. I was seeing that the other day. So, like you said, that's not going anywhere.
But every 2 or 3 years they jump. What's our social program? These people getting free food stamps and blah blah blah, and everybody gets all upset, and then nothing happens because they make too much money.
Hey, Lord, I remember in the mid-'80s in Virginia, Walmart did not have groceries in their stores in the mid-'80s in Virginia.
They didn't in Missouri either. They did not. I mean, they just didn't have it. So now a third of their revenue is generated from food stamps.
And that's probably what made them be able to expand so much throughout the country is through that, because 33% is not a drop in the bucket.
Here's the bigger cut. Walmart, you can find the video where Walmart, when Hillary Clinton was on the board of Walmart, they developed a pay structure for their employees that kept them just under the cap to be eligible for food stamps. So they literally took food stamps and Medicaid and calculated what a person should earn to make them eligible for food stamps and Medicaid.
Wow.
But I think if you stay with them long enough and you become a manager, all their managers make over 6 figures.
Yeah, but how many managers do you need in a store that hires 400 people or 300 people? How many managers do you have?
You need a lot because they're different.
You might need 10, 20, but that's nothing.
Remember, like store managers, though.
Remember, there are 350 million people in this country. 350 million. Walmart can't hire that many managers.
And also nowadays they're downsizing a lot of those employee spots because a lot of those jobs that a lot of people used to hold are either being done on opposite shifts, or you're using automated systems like self-checkouts where you don't have to hire as many people to check out groceries or to fix up the aisles and stuff.
That is true. At the Walmart I mean, there's no cashiers at all, period, except for in pharmacy.
Kroger, the Kroger company, I don't know if y'all have heard of it, but Kroger Foods, they implemented last year, they tested a program that is automated from start to finish. Literally, their robots unload their trucks in the warehouse. Another robot stocks the stuff. Another robot fills the orders to the stores, or fills the stores. Then when a person calls in for their online orders, the robots fill it, and their driverless car takes it to the person that ordered it.
Well, you have to learn technology and how to repair those machines when they go down.
All of that, I'm just saying. To me, that's not a bad thing if you know about it ahead of time. Like you said, you'd be just fine, because the first thing you said was, let me go get some training on how to fix those machines, because I need a job.
Right.
You didn't say, oh my God, they're going to take my job away. You said, the first words out of your mouth were, somebody got to fix those machines.
Because they're going to go down. They're man-made.
Well, yeah, I know what I'm saying is I'm talking about your mindset. Your mindset is not one of fear. It's not one of, oh my God, this is going to kill me. Oh my God. It's like, no. If that's what they're going to do, this is what I'm going to do.
And that's what we would have to do if we were trying to do something in Mississippi. You got to go in and train those people's mindsets. But I would like to tell you all about a city that's over 90% Black. It's south of Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
It's called the city of South Fulton.
Yes. We talked about it.
I think the median income there is around 40 grand, topping out at about 70 grand per year.
We talked about that.
But they have their own police department, their own mayor. They were a part of Atlanta, but they got tired of paying the city taxes.
There you go.
So they got together and formed their own town. Now, that is a place where if we wanted to do something because those people have a different mindset. Because remember, they said, we're getting the hell away from Atlanta and paying them because they had to pay a county tax and a city tax.
Yeah, let me shut out the man who did that.
That's a model that we could look at. That's a model we could probably move into. They don't have a lot of apartments down there. Most of the people are landowners.
Nice.
Logistically, it's great. They do have, they're near a lot of, what do you call those? Logistics, where they have warehouses. So they can get product in and out. So if you all could Google,
ain't no coincidences. Ain't no coincidences,
they have
bro.
own police department, own mayor, own city council,
Mm-hmm.
and they're slightly less than 92% black, only 5% white, and then you got some other little races and things.
Hey, I remember Union City used to. It was in South Fulton, and I remember that was heavily black. So it's Union City part of South Fulton?
No, Union City is not. I don't think so. Well, you know what? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm trying to. I think what they did was I think they consolidated several small towns and cities together to create South Fulton. I need to look at that. Look, I used to live in Sandy Springs, right? Back in the early.
That's Atlanta.
Sandy Springs.
Right. Correct. They did that back in 2003, 4, or 5, or 6. I can't remember the year, but yeah, Sandy Springs became an independent city, and they broke away from Fulton County or the city.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And so now Atlanta, I live in a city called Mableton. Atlanta is trying to get Mableton, Vinings, and a few more northern cities because they're no longer majority black. Because people keep getting away from them because we've had horrible leadership in Atlanta. Just horrible. Started with Kasim Greed. He was a black brother. We thought he was going to do right, but as soon as he got in, he was like, I don't want any more poor people in the city of Atlanta. And he meant that shit. He tore down all the projects, started putting people out in the counties. And then they tore them down, and all we have now is just building after building. And crime is up because he stacked all these people on top of each other. There is too much opportunity for thugs to steal. But I think that's
you said his name was Greed?
No, it was Reed, R-E-E-D.
Oh, Reed. I'm like,
but just a play on word, because he got paid to do the things that he did that destroyed Atlanta as being a majority black city. So Atlanta's lost a lot, and now Buckhead wants to leave because the crime, which is a lot of Nigerians have moved into Buckhead, so it's a lot of scamming. It's a lot of people leasing these $2,000 and $3,000 a month apartments with these those fake
damn it, bro.
Social security numbers, and it's just
they
want them out. They want to separate from the city. Now that's gonna be a huge tax base for Atlanta to lose, and I could see Atlanta going the way of Detroit if Buckhead leaves. The only reason they haven't left is another city in Georgia called Buckhead. So they would have to change their name. And Atlanta said, hey, give us one more chance. We will help you with the crime. So we have all kind of police in Buckhead now. Buckhead is just overran with police on horses, police on motorcycles, police on bikes, police in cars, police in undercover units.
We started
Atlanta's really trying to do its thing to hang on to Buckhead. So we'll see how it goes. But definitely, y'all, let's look at city of South Fulton.
Can I jump in and say something real quick?
Yeah.
So, and I like what you said, Cyber, because essentially you're saying that we can kind of do this in different sections and regions in the country, right? Like buying up towns. I think you and I talked about this before.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I saw something, you guys, and I know it's in New York, but there is like a property, a land mass of like 23 to 25 acres with ponds and all kinds of stuff for like under $100,000. It's an upstate, but I'm just saying there's opportunity all over the place. And I just want to say that what would be the thing? Okay, so let's look at it this way. Like Atlanta, Georgia is primarily all Black. You have Mississippi, that's primarily all Black. You have Detroit, that's primarily all Black. So that means even if we have the majority in these places, what it's really saying is that we have to change the mindset of everybody. Like even if we get people to migrate to these places, are they on code? You know what I'm saying? Are they
I hate the on code talk.
To
so annoying because it doesn't matter.
So while we're doing this,
CP&S,
and while we're, migrating, there has to be a big push to getting everybody on code and educated about all of this. Like, because if we get everybody to move and they're not on code, then that's a whole nother thing, because we can see it in these places that are primarily Black anyway. So we need to go into some of these places and get these people back to voting. Because I was looking in the Jumbotron, Black majority, and I saw that you had posted something about Detroit or Michigan turning into like the immigrant class is taking these positions. So what that says to me is that the Black people that are there are not on code. They're already the majority, and they're not on code. So what do we have to do to get the people that are already in these places and spaces on code to have the power? So that means education and outreach. We got to go to these places and start actually and that's why I brought up Don, because these are people that are actually going into these commissions locally already in their spaces that they're in, until we can do that big migration and setting up shop and getting those funds. Like even in Las Vegas,
it's
Nevada,
Delaware or bust for me.
It's
Delaware or die.
I have a friend, and she's on the Small Business Council, and if they don't use that money, it disappears, and it's like $1.5 million on the table for business. So we have to still do these things in the spaces and places that we are, while we're educating our people too.
I think another to piggyback off of what you just said, seeing it firsthand, like me going to college, you have an element of successful Black Americans, not just immigrants, who they get these degrees, they get these jobs, you get this education, but then yet it's either one of two things. It's like either A, like they don't get hired because there's no market, especially for them to work on behalf of the Black community, or if they can't find a business, and they can only work in proximity to other groups. So I think a lot of it kind of also falls back into entrepreneurship, to where, okay, well, we need to not just, we get the education, but we have to retain the education. It can't just be you get educated and you go work for white people all day. It has to be
like a brain. They call it a brain drain. Like they call it like that in other countries. Like they'll send people out to get educated, but they won't bring it back to build up their own communities. And yes, you're right. It's all about entrepreneurship, and that's where the money is, and that's where a lot of our reparations is going to come from too. It's going to come from business.
Start talking about we can do it anywhere.
I'm seeing it in these
people
local commissions.
Are never going to move. 30 years down the road, everything's going to be much worse.
Things that are already existent. We got out of the game.
The lesson, the opportunity has disappeared.
We stopped playing the game because, of course, we were traumatized, but we got to get back in the game.
we were just trying to stay alive. But what if we were to get a bunch of grant writers together and
Great idea.
In one of these cities, we built our own hospital, or we built our own Freedman School or Freedman Hospital, you know, and that way we can start to get more of the educated elite to migrate to those towns, and we could, you know, build on from there. But like you say, we got to have the education. And I mean, I just think it's a dire need for us to get our own hospitals, because we don't have the proper medical care that we need, and only our community could provide to us.
Mm-hmm.
Can I add something to that too, please?
Well, I just want to ask you a question. You know, I hear this a lot that I hear people say Black Americans, we're not educated enough, right?
Mm.
Look, I've been to a lot of third world.
I'm talking about politically.
Okay.
Smart.
Look, I've been to a lot of third world countries, right?
Mm.
And I noticed these third world countries, they have people in power that have less than a 10th grade education.
Amen.
A lot of these people never even been through 8th grade, right? And they have so much power. These people never been in university.
Mm.
Most Black Americans have been in university. A lot of us have been to Harvard, Yale. Many of us have been to Northwestern, Brown University.
Interesting.
We've been to all the best.
We have the intelligence. We have the intellectual capacity. There's no question about that.
Country, they might just have one person or two that went to Harvard, while the rest of the people
we absolutely have the intellectual capacity.
Have limited education. So we do have very educated people. The thing is, we just have to
see if you guys can see this. See it's bright. I'm gonna dim the screen.
And once that
this is the social app.
Would be great. That's the only thing. We just have to be on the same.
It's a little bit better. Closer you
we
get.
have the same goals.
Yeah. So this is the social app, as you can see, or social website, social.com, SOXCIAL. I still have to inquire about the actual app version to make sure that it can be a dedicated app.
So there's a lot of people that would be so willing to do the things
but
that we're doing.
Essentially, you get a pretty good idea that this is what is going on. It flows and functions much like Twitter or Instagram, Facebook. You know, it's got posts and everything like that, comments, likes, etc. So I'm gonna put together a video, probably like a screen recorded video of the actual site. So we want people to join social, SOXCIAL.com, so that we can actually generate a ecosystem for Black entrepreneurs, Black family, Black politics, a social platform that really in the heart of it is designed to generate political advancement, social advancement, as well as economic advancement for those who choose to participate in the marketplace and the content creation. We absolutely need people who want to support Black American businesses. The site is open to everyone around the planet, but the content is going to be Black American focused, Black American centered. The marketplace is going to be Black American entrepreneurs, and that's the way it's going to be.
You mentioned
And that's the way it's always going to be. But it is open to everyone to join and participate and purchase products once we have the marketplace up.
You do the 4 years. You take
Social.com.
the baby bar. I guess it's where you can, practice in a limited space. Do a couple. I think you have to work for. Let me see. I wrote it down because Chairwoman Moore was in my space yesterday and she was explaining it. Hold on. I wrote it down. Oh.
Because I had sort of the same idea with the Black American Homeland, right? Like if you have a 4-year college degree, right, in any field, right, and then you want to study law. Right, the state will pass a law that says that you can go to law school for 2 years, right, and then you take I don't want to say a lesser bar exam, but something sort of like a baby bar,
junior,
right?
Junior bar,
and then once you pass that state bar exam, you become a lawyer. But you still have to do some type of residency so you can be completely competent in the
whatever specialty you want to do, and that's the same. That's that's the same design. So then you would work. You take that baby bar, work in whatever specialty or field you wanted to. You were studying with that attorney that you were apprenticed under. I think you do that for a year, and then you're eligible. No, I think it's 2 years you work in that field, and then then once you've done that, then you're eligible to take the regular state bar, in which if you have a state bar license in California, the reciprocity for that license is throughout the nation. Not every state you get reciprocity. So I just wanted to share that because I know a lot of us are parents and grandparents and things like that.
Reciprocity.
And that is an awesome way. We need more attorneys, especially in this kind of work that we're doing, right?
I've known that Baltimore is under another boil water notice right now.
Yeah.
Yes, I did hear that.
Yeah, I didn't peep that. I didn't mean to cut anyone off. It's another example of what we're talking about. So.
Yeah, we're under attack, y'all. We're under attack. Facts. So that's why we really need to find a way to start getting the message out to our people throughout the land.
Okay, we had some hands up. Let's go State Power and then Kwame.
Oh yeah, hey, thanks. I just wanted to add to Phoenix again about that becoming an attorney in California. You don't even need to have a bachelor's degree in California.
Lloyd wants to talk again.
Say that again.
Oh, Lloyd can wait. No, go ahead. Lloyd can jump in later.
Oh, yeah. You don't even have to have a bachelor's degree to go to law school in California. We have these different types of law schools here that if you have 60 college credits or an associate's degree, you can be accepted to law school. So there's like 3 or 4 different ways in California you can be an attorney without having to necessarily, spend a whole bunch of money. I just wanted to add that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so I like that reciprocity. I think Phoenix said that. And so that's going in my notes because you would definitely want to make sure that all of these states have reciprocity in terms of licensing, in terms of firearm carry, and whatever else typically crosses state lines. You would absolutely want to have that. So that was a really good point that Phoenix made. Thank you.
Actually, hey, Black, guess what? I'm sort of against that. I'm going to tell you the reason why I'm against reciprocity when it comes to law, right? I don't want a person a lawyer in California to be able to practice law in the Black American homeland. He has to come to the Black American homeland.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that.
In any of the 8 states. And if
I didn't say that. Are you not listening?
State, then they can practice law in that state. But I don't want reciprocity.
Goofy if I really want to.
They're not going to give us reciprocity. I believe once a state becomes supermajority Black, I think those states will change their reciprocity rules or laws with
you want to operate
majority black states. So
country.
I don't want them to study to practice law in my state, in our state. You might have a different, but that's what, you know, I've been looking at that because I heard about this is something that I came up with like 10, 12 years ago. So I don't know what you think about that, but that was just another side that we have to look at. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, so when I mentioned it, I was speaking specifically to black majority states having reciprocity within themselves, so that if you live in Delaware and you can go to Maryland and that type of thing, so you know, contain within that region. But yeah, so but since you opened it up to the whole country, I'll say this: everything should be strategic when it comes to decisions such as that. So if you know you're getting corn from whatever state produces corn, and that's the state that produces corn, you want to have a good relationship with that state, unless you can produce corn in one of these states. If you're getting fuel or whatever, you know, again, whatever it is, I think those have to be individual strategic decisions. And I believe in the regional governors because I know that those do operate throughout the country. But I really, really believe each state is going to have to make these decisions that best benefit their people. You know, so because their people are the ones who are electing them. And so they can't, like, if you live in Delaware, you can't be making decisions based on what Georgia wants to do, because Georgia has a much bigger economy. They have way more people, and their needs are going to be different than a small state such as Delaware. So on some of the issues, it's like, yes, we have this broad agreement, but you're still going to have to be able to move individually on certain things.
Right. Look, basically, you know, having multiple supermajority black states is basically using those states as a leverage against bigger states like a New York or California or Texas or Florida. You know, we leverage our political party. Our political dominance. We leverage our economy because the 8-state southern region has an economy over 2.5 trillion. That alone can compete with California, right? You know.
I don't think so.
That's why
I'd have to look it up.
I'm always advocating for a region of states because, you know, it's better for us to have a larger economy, a bigger population, so we can leverage that against even the federal government. We have to, right? We leverage our 16 U.S. senators, our 66 Congress.
It's not going to go the way you think it's going to go.
You know, we just leverage all that political power, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, I think Kwame's up next, and then Miss Phoenix.
Hey, greetings, family. It's been a while.
Hello. Thanks for coming in.
Well. First, I want to thank you, Black Majority State, man. You are very focused, brother. You just continuously bring the topics that are so pertinent for us to move forward.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Black America, Homeland, man, thank you so much. Kepra, you're the bomb. You and I, you know, we communicate. I already know, you know what time it is. And of course, Lloyd, man, it's been a while. And, you know, but I've always seen you as the most qualified person to actually run not just New Orleans, man, but the entire state of Louisiana. You know, that's why I worked so hard.
There you go.
A couple of years ago on your campaign before that tragedy struck me. But it's just good to hear such a wonderful group of enlightened and focused minds. Yes, we have to release our fears. It is the fear historically that has kept us from moving forward. And I'm a big stickler on finding courageous people to put in positions that will take us to the level that we want. I do live in South Fulton County. It is a beautiful county. I love it. The mayor and I, Mayor Khalid, were very close friends. Just saw him a few weeks ago. I work to make sure that the people here in South Fulton County see themselves as a nation. Because if we don't see ourselves as a nation, we're going to allow a whole bunch of opportunities to come and take things from us. That's what's been happening for the past few decades. Cannot allow that to continue. I hear many of our people talking about forming a majority state. That is the way to do it. When I lived in New York, I was under the first black mayor, David Dinkins, and he was constantly feuding with the white governor and the attorney general, Mario Cuomo, and his crew. Here in Atlanta, depending on which black mayor we've had, Keisha Lance Bottom, the previous one, prior to him, and then we have Andre. It's a constant bickering between the white governor and the mayors, because the mayors, the black mayors, have a good heart for the most part, and they want to do right by their people. But the white supremacist governors in these states want to underline black intelligence and black people's ability to govern. So we have to take over these states.
Yes.
And when I hear the sisters earlier saying about messaging, that is so important. The messaging is it. We have to hit our people over the head over and over again on the importance of taking control over your space. If you don't have control over your space, someone's going to control it for you. And we know what's going to happen there. I traveled through the South. When I moved down here from New York, I fell in love with the South. It's the most beautiful place. It is it's our home. We need to control it completely, like 110%. But it's up to each and every one of us that loves ourselves, love our people, to make sure that we spend every minute thinking of creative ways to build our environment up so we have control over every aspect of it. Other people do it. There's no reason we can't. We just need to find the right people to put in these positions, and they're out there. If people know that you're serious, they hear it in your voice, your inflection, that you're committed to our people to just control the environment, the like-minded people will join you. That's how life is. If we're not serious, then it's going to show. Our neighborhoods are going to deteriorate. So I work furiously to get our people on board, because it is about controlling our environment to the point where we see ourselves as a nation. When we see ourselves as a nation, everything else will come in place. Anyway, that's how I just wanted to end. Just wanted to continue thanking you all for even having this and bringing certain minds in here so we can move forward with that. So thank you again for this opportunity. Let's make this happen.
So tell me, how does it feel living in that majority Black city that is functioning well? I mean, I know you all have your own fire stations, your own fire department. What about water? What about water? Do you have to use the city of Atlanta water? You have your own water treatment facility?
Yeah, I pay. I'm actually in my house. The wife and I, we split the bill. I do pay the water bill. Yeah, it goes to the city of Atlanta. But it's functional. It's running well. We have a private sanitation. We different homeowners
have options as to who comes and picks up their trash.
Wow.
But
nice.
the city overall, I'm in an area called Red Oak, the small little tiny area. But it is well kept. I mean, it's like if there's a pothole, somebody within 2 weeks comes and covers it.
Nice.
There's an abandoned car somewhere, within 2 days, they come and put a sticker on it and it's moved.
Nice.
Just some sidewalk issues here and there, and I've talked to the mayor about it. But the people here are very calm. It is spacey. It is well organized. Now, not a perfect one. I mean, even this Mayor Khalid right now is going through a little something with his city council because he made a little off about the police chief, so they got a little something. But again, it's family. It's in-house stuff. No European, no Caucasians coming here trying to meddle in on that. So they're eventually going to work that out. And that's what we do as family. That's how we govern each other. We're not going to get along with every single thing that is being said by everybody. But as long as we're focused and we know what we want, we're going to be able to handle that. So I believe in South Fulton County.
Yes.
And someone mentioned Union City. Yeah, that's part of South Fulton County. I go through there all the time. I just expand and drive through South Fulton County because I love it. We got, I don't even have to pay to work out. They got a park out here. It's got outdoor apparatus. I can do my weight lifting with my own body, man. It's just, I do track. Oh, man. I'm like, man, this is heaven. And it's all black owned. It's like black government, black everything. So it's beautiful. And as I've always said, if we can do this on a small scale,
yes,
just govern ourselves like this area,
scale it up.
We can magnify that and do it statewide.
Absolutely.
And multiply that.
Yes.
There's nothing special about us here in South Fulton County. So we're just focused.
Right.
We're just determined.
Right.
They got in another county. I went there a few weeks ago. I think it's out in DeKalb County. That's a little something going on out there too. I'm sure that in a matter of time, South Fulton County will have something like that. This plaza is like a little shopping mall, which is for black businesses.
Nice.
Only so we can showcase our talent.
Nice.
We got it. We're great people. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that Black Wall Street out in I think it's in Lithonia. Lithonia, yes.
Lithonia.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
We can do it all.
I know all these places.
We're so creative, man. But we have to put good people. Majority Black State tells you all the time. I'm constantly talking about putting in good people. And I worked with Lloyd's campaign about 2 years ago. He is a good person. I mean, Louisiana can use Lloyd because he's just energetic. He's just the brother. He cares, looks for ways to solve our people's problem. We're here. We have the talent.
Yes, no doubt.
We just have to put the message out there and extrapolate the good people out and support them. Once they get into office, we just can't say, all right, yeah, we did it, and then pat ourselves in the back and go to bed, because now they're put in positions where they have to start doing things. That's when they start learning about the reality of politics.
Right.
That's when they really need our support.
Right.
When we get behind them, because that people are going to start slinging things at them, especially those that care about us. And they don't want to play the game. We have to put them in there and just kind of just surround them, protect them, and see them through their term, and make sure whatever they say during their campaign they're going to do X, Y, and Z for our people, it gets done X, Y, and Z. And then add an additional letter after Z if possible, if we got time. That's what I'm talking about. So anyway, that's our role. That's our role, because I see it in our people. We can do it. Every one of us is talented.
Yes.
Every single one of us. Can't waste that talent. We can build this. We can control it. We have the right. We've got the historical precedence for it. We're going to make it happen. Yes, as they say in back where I come from up north. Yeah, we're going to get down. We're going to make it happen.
Amen, Kwame. Thank you so much. I wanted to just say something real quick. I put it in the Jumbotron, the law, because I got an inbox. So I put the law program in the Jumbotron. And I want to say this. Thank you, Kwame, or is it Kwame? Sorry if I got it wrong. I wanted to say and build on what you said, and something about what Mr. Kelly said on one of our conversations in the back channel, and it was about a tour. And so I just thought of something to get our message out. We probably need to set up a tour with Black majority state migration and his book, set it up as a book tour, join the American Freedmen Party tour.
I'm for it. Let's go.
And Lloyd Kelly and everybody else that's running under the Freedmen Party, and make a tour for 2023. And at the same time, we're promoting the book, we're promoting the party, and we're also promoting being on code and what our code and what the code is. So I think that we need to put a tour together to start spreading the word, because that or a whole lot of billboards, but along with the billboards, we need a tour. And I land there.
Thank you for that. I'm down for that. And the book, in the book, I say it needs revised, so it definitely needs a revision. And I would be looking for partner authors to add a chapter to the book, and we can do that really, really fast, because all I got to do is run through it and add things that are not in it and take out some stuff that is there, and just give it a refresher, and then add a few chapters by some people that are really big in this space as well. So to South Fulton, we mentioned South Fulton at the beginning of the space. Shout out to Georgia State Representative Roger Bruce, who, from my information, is the person who forced South Fulton into existence. He recently was in the news because he was looking at the 30% of Black Americans in the state of Georgia and looking at the money that the state spends, and that's somewhere in the single digits. And he essentially was saying, look, we're 30% of the population. The 30% of the state's money should be coming through the Black citizens of the state of Georgia. And that is the point. That is the point. When you become the governor, when you become the Black majority, there's no longer this conversation that needs to be had. It just happens automatically. So shout out to him. He appears to be a warrior, someone I would love to meet. And I don't know if Kwame or Miss Cyber has any stories about this gentleman, or anything that you can relate in terms of his work for the citizens of Georgia.
I know who you're talking about. I have not met him. I've seen him on TV. But now that you put it out there in the universe, I'm sure I'm going to run into him.
Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. So we got hands. It looks like AD is the only hand up. I believe Miss Ebony Queen had her hand up. So let's let Miss Ebony Queen go, and then we'll go AD.
Hello, everyone. Phoenix, I had a question for you. I know the information is in the Jumbotron, obviously, but what's the age on the lawyer program for youth? What's the age limit, or the youngest person that can be in that program?
Wow.
Well, you would have to have your bachelor's. So whatever age you can do that, and I think it's a little bit full. So I guess I could DM it, because I'm looking for it, and I think AD had asked me for it and can't find it. But I thought I'm gonna try to repost it. But yeah, there. So you know, of course you would. So it would be it's a graduate degree. So whatever age you are at once you get your undergrad, and knock it on out. I think it is a wonderful way to become an attorney, and I want to add to it as well. Oh, I'm sorry, it was major. I'm sorry.
Major.
I think with the reciprocity thing, I think we want to, I understand having, a license for the particular state, but I would just caution us as to turning away anybody that has a law degree and a law license from anywhere, because right now that's what, we're in a deficit with that. So we want to make sure that we have all the professional degrees and licensures that we can have in whatever state majority that we end up being in. So I just want to, and whenever, and California has a lot, when you get a California law degree, there's a lot of statutes and a lot of things. You got a lot of class action lawsuit lawyers, there's just a lot to that could be added to whatever state that we go to with that license. So I just want to say, let's not cut our nose off to spite our face. Not just yet, but yes. And constitutional law in the different states too, we have to know and learn as well.
Mm-hmm. Right. And look, in a supermajority black state, right, I want black lawyers, right? Look, like when a white corporation want to sue something in the state of Georgia, right, that supermajority black state, right, I don't want that corporation hiring a white lawyer to represent him in a supermajority black state. He has to hire a black lawyer that is licensed in that supermajority black state. You understand?
We only want black lawyers.
Okay.
Okay. I ain't talking about having no. I'm saying get your law license and your degree wherever you can. If you can save $100,000 or $150,000, go get that law degree in California for 4 years, no debt, and bring that brain and bring that license to the supermajority state as a black person, not nobody white. I'm not working for them.
Then I agree with you 100%.
And do you mean American freedmen, or just
American freedmen, baby? Okay. American freedmen, descendants of chattel slavery, the people that built this country.
Right.
That's all I'm talking about. So yeah. And then American freedmen, if you can get that license, and how many kids and undergrads that that can save money. The reason why people are not going for those higher degrees is the debt. It's not the brain. It's not that we don't have the intellect. It's the debt. And if you can get that for free, and you can take care of yourself by working and being an apprentice to an attorney in the field that you want to practice in for free and earn money while you're learning, there's no way that you should just turn that down like that, for real. That's like the best thing going right now. And I'm going to land there. I'm going to repost it. I'm going to try it again.
Look, my idea with the Black American Homeland is that, like, those professional degrees like engineering, architect, law, doctor degree, these professional positions, right? I want to try to figure out how to subsidize these. The state going to subsidize these state universities, so these talented black kids can go there for free or for a very low price, and then they can study these professional degrees that we need to have these educated professional people in our state. So.
One thing, guys, we're not using the United Negro College Fund. Students, I guess they're just applying for financial aid through FAFSA, and they're not doing the United Negro College Fund. So they have funds out there that they're having to give away to other communities.
Wow.
Because we're not taking advantage of them. So let's make sure that we're using all our resources so that we don't have to go into debt.
Wow.
Agreed.
So I want to say get a little bit more on topic. And it's about the fear part. And you guys heard of the experiment they did with the fleas? And I'm just trying to give a scenario of kind of condition that Black America is in. They put some fleas in a jar, and I guess they put something like over them to cover them. And that's when they was trying to get out, right? And they kept trying to get out. And after a while, they just stopped trying. And they could open the jar up, and the fleas would not come out. I think that's the condition you know a lot of us are in right now, and that's why we move a lot in fear. We're still saying, they're kind of like we're on the cliff, and we just got to get pushed off and just do it by faith. You know.
Well, that's why what Phoenix said about us going on tour and helping our people to see that you are worthy, you do deserve reparations, because some of our own people don't even think we should get reparations. They just don't see the value within themselves because, like you say, they are those fleas at the bottom of that jar. So that could be, that tour thing, I'm telling you, that's a great idea because it's just a lot of us are just stuck. We're stuck. We've been beaten down so long that we are afraid to dream. I mean, prior to 2008, when Obama became what we thought was the first Black president, but nobody really, in 2000, you didn't think we were going to have no Black president. That just wasn't really even a thought. Right. But it happened. It happened. Just like this reparations can happen. But a lot of people are scared to even dare to believe it. So we got to tour and we got to help those find themselves and then they spread the word and the word becomes contagious.
But we didn't realize that Obama was a plant. We didn't understand that at the time. We got through it. Yeah, and it's not that we didn't get through it or not. It is that we didn't understand that he was a plant. That's my point.
Yeah, but it inspired a nation. So I guess it let us know that what we could do when we galvanize our energy, and we can make that happen. So I guess we could pull the jewel out of it, even though we was bamboozled. I put the link in the Jumbotron. I think the Jumbotron's just full. So I'm sorry, but I put it in the Black Majority State group chat. And I also
it's up there.
It is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
And Major, I put it in your back channel as well. So I'm gonna take it off of my page though, you guys, because I want to keep that between us because we don't need all these other people, tethering onto our stuff. So I put it. If you can see it in the Jumbotron, I'm gonna take it off of my page now.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, I want to talk about that flea analogy, right? Look, in 1990, right? I was 23 years old, right? Before 89, I got my passport, and I remember a lady in government in the passport department. She said that why are you? It was a white lady. Why are you getting your passport? You're too young and all these things, right? And it seemed like she was trying to discourage me from applying for my passport, right? And anyway, I got my passport, right? And I'm telling my family and friends that, hey, I got my passport. I'm going overseas. I'm going to whatever country, right? And man, my family like how are you going to get a job? Where are you going to live? How much money do you have? I mean, they were putting all these negative things. They'll give me all these negative vibes and. But for some reason, I said, look, these people, I only had $1,000.
Wow.
I had a one-way, I had a round trip flight, and I went to this country.
Wow.
And I was on a
that's bold.
I was on a tourist visa, right?
Bold.
Now, when you're on a tourist visa, you're not allowed to work in these countries, right? But the thing was, right, when I got to this country, right, this is 1990, and you know, you talk to the people, you know, and they see that you're from America. They wanted to hire me right away. But I said, look, look, I'm a tourist. I'm not allowed to work in your country. He said, they don't care. They hired me anyway. And so that's how I got started. Well, 30 years later, right, or 32 years later, right, I'm still living overseas. I've been to 30 countries.
Wow.
And I have this I have this mentality that I can do anything, right?
Yeah. Anything. That's what's up, bro.
I'm I don't know how to say. I don't want to say I'm wealthy, but I'm I'm doing pretty okay, right? I can sustain myself outside of the United States, right? And that gives me, I have this. I don't know, I have this entrepreneur, this you can't tell me no type of mentality, right? So that's why, I've been pushing this, this supermajority black state, black American homeland for many years, right? And even though I had a lot of negative feedback, especially in the early days, 2012, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, I kept at it. I kept at it, and now we're here. Now we have many people talking about supermajority black state. So I'm a very positive person. I try to I just feel like we can do anything. Look, back in the 90s. I thought that all Black Americans should leave the United States and move to another country, any country, right? But the thing is, how unfeasible is that, right?
Completely insane.
Because living in another country is very difficult.
Not going to happen.
Well, yeah, so that's my story. Yeah.
So,
thank you, guys.
So, may I ask what country are you in now?
I'm in the Philippines. I'm in Southeast Asia. But I have residence in North Carolina. I have a house in North Carolina, so that's that's the state I chose to. When it comes to a supermajority black state, North Carolina, it might be in 10 years, but that's where I will be retiring. Yes. Right now, I'm 56. I'm 56 years old.
Okay. And don't sound like it. You have a very well moisturized throat.
Pause, maybe we can say that.
I never heard that before.
Well, his voice doesn't sound like it's 56. But you know what? Phoenix and I had spoken about, and I told her about down here in the South, when you say North Carolina, there are plantations, old plantations that you can buy. They're like 25 to 400 acres. And if a group, wanted to crowdfund and buy up some of this land down south, there could be some great ideas. I mean, you can look up plantations for sale in North Carolina, and it will show you. I mean, some of it comes with ponds. Some of it is already irrigated. I mean, but it's good prices in the South.
So is that one of the majority states, though? Is that he was?
Yes.
And
Mississippi. And look, I can build on that, Fiber. You know what we can do? Because we can do it like Dave Chappelle. Like, even if it's not developed, right? We can do it like how Dave Chappelle does his. Like, he has his people coming to his ranch or whatever it is. It's in the woods, and he does whole shows, whole concerts, whole festivals on his land. So that could be a part of our tour. Like we can actually use it for things like that. We can have festivals. You know what I mean? So, hey, the sky's the limit. We just have to organize, start putting our money together, put it in the escrow account, get it, and then, and because we have the ideas, we have the will. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Like Nike said.
And let's not discuss it online anymore. So we can.
Yes, we have our back channel.
We can back channel. I hope you're writing this stuff all down. I hope you're writing it down.
I mean, I got it in my mind. I look at this land all the time because you can do South Carolina. Georgia's land right now is pretty high. But then you got Alabama. Yeah, Mississippi. And then when we own land there, we're able to have a voice.
I think we need to focus on Mississippi, y'all, because Mississippi needs healing like right now.
Yes.
And we need to get people in those offices. So
that's where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go to Mississippi. I'm in California now, so I have friends there. But it's
what part, Ebony Queen? Do you know?
Let's say Coldwater, preferably. I have a lot of relatives in Memphis.
Yeah, that's where I'm originally from.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I came to California when I was very, very young. So anyway, yeah, that's why I'm trying to get back south. And it's been, I don't like I said, I want to discuss the whole situation online, but maybe DM and I can tell you guys, maybe you can help. I don't know. But that's what I'm trying. I had organization I was involved in, right? And they, it was, I can say the name, Black Liberation, I forgot what they call it, BLM. They call it the BLM, not Black Lives Matter, but it was BLM, Black Liberation Movement, right? So that's what the name of it. So for 3 years in a row, I was going back and forth because they was having these, not similar, we was having these meetings about what we were going to do and everything. But anyway, it just all, and that's why I got a little bit, it just all imploded because the main ones that was in charge of it, the husband and wife, they broke up. So the whole damn thing just broke up, Wow. So it's like, and I got serious because like all we ever do is talk. We was having YouTube meetings and everything, like we do now, discussing our business, which we shouldn't have been. And some people stole some of the information we were giving out. So, yeah. So I've been trying to move there. I haven't been trying to move there for 3 years, but we had planned it. But like I said, the people that was in charge, we broke up, and I just, I didn't want to go there alone. It was before any of this Twitter. I came in any of the Twitter spaces. So yeah, that's more or less what happened.
So excuse me, ma'am. You're saying that we shouldn't talk about this online because of. No,
I'm not specifically saying what you guys are saying, but I'm saying certain things that we shouldn't give too much detail about. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I got you. Now look, this is my experience, right? Okay, I travel, back and forth from the United States every year, right? And okay, I've been doing the Black American Homeland on Twitter and YouTube and all this stuff since 2012. I think I probably made my first video in 2011. But anyway, when I was traveling back to the United States, right? I noticed sometimes that the immigration department or the customs, right? They'll pull me over. They'll bring me into the office, right? They ask for my name. Do I have any money on me? Right. Why am I traveling outside the country?
Right.
They add different things. So now they really didn't do this back in 99, 2000, 2001, 5, 6, 7, 8. They didn't do that back in those days, right?
Right.
They doing it now, like 2013, 2012 on up. So I feel like they kind of somehow they might have some information on me, right? Because they're stopping me now, but they didn't stop me, 20 years ago. So yeah, so but I learned that they can't do anything. Look, the Fifth Amendment, we have, actually not the fifth, but the first, free speech. And we have the right to, to speak. We have the right to assemble. We have all these rights. So they can't do anything. So I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about them, doing anything to me. And I have absolutely no fear.
No, it's not them doing it. It's just our business and people pick it up. Like we've had problems with people picking up stuff and they'll start a mess. Maybe you help somebody. Maybe
talking about the intellectual properties. Like we should not be sharing our intellectual property
because we're all under surveillance. Just forget about privacy anymore. Forget that.
No, we're talking about our things that can make us some money and get us galvanized as well. So I have a Patreon page. I'm gonna put it on my page too. But I started a Patreon to get out of, Twitter Spaces so that we can have our overview and our overarching ideas on Twitter. But when we start getting down to specifics and strategy, I opened up a Patreon for that because I don't even want to put it on YouTube either. You know what I mean? So I'll post it on my page too.
Hey, you guys ever heard of Charles Blow? The public, he's a writer. Charles Blow, right? I shared the Black American Homeland vision with him back in 2015, 2016, right? 2017, right? And I feel like, I think he was following me, but I'm not 100% sure. But, we had some back and forth, right? He felt that, this Black American Homeland, supermajority Black state, he didn't think it would work, right? He felt like, there's a lot of white people, there's more white people that can outvote, Black folks in these southern states. I said, okay, I understand. But I still gave him the information. In 2021, he comes out with his book called The Devil You Know, and his book is about Black Americans coming back to the South and taking political control of 7, 8, or 9 states. Mm-hmm. Exactly the information I gave him, back in 2015, 16, 17, 18. So you're right about intellectual property. People can take your information and make money off it. Look, his book is a bestseller on the New York Times bestsellers, and it is really interesting. And but this is the thing though. This is what I noticed when his book came out in 2021. To me, that seemed like when going back to the South, supermajority Black, it seemed like it got a little bit more popular then because he was doing a lot of interviews on like CNN and C-SPAN and all these different media. So, I do understand what you mean about, protecting your intellectual property and all that. But it's very hard to protect it because once, you share it, right, it is out there and people can just, they can write about it. So,
that's why we need more people being attorneys so we can have some intellectual property attorneys.
Correct.
Protect us.
Correct.
What happened to Lloyd?
I know.
Because he's been quiet.
I think Lloyd is, he either went to sleep or he's away from his phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah, let me take this time to point everybody to the first post in the Jumbotron, the very first post all the way to the right. And I'm just going to read it off because it'll be so much easier. While Black Twitter hashtag is trending, let me introduce you to hashtag social, SOXCIAL.
I joined already.
Thank you so much.
And I got a relative to join today. So finally, you got to beg folks.
Absolutely. So this is our Black-centered, Black-focused platform that has a positive production, solution-oriented vibe. We do have a Twitter account, and that is social media, but social is spelled with an X. And it's Social Monetized Creator Marketplace. There is the link to join there. If you do not have a social account, please do. I think we're above 40 members in the week. We launched it last week when we did our first of the month Black Business Space. We are going to continue to do Black Business Spaces at the first of every month. But we are moving from Twitter slowly but surely over to social so that we can have positive discussion. Now, here is the big theme that separates it from all these other platforms. The reporting is going to be not on because you said one word or whatever that is. That happens on Twitter a lot. A lot of accounts are getting banned, shadow banned. They're getting suspended. A lot of people are getting deplatformed. What we really want to make sure that social remains is a positive place for positive Black American, freedman descendant discussion, commerce, etc. So it is going to be Black American content focused. There's going to be a Black American marketplace where people can upload their products for e-commerce so people can buy and sell. And there are these different communities and different tags and things of that nature. But inside of the group, if you want to have a, I hate the world group, so be it. We can figure it out. We can make it happen inside the group. But the main feed, we're going to really be policing it to just keep it really on a productive, positive vibe. Because what I've noticed in this week, I come over to Twitter to get my political anger out, but on social, I'm in a whole different mind space, whole different mood. I'm relaxed. I'm looking for positive information. I'm looking to encourage positive people who are doing positive things. And so it's just a different vibe. And I really want to maintain that in the public thing, in terms of the main feed of the site. But like I said, thank you for bringing your family member over to social. If you know content creators who have some talent, they're an actor, they're a comedian, they sing, they're a gospel, any sort of talent that they can make money off of, because the site is going to be monetized for Black content creators so that they can start to develop income based on their talent, so that we can set up a private community for them to have subscribers, and then they will be monetized right from the beginning. They don't have to wait on YouTube or Patreon or whatever. There's all these other platforms, and we want to create a platform for Black Americans to generate income in a Black ecosystem where all the people there are really, really about uplifting each other as much as possible. Now, the membership is open to all kinds, the whole planet, because the whole planet has money to spend. And but again, we're not going to tolerate, there's zero tolerance for disrespect, period, across the board. That's 100% across the board, so that we don't lose control over the main feed and we have people going back and forth and blah, 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 all of that. It's just going to be zero tolerance as far as that goes. But I want to put that out there. So it's the very first post in the Jumbotron. And thank you so much for signing up. Anybody who hasn't got an account yet, please do. It's pretty.
I just signed up too.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We got a few people on there. DJ Sedge1, he's on the YouTube feed right now. He's definitely on there. He's got a music business group so that he can help to get people that are interested in the music business to understand his philosophy on make money off of your talent. Oh, okay, he's actually here now. I didn't realize he's in the room too. So, yeah. So it's a thing where we're gonna build and build and build and build and build, and so that a year down the road, 2 years down the road, a lot of these other platforms will be a memory for those who really tap into what social is doing. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and it's I want to tell everybody, and like I said, they didn't pay me to say it, but it was very nice. But and I am not good at navigating on any Facebook or anything, so they made it really simple. It's easy, what they call it, user friendly.
Yeah,
and I'm just I'm enjoying it when I do go on there. But sometimes I'm guilty, I forget, and then I'm on Twitter and I say, oh, I forgot. Then I go on social. So yeah. So I can, do what we need to do. And I'm trying to get people to come. So it's real, real nice. I really love it. Love trying to navigating through there and see all the things they have for us. And they're constantly building. And like DJ is doing a great job. And I just love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. User friendly. That's the perfect phrase, because that's really what we were looking for. After looking at other platforms that are really complicated, menu heavy, and you kind of get lost in all the features and functions. And so the user-friendly part of it is really what made it just beautiful. It's like a hybrid between all these different platforms. Some things are a little bit different, but you just got to play around with it and get used to it. And I hope to get a Spaces feature integrated into that site by the end of this month, so that we'll be broadcasting on YouTube, here on Twitter, and on social at the same time at some point. So, but yeah, thank you so much. And I didn't want to derail the conversation, but I need to get into the habit of mentioning it so people do understand that is available as well. Phoenix is in the room. I know you posted, we were talking about the California reparations and what's going on. I know you posted something about it. We had someone, DC Scotty was in the room. I think he's in California. He was explaining that they put in an extension to extend it for a year, but also I heard that they were going to do something different with the members of the task force. So I don't know if they're going to be able to vote people in or out, or how that's going to work based on the bill. I know there's an effort to get the bill vetoed and get it stopped, but can you explain?
Yeah. I sure will. I held a big space on it too, you guys. So if you want to get because we had Chairwoman Moore in the space yesterday. She didn't talk too much about it, but it's a big push for Governor Newsom, and you have it in the Jumbotron. So thank you so much for that as well. So if you guys get a chance to call and leave a message and ask Governor Gavin Newsom to veto the bill, which is AB 2296. And what that does, it extends the task force out to 2024, which, it's all politics. First, is to extend it out. We don't need it extended out, right? The final report is coming out in July 2023. And that report is going to tell how we should get reparations, with the type of money and the type of programs and things like that. That's being worked on right now. Nice. The preliminary report of the harm is done right now, and you can hear that being read every Monday at 7 p.m. by Chris Lodgson of CJAC. However, the guy, Assembly Member Reggie Jones Sawyer, who is an American freedman of the Coon class, he proposed this bill. And so what he wants to do, because the bill was not, the vote didn't go in his favor. He wanted race-based, and we all know, and California is the best case study in knowing that race will never be ruled upon in our favor, because it's at the Supreme Court level. You can't do any reparations or any type of repair or anything special based on race or color. So lineage is what is needed for that. He is mad because it went towards lineage based, because the other 3 task members that are of Caribbean descent voted for race based. I don't, maybe because they cannot get reparations or to just be obstructionist. So anyway, the vote went in our favor for lineage based, which made us American freedmen able to get reparations in the state of California. And the state of California's report is also for the feds as well. So nevertheless, he also, it's not that it was being extended, it's that at the 11th hour he added a clause to it stating that the people who appointed the task members can willingly at any point change those members of the task force. That's the trick bag of it all. And he did that at the end of it when it was going up for a vote. And people, and as you know, politicians, they're like, oh, just sign it, sign the bill. We just want to, we just want to extend it. And people don't read things thoroughly and they just sign off on it and vote for it. So that was the trick in the whole bill, is that they want to be able to reassemble the task force. So that's why we need to have Gavin Newsom veto that bill. I don't know if I'm clear, but that's kind of, that's what it is in a nutshell.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Because I was in a couple spaces yesterday, and so I was getting bits and pieces of it, but I knew the 2 things were the extension and the fact that they could change the members on the task force, but knowing that they put it in at the very end, because actually on Twitter I put that guy's name in the search, and then you could see it looked like, I want to say back in March, someone had posted something essentially saying that he was putting in this extension of time or something like that. Is that the one that had got defeated originally?
Yeah, and you know what the thing is, see, this is the bad part about it, and where we should have been, I don't know what happened, but we should have been on top of this right then, because he did initiate the talk of it, and we tried to shut that down then, but he's just a tricky little old character, coon guy, and he just came and rushed it through. So yeah, I think, see, this is the thing about this whole thing. We need to be on offense at all times. Like, let's just be, like I said, California is the best case study for these reparation fights that are going to be going on throughout the land and even the feds, because we have to stay on offense. We can't be putting out all these little fires like we're playing whack-a-mole with this stuff. So just as we need to be building 10 times faster and more than they are, because they are always doing something insidious behind our backs. And NARC and NCOBRA are the 2 organizations, are the Pan-Africanist organizations that are infiltrating themselves in all of our reparations in the municipality, spaces. And they have a problem in New York. They had that problem in Chicago. There's, now Detroit, they've gotten in front of it. So that's not a problem, thank God. But all of these different cities and states are coming up with their own reparations, initiatives. So that's why, while we're trying to get to Black majority states, there's so many other things going on in our local, spaces that we have to be aware of. And people like that, and like NARC and NCOBRA, these Pan-Africanist groups, you guys, that are not from our lineage. They cannot trace back to the 1800s. They are not descendants of chattel slavery in the United States of America. They are not descendants of the people that actually built this country where they come and enjoy. So we have to stay on top of them. And actually, I want to get a whole big old movement against them, because that's what that Sheila Jackson Lee, that whole group and crew, where they're trying to take and get reparations for the whole globe that has been affected by European colonialism. And because the United States and the dollar is so strong, they just want to extract and continue to extract and harm us in the process, just because of their greed and their lack of balls to fight against white supremacy in their own homelands. So they just want to grift off of us, and they have been grifting, you guys, over the past few years, because there have been commissions like what I mentioned with like the Equity Commission, and they're going to sound different. They're not all going to say reparations, but they are going to be programs that are designed specifically for us. And so these people it's been over like 30 years where we haven't been active politically in these spaces, that these people have come in and pretended that they were us, or just under flat blackness, and taking our scholarships, taking our Black business dollars for Black business development dollars, because it's under the term Black.
Wow.
Right. And we have not been involved. Wow. These people are coming and doing this, and they sit on these commissions. They get 6-figure incomes on these commissions that we have no ideas going on. So they've been grifting and stealing from us, pretending that they are us. And now they're mad because for a large state of like California, the 5th largest economy in the entire world, now we're on the cusp of being repaired from a state that has harmed us, like truly harmed us. So these are the things we have to look out for, and we have to always be on offense, because once we start moving from a defensive place, then we're always playing whack-a-mole. And I land there. I know I went on the tangent, but yeah.
No, I truly appreciate all of that information. Let me throw this out here. So in Massachusetts, it's one of the 2 states, the only 2 states in the country to have elected a Black governor to a full term. We have some Southern lieutenant governors that were elevated to governor during Reconstruction, but they were elected as lieutenant governors. Massachusetts, their governor won re-election. So that's the only state where a Black man, American man, won the governorship and then won a re-election.
He won the election in the 1980s.
Yeah. Virginia. Yeah. Well, he won. It was a 1-term deal, some type of term limits. I don't know what that's about. I haven't looked into why it was 1 term, but for whatever reason, it was 1 term. But Virginia and Massachusetts, those are the 2 states. In Massachusetts, a Black American woman, Andrea Campbell, she won the Democratic primary for Attorney General, and they are essentially saying she's going to be uncontested. So she is presumed to be the winner. She'll be the first Black state attorney general in the state of Massachusetts, and I'll have to do a historical search to see if there were any others. But this is the position, to Phoenix's point about being on the offense. If you have a state attorney general who is about protecting Black Americans, freedmen descendants, she can't sue other states, because the way the country's set up, states can't sue other states. She can sue the federal government. That's a whole nother thing. But she can have an army of attorneys that she works with who are licensed in those states to actually coordinate. And this is from my opinion, to coordinate protections in terms of things like that Equity Commission and all these other things that these outside groups are doing, knowing that they are doing it in a deceptive manner, where they're using Black American history, pain, and suffering for their own benefit. I don't know anything about. I just know that she's presumed to be the state attorney general. I didn't look into her background or anything like that. I don't know how politically astute she is. She is a Democrat, so there's that. But she's likely, I mean, the first woman, likely the first Black woman. And I know how all those first, they are what they are. They don't mean a whole hell of a lot if the person doesn't fight for us. But in a Black majority state, obviously, a state attorney general can coordinate the offense that Miss Phoenix is talking about. In some of our spaces, people have asked, why don't we have a bunch of attorneys? Why don't we have a team of attorneys that can go out and go around and do this, that, and the other? There's a Black gentleman in Oklahoma. I believe his name is Solomon. He is a warrior for his people. He's a warrior for Black Wall Street. He's a Native American descendant as well, freedman. And so he fights on those issues as well. He's a really, matter of fact, when the Queen just passed, he put out a statement that wasn't disrespectful, but it did highlight the fact that, he's not shedding any tears, essentially. I'll put it that way. If you get a chance to find his tweet on that. But yeah,
we need to reach out to people like him, like as a group, Black State Majority. We need to reach out to, as our group, reach out to him, let him know that there's actually people in this country that are fighting for the same things that he's fighting for. Because sometimes, when you're leading in situations like that, sometimes that can be very lonely and it can be very defeating. You have the passion for it, but it would probably be a good consolation to him to know that we are here and we're fighting for this. So I would like for us to reach out to him.
Let me see if I can get my mic on.
And he may know other attorneys that can help us.
Yeah, he has a team. Because recently they did a I think it was a YouTube, but it was like open to the public, and they were talking about the decision that the judge had put out that allows them to move forward in the Tulsa case, and the things that they weren't allowed to move forward with. I think they were trying to include other people and other, like I think there was a church and some other businesses that they were trying to include in the claim. The judge wasn't really open to that, and they were going to file, an appeal on those issues. But yeah, he has in a team, and they're majority white attorneys, which is fine. The country is what it is. Johnny Cochran, I believe, had some white attorneys on his staff from if my memory serves me right. But yeah, Miss Denise, if everybody knows Miss, I think Pamela Denise, who does hold spaces occasionally. We talked about this about a month ago, and she was like, hey, can you reach out to the guy? I was like, man, this guy, he's a high profile guy. He's having hearings at the Congress. He knows all the whatever Black congressional members. He's probably met the president, that type of thing. So it's going to take someone who has those level of connections to reach out to the guy. I don't know if he responds to Twitter posts or whatever, or DMs, but he is a fighter. If you look up his YouTube channel, he's got a bunch of his
Can you post it in the Jumbotron? Because I'm not sure about like his name, but
I will.
Post it on your page or post it in your group, then that would be great. Because I'll reach out to him, because Crump ain't gonna do it. So if we can find lawyers that are on code,
yeah.
Oh my God, that's a beautiful thing. Do you know how long I've been looking for an attorney?
I will put it up. Matter of fact, I'll send you the DM to his YouTube channel, and then also I'll send you his Twitter handle as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. A lot of these people that are in these high positions with connection, they don't want to talk about reparation.
No, this guy is.
And I think there's a reason. There's reasons why. They could lose their connections.
It's money. It's all about money. But that's what I'm saying. If you find somebody like him that is already doing the work and he knows what the work is, that is a beautiful thing, because I tell you, it's been so hard. Like, you know, it's hard. It's really hard to find. If Johnny Cochran were alive, it would be game over. But with there has, you know, it sounds like this guy is something similar to a Johnny Cochran.
Yes.
So that is beautiful, because Benjamin Crump and all those other coons or whatever, they're just for personal gain. And I don't even know if he's of the lineage anyway, but nevertheless, I digress. Sorry.
And you know, I don't understand why our people don't get it. If you help us get reparations, then we can contribute to your campaigns. We can build our own PACs because we have the capital to do it then. So it would seem to me that they would be on board because it's going to benefit them. Don't understand why they don't see that.
Well, I do understand. They look at it in a legal sense. They might find it it could be legally very difficult. I think they look at the legal.
Yeah, anything worth having is going to be difficult, but we don't have to reinvent the wheel. People have gotten reparations before. All we got to do is just copy the blueprint. It's a blueprint to this thing. And we may even be able to get these attorneys who have already won before against the government.
Let me tell you why we never won cyber. And it is so simple. And it's so simple. And California figured it out, and Attorney Cheminsky. Because we've been saying black. That is the only reason. Because we've been sticking with the term black. And you cannot be rewarded reparations based on race. That is the only caveat, period, point blank, why black people that we call ourselves black, American freedmen in this country, have not gotten reparations. And that is the complete and honest answer. And that is from the work that we've been doing in California. And that's what we learned. And that's why I say that it is the best case study for the nation for reparations, because it's been discovered. Now we know. And just like with the black farmers, why they calling themselves black farmers, why they never got their money, because they're calling themselves the black farmers. They're not calling themselves the American freedmen farmers, the American Indians, the American Japanese Americans. That is the only reason why we have not been repaired. Period. Yes. We cannot call ourselves black. We are American freedmen. That's it.
I agree with that. But the thing is, we always had a problem with what official name to call ourselves. I mean, like in my travels, sometimes when they ask me what is my nationality, I say I'm a Moorish American, and they're like, oh, okay, all right, a Moorish, okay, I never heard that before, but okay, Moorish. So I mean, just to experiment, with different,
No, American freedmen is what we have legally on the books in the Constitution. The 14th and the 13th, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. We are American freedmen. That is our status politically. That is our status legally. So that's the only, and so we've done the study, we've done the legal work on it. That's what we are, and that's how we're going to get repaired.
And look at this too, guys. We don't even have to go through Congress. Now, this may be a back channel conversation, but the U.S. Treasury has a judgment fund. The judgment fund contains
I don't know a lot about it.
An untold amount of dollars that's constantly replenished. And what it does is any case that has
back channel.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why we need that attorney. That's why we need that attorney. So back channel.
All of America agree to give us no money because hell, we know we ain't gonna be there. But it's a way around that. But as Phoenix has said, we're gonna take that to the back.
Yeah, sis. We got a lot of stuff to talk about on the back, but that's why we need that attorney. We need our Johnny Cochran.
Yes. Because people are suing the United States every day and winning. But they tell us, oh, you can't sue America.
American freedmen are going to win. Freedmen are going to win.
Right.
Amen to that.
And you just got to believe. That's why we got to get out here and teach our people, help them to understand the process. And hey, this thing is going to happen, y'all, real soon.
Amen to that, sis. I know it is, too. We know
that they owe each Freeman family of 4 $985 million. Now, that can be in cash, land, grant, whatever. But I've done the calculations. And if they
each family of 4 get how much money?
$985 million, and it's growing. And I based that on another lawsuit that was won. I don't know how old you all are, but in the 70s, there was an Iranian hostage crisis where these Americans were held hostage for 444 days.
Wow.
So when they won their case,
wow,
and I think they got their money in 2015, so it did take a couple of decades. Each hostage was awarded $10,000 per day of captivity.
Wow.
So for a total of 444 days, they received $4.4 million each.
Wow.
Each hostage. Each family member of that hostage got $600,000 each.
Wow.
So our people were in captivity
eternally
for 200 and something years. And if you multiply those days by $10,000 a day, that's the precedent that has been set.
But you know how they got, you know where they got the money from, right?
Iran.
It was various sources.
Yeah, see, Iran, right? You know that
freeze assets.
What's that word? Oh my God, I had it. They have when they put sanctions on Iran, right? They took they confiscated all their money that they had in the United States or in different countries, right? It was in the billions of dollars, right?
Yeah,
they used that money that they confiscated from Iran to pay those people. So it wasn't.
But we don't have to worry about where America gets the money from. America has the money. We print up money every day. It's not about America being in a deficit because there is no true deficit for America because we're sovereign. We can make all our own money. We do it every day. And then, we're not going to create a deep, especially if we go through the judgment fund. That's just another whole thing. And I'll just table that conversation for the back channel. But it's not, if we get the right attorneys, it is not going to be a problem for America to handle its business with black freedmen at all. It don't even have to go up for a vote.
Okay, I believe Phoenix mentioned the 13th, 14th Amendment. Here is Twizzle FBA. He says slavery is on the ballot in 5 states this November. On November 8th, voters in Alabama, Louisiana, Oregon, Tennessee, and Vermont. Of those 5, 3 really are really relevant to our population. Alabama, Louisiana, and Tennessee. They will decide whether to remove the punishment exception for involuntary servitude from their state constitutions. So if you live in Alabama, Louisiana, Tennessee, Vermont, or Oregon, the last 2 are probably unlikely, although my sister is currently living in Oregon, and you get a chance to vote this November, make sure you pay attention to this particular issue. I don't know how they're going to word it, but essentially you want to make sure that they end this practice of essentially using incarcerated human beings as slaves in this country. That was the exception that was put into the 13th Amendment. These are 5 states out of 50, but 5 states certainly can set the precedent for the rest of the country. So just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
Yeah, they had that in California too, and they voted against it, so it's going to have to go back up. But I want to say good night to everybody. I enjoyed this conversation. We've been building. It's been deep. And let's talk soon in the back channels, because we got things to do, you guys. And I love everybody. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and God bless everybody. Have a great night. You too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What's up?
Don't leave me, girl.
That was the best music.
Yes, it was. Peace, everybody. Reparations. What's up, everybody? What's up, Black America Homeland? Follow me back, brother.
All right, how you doing? Okay, you changed your okay.
Didn't change.
Nah, I got you. They banned both my Twitter pages, so you already know I'm scheming right now.
right. I got you, man.
The one and only.
Okay.
Yes.
How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah, they banned mine too, so I had to change my name.
Wow.
Oh yeah, they got you too, Sister Carolyn.
Wow. See, that's what they do.
Well, make sure that was social. Oh, you already on social. Oh, yeah.
Because no more the few followers I had, I have even much fewer now. So dang, they mess up everything when they do that.
Yeah, that's okay. We over at our new social anyway. Forget Twitter.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for everybody for jumping over there. So, I'm going to just run through the Jumbotron and get through some of these stories. There was another 19-year-old black male who was...
is anyone else having a problem hearing him? Does it sound a little...
Yeah, you change your position.
Okay, I might have to do the go out, come back in thing. How about now?
No, you sound like you're on Mars.
Sound like I'm on Mars. Okay, all right. I'm gonna just go out, come back in.
For sure, dog.
Alrighty.
It sound like you're talking to a tin can.
That's what they do. That's how they do. That's what these people do. They don't want the information to get out. These people are crazy. Okay, reconnect. There we go. I hope we'll be able to do the same thing over there, man.
What's that? Trachea, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's it. Let me find a dollar bill of the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, man. Come on over to our new social platform. It's up there in the Jumbotron somewhere. I'm sure Greg posted it.
Oh, and I did.
Sure, appreciate the love.
Okay, all right. So yeah, I'm gonna run through these jumbotron posts. These are some of the these are low light stories from the week, but this is what continued integration looks like. Living scattered across the country, as I always say, with no political authority. Unfortunately, this is really what it looks like. But so in the state of California, 50% of all Black children are investigated by Child Protective Services. It says a new study finds pervasive racial bias in the child welfare system. So you have a state where half of Black children, all Black children in the state of California, are being filtered through the Child Protective Services. And we know, because of people like Miss Latagia and others who speak on this issue. I had a woman reaching out to me, a grandmother, I believe she's in Texas, and the Child Protective Services had took her grandchildren, and it's like it's heartbreaking because there's nothing I could do other than try to reach out. I reached out to Latagia. She said she was going to try to intervene best she could, but it's like you're living in a state of hopelessness because the system is designed to do the things that it does. And this is one of their weapons against our people, our children, is Child Protective Services. So this is in the state of California. Now, this other graphic says about 3,000 kids were arrested at school from 2000 to 2019 for crimes like crying. So they're crying. I'm sure there's different crimes, but they're just using crying as an example of what they do. There is a video attached to this. Black students made up 41% of the arrests, even though they only make up 15% of school populations. One 6-year-old was held with zip ties because handcuffs were too big. This is a USA Today story, and it's just saying that children may face years of trauma after the arrest. Obviously, parents discuss the traumatic impact it's had on their children. So again, this is another symptom of living within this integrated society where we have no political authority to change anything. It's just like we are subject to it. We exist in it. and if we continue on this path, it can only progressively get worse, because it's already progressively gotten worse within my lifetime. And all signs point to the fact that it's just going to keep getting worse and worse. Last week or 2 weeks ago, there was an assassination of a young Black man in an apartment building, where they opened up the door to his bedroom and immediately fired into this person's body. This was in Virginia. That was in Ohio. This was in Virginia. A 19-year-old Black kid. He was in a vehicle, and I saw the surveillance image. You really can't. You just see cars moving around. But essentially, it looked like an apartment complex. They had a undercover drug buying operation set up. This kid was in this truck. It looks like a pickup truck, I believe. He was a passenger. And all the police, they sort of jump out of their cars with their guns pointed, blah, blah, blah. And I think I kept hearing the cops say, "Put your hands up, that's what they put your hands up, put your hands up." They ended up firing into this vehicle, shot this kid, killed him instantly. 19-year-old, the grandmother is beside herself. Mother and or grandmother is beside herself, and they're saying it was unnecessary, reckless force that was used in this incident. And again, this is like they pull up to the scene within seconds, 20, 30 seconds, the cop is unloading into a vehicle. There's no, assessment of the situation. There's no rationale to it. It's just point their weapons at black people and murder them in broad daylight. This incident occurred in broad daylight.
Hey, Black, do you know there are more black men in prison in the United States than all the African countries put together?
Wow.
Ain't that shocking?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, how many people live in Africa? Isn't it like almost approaching 1 billion at this point?
It's 1.2 billion. Yep.
He's a fucking weasel. That's insane.
A country like Nigeria, population 200 million, they only have 100,000 people in prison.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, in the United States, we like 700. Well, if you include prison and jail and the probation, there's like over 1 million Black Americans in the system.
In the system, you might, if you're adding probation, that might be a little higher than that even. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's ridiculous, utterly ridiculous, because a lot of it is nonviolent offenses, and a lot of it is just because I was thinking about this earlier, because I've had to hire attorneys multiple times on multiple occasions, and what it boils down to is the public defenders, they're really not good at what they're doing anyway. They have an overwhelming amount of cases, so all they're trying to do is just get you to accept whatever the judge is going to give you, and that usually means jail time for black people when they go through the system like that. Dollar Bill.
Yeah, y'all study Meek Mill, the rapper Meek Mill. Go study his probation case and his his history with the juvenile system, and how Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, pretty much came to his aid, along with some other superstars like Jay-Z and others. But look up his troubles with the law. He was on probation for like a decade, real shit, for like he got caught with like a gun or something like that. But like, come on, bro, you're gonna be on probation for a decade. But he was in the state of Pennsylvania, so it's like, And if you know about this documentary called Cash for Kids or Kids for Cash, I think it's called Cash for Kids, where this one white judge was just sending kids to the prison system for no reason.
Yeah,
obviously, definitely the black ones, but he was definitely sending the white ones. A couple of them white kids, God, rest in peace. They they took themselves out because all of the stress they went through after that. Wow. So this judge, I'm not even sure if he's even still locked up, but they gave him some time for sure. I think like 20 years or something like that. So even though that's not enough for all the stuff that you did, though, but look up Meek Mill's case, the rapper. All I guess judicial stuff he went through or whatever. We'll say that, I guess. And the judicial system is just really effed up because they don't really care about anything. Because you got to understand, I've been through the system. You're just a number in there. Everything. A lot of the stuff that we use in the world, it comes from prison labor. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of these cell phones we're talking through. Obviously the old school license plate. I think I guess that's still made in the cell somewhere. You know what I mean? But the prison system is fucked up. And as far as like the Black American man being in there, we the most, jail people. You know what I mean? I mean, you could say white folks is, but like, not really. You know what I mean? We're in the system at every level, man. Every level, Real talk. You're there.
Yeah. Didn't they make a movie on that? What you was talking about about those judges? I think I saw something like that on television.
It's called Cash for Kids, I think it's called, or Kids for Cash or something like that. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on.
I didn't even know it was real. And oh my God.
Oh no!
And I just learned about it. I saw it probably on social media somewhere. You guys brought it up, and I said, "Oh, that was a real thing." Couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Showing that. Hold on.
It's like a commission. He was given a commission.
Yeah, because a lot of these cells, these prisons that privately owned. Like Michael Jordan stopped buying Jordans, y'all. He invested in the private prison system. Jay-Z stopped buying his records, bootleg everything. You feel what I'm saying? Why you invested in the ankle monitor sport? You feel what I'm saying? You don't need that, bro. You know what I'm saying? You might need to invest in some goddamn education, bro. You know what I mean? Some hands-on skill shit in Brooklyn. You know what I mean? But he ain't doing that, bro.
I lose respect for him. Have none.
So let me highlight Andrew Joseph III. He was a 14-year-old young black kid, middle schooler. It says in 2014, 14-year-old Andrew Johnson III was attending Student Day at the Florida State Fair. Without any lawful basis, Andrew was profiled, harassed, physically searched, unjustly detained, and taken away by Hillsborough County sheriffs. No attempt was made to contact the middle schooler's parents. Instead, Andrew was just removed from the fairgrounds and dropped off 2 miles away in a dark, unfamiliar area on the side of a busy highway. Like, I can't even imagine. They took this 14-year-old kid, scared him half to death, physically, assaulted him, put him in a car, drove him out into the middle of nowhere in the dark at night, and just left him on the side of a highway. And he was in an attempt to get home. He was, ran over on the side of a highway. Like, holy jeez, man, these people are, these people, man, jeez, weasel. I'm sorry.
Did he live?
No, he did not live. This happened in 2014. The parent that they are just being able to take the police involved to court, and I believe that'll be Monday. 9/12. So that'll be this week.
Wow. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Like, I never heard of this story. I can't even imagine,
He's been 22 years old. He would have been able to vote. He probably would have graduated college by now. That's just a young black life gone for senseless reasons.
Yeah.
Hatred.
Yeah. Hatred. That's what it boils down to. Massive hatred.
What city was that again?
It says Hillsborough County Sheriffs. Let me see if I can figure out. Oh, it was in Florida. Florida State Fair. Hillsborough County Sheriffs. So it sounds like this was probably a country fair. We have them around here. It was probably some country fair.
I don't know. Maybe he got dropped now. Oh, I see it. I see it here.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We hear you now.
Okay. But hey, Black.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? My mic didn't come on. It looks like it's in Florida. It says Hillsborough County, Florida State Fair. So it sounds like it might have been in a rural area, especially if sheriffs or the ones policing the area. That's usually out in the country. He might have been the only black kid there, or something of that nature. And yeah, these demons, man, they put him in a really bad situation, and he's fearing for his life. And got ran over by a car or whatever the case may be. But man, it's just, oh boy. Yeah, so this is the result of continued integration being scattered across this country, and being really subjected to the whims of the power structure that really has no intention of allowing us to have success, to survive even. Man.
But what if, just imagine a world where you live in a city where the police, they know your kids and they know you. And they could say to that child, stop, or I'm going to take you home to your mama or your daddy. Or put them in the car and bring them home to your parent, their parent. Because they see them doing something that maybe they shouldn't be doing.
See, just that you're describing the Black American homeland. That's what I vision.
Yeah. In that city of South Fulton, they're like that because they have their own police, their own, y'all. They don't have to hire another city to police their children. And I remember they did have we had a lot of gangs to move into Georgia. And they were just doing all of this robbing, and they were recruiting kids as young as 6, 7, 8 years old. They were recruiting them into these gangs, and so they were doing a lot of vandalism and breaking in cars and stealing guns and stuff in South Fulton. But you know what? That problem all went away with the bad youth because they were able to fix that within their own community, their own way. And that's what we need because all youth are going to do some things that, idle minds, devil workshop or whatever. So it's just like, white youth today, they do all kind of crazy shit. But their police are able to see value in those kids, or they can see themselves in those kids. And so they're able to look the other way or whatever. But yeah, that is what we need for our babies coming up. Give them a chance.
Yeah, let me just I agree with what you're saying, but in this case, there's no evidence that this kid was doing anything other than just being there. Like, there's no evidence that says he was being mischievous, he was doing something that he shouldn't have been doing. He just was a black kid at what sounds like a rural country fair, and was singled out, racially profiled, physically assaulted, put in a car, and then essentially sent to his death because of that. There's nothing that says, he was in a fight or he did this or he did that or anything like that in his story that I can tell that would have caused them to do what they did. They dropped him off on the side of a highway as if he was not a human being. He was not a child. Mm-hmm. So I just want to make sure that we're not assigning things that other kids may be involved in to this kid, because by all accounts, he was just a good kid. Just a good kid. So you got it, DJ.
Yeah, hopefully y'all can hear me. So the name of that, and rest in peace to that younger man, Elijah McClain, Tamir Rice, so many more, man. So the name of this documentary is called Kids for Cash. Kids for Cash. And it's basically about this Pennsylvania judge that was just setting kids up. They might have, like you said, had a temper tantrum at school. You arresting like a 15-year-old kid that never had a jury record, not no bad kid, nothing of that stuff. Khalif Browder, rest in peace to him. He wound up taking his own life, you know what I'm saying? It was one or two of these kids from this Kids for Cash scandal also wound up taking their life. I think they were both white or whatever the case be, but they weren't bad kids. They just, was goofing off or whatever the case be. But this judge made them out to be, made them out to be animals, basically. And yeah, he was pretty much getting a kickback, as somebody suggested before. But go ahead, though, Black.
Yeah, the judges are corrupt. The system is corrupt. The governors are corrupt. They're all corrupt. It kind of goes with the territory. So our decision, our choices are continue to do what we've been doing since the 60s, trying to work within the system, fix it from the inside. That's been the mentality really since the 60s. Get inside of the system and try to fix it from the inside. It's all corrupt. Everywhere you turn, it's corrupt because the other people are still there. They're still in positions of authority over everything that we would attempt or try to do. And they're constantly throwing up obstacles, and sometimes it's not even them. It's like California. It's our own people who are trying to sabotage the things that we want to try to do, unfortunately, because the system has trained them to think like that, to be like that. It's a daunting future if the thing that we do is continue to do what we've already done. My only hope in the future is to do something completely different, where in which we do control the whole system so that there's no one who has authority above us, above our elected officials. We can hold them accountable. They live in the community. The police officers live in the community. They go to the local church. They eat at the local restaurants, whatever the case may be. And it's not this outsider mentality, and definitely with the whole race issue, because they don't even see us as human beings. These police, they do not see us as human beings at all. They don't look at our children as human beings because they're running them through child protective services. They're running them into school to prison pipelines and everything else like that. So it's like, yeah, we can just keep working away, digging. In my opinion, it's like digging your own grave to keep working in this system, trying to fix it from the inside. Yeah, I just don't see the benefit in that. I think that's why, like, I've only become political in my life in the past 4 years. I wrote the book. I'm like, okay, well, let's go down this road. This is something different for me. I was living just like a normal person, I guess, working, building businesses, and not really too much concern. I don't have a whole lot of concerns in life. Just working, paying bills, that type of thing. But I want to make a real change that is a permanent change that spans multiple generations, and just trying to fix it from the inside. There's no change that's going to come from that. It just isn't. And I just don't understand why people still think that there is. I just don't get it, because there just isn't. Like, that situation would not occur in a black majority state. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't occur for any child, no matter what the race is. Like, we're not going to have police officers, sheriffs, whatever their authority is, that are just going to randomly leave children on the side of highways. That's utterly ridiculous. That's not even in the realm of rational thought. These people are psychopaths.
One thing, y'all know that the DOJ, and then I probably can't say too much about this as a back channel conversation. Do y'all know why the Department of Justice was originally formed?
Yeah, civil rights.
It was formed to protect freedmen, newly emancipated slaves. That's the job of the Department of Justice. So we should be able to sue them for not carrying out their job. But, like I said, it's probably a back channel conversation. But there are protections for us. They're just not being enforced by the damn division.
There you go.
They should be enforcing it.
There you go.
Like they should have been all over this case about this baby boy. But his parents probably didn't know, because I just recently found out, thanks to these Twitter spaces, that is why they were created, to protect us.
Yeah, you hit on it, the enforcement. And so there was we had a space a couple weeks ago where we talked about the DOJ, and it's the Civil Rights Division, because the Department of Justice now, it has all these different divisions, but the Civil Rights Division, which is supposed to be intervening on our behalf. There's a gentleman who he was a Republican, but he was stating during the Trump era, they were trying to get the Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division, to prosecute and investigate racist things that were going on in universities and different parts of the country, cities, whatever the case may be. But they had appointed, he said there's people who are elected and there's people who are appointed. So I believe it was the appointed people who are like career staff members in the Department of the DOJ Civil Rights Division. They refused when the Trump White House would say, here's something we want to investigate. They would give it over to the people, and they would just simply refuse to do the work. They would refuse to go after clearly blatant forms of racism within the society. And the reasoning is because they're Democrats. They don't want it. They don't want a Republican president to get victories under their administration. Oh yeah, it's very, very clear why that was occurring. But now you flip it to now we have Biden in office. What difference is he than Trump when it comes to pursuing?
Actually, he's worse.
He's much worse. Yeah. Oh God, much worse. Yeah, I know. That wow was my reaction as well, because they're playing political games with the lives of Black American citizens, and they don't care. They do not care. This is why I don't put any faith in the federal government at all whatsoever. I have no faith in the federal government to do anything but what it does. They're not going to do anything different as far as I'm concerned, unless you force them physically or through some legal, maneuvering.
Right. Yeah, it's always legal. That's the only way. That's the only way they listen to us. When we threaten them legally, threaten their dollars. That's sad. So Trump his administration actually tried to help us.
Tried to help.
And Trump actually did, at least he acknowledged that Black Americans built this country. He actually said it out his own mouth.
He really did. I heard it myself.
Yes, out his own mouth. Nobody forced him to do it.
Yeah. He wasn't even the president, was he, when he said it? I don't
think he was running. I think he was running for president.
Okay.
And now this Biden guy, he's just allowing all these people to come in. These could be incels from El Salvador, incels from Colombia, and they could all get a signal to, just...
And they was mad at Trump for calling it out. He said they're criminals and all that, but he was right.
I mean, just flooding in and staying in luxury hotels like they are dignitaries. These are people that have broken the law.
Crazy. Crazy. Immigration is a whole nother
some of them are sleeping in their cars with their families on a Walmart parking lot somewhere.
Man, dear God, some of those are veterans.
I think it was on here on Twitter. They were showing a video in New York. Now, people were, and they wasn't just Black people either. They were just sleeping all on the like the lobby, on the hard concrete floor, just all over the place. And then they was, I said, oh my God, it was just, I mean, I don't know.
And they're shipping these people all over the country. And they are watching Kemp's ass down here. They are like, you let one bus come through here. Because we already have a sanctuary city right outside of Atlanta called Clarkston.
Wow. I did not know that.
And
wow.
These people live in 4 and 5 bedroom new homes. I mean, homes that were built in like 2014, 2015.
Wow.
Wow.
They have jobs. You know, and they're getting in positions where they can hire other immigrants, right, into positions. So the way I see Biden setting this country up is it's doomed. And then he's paying all this money to that country where his son worked. I think he's just really trying to pay them to stay quiet about whatever it was Hunter Biden was doing over there. Trump tried to tell us that too. But it's like he's being blackmailed. All those billions of dollars.
It's like he's doing it on purpose, and then like the Republicans are letting him do it. I don't get it. He's selling the country out on purpose.
I mean, it's like nobody is saying anything.
Exactly.
But Abbott's getting them the hell up out of Texas. He's like, you get on that bus right there, and he just shipping them out. I think that the latest city he's been sending them to is Chicago.
Chicago,
so
right.
He's sending them to all black cities.
Because Lori Lightfoot had the nerve to say something, so he said, okay, you can get yours too.
Well, she said she had the biggest dick, and that's what she said. So I guess they having a measurement contest by now.
Yuck. That's the.
Hey, you know, a lot of people forget, right? What did Biden say to a group of black?
You better get friends with the Hispanics. They are going to take this country over. They're going to outnumber us. Yeah.
And he also used the word doomed. He said we are doomed.
Not just because black. Yep.
Right. So I believe that, you know, the white people in power, they have already given up. What they're doing now is trying to make themselves rich. They try to get there. Look, for white people, right, if you're going to be a minority of someplace, right, the best thing you can do is become very wealthy, and that can isolate you or insulate you from the poor or from the masses of the population. Get yourself rich. Cause look. See,
they're going to move to another country. They'll probably go to Australia.
Well, they can do that. Look, this is probably bad. I shouldn't use
individual
this
states.
as an example.
All they need to do is control a few states, control a region.
In a third world country right now, right?
Control a region of states.
And what I noticed, even though I'm not a citizen, I don't have a right to vote. You know, there's I can't really start a business in my name. I can't. There's a lot of things I can't do because the government, right? You know, they have this in their constitution, right? They put a lot of limits to what a foreigner can do in their country, right?
Locked out.
But of course, I'm using back channels or what's the word? I'm using loopholes, right? That so I can get the things I need to survive in this country. But what I notice is that if you are like relatively wealthy in a place where most people are poor, you're basically insulated.
Thank you.
And so you don't have to worry about poor people because you don't live in their environment. You really don't see them. So I think that's what they're trying to do in America, right? These the white people in power, they're trying to get themselves as rich as possible, right? So they can insulate themselves. They probably don't care who takes over the country. Black people, Mexicans, Asians, they prefer to give it to the Mexicans because or the Hispanics, or maybe the Hispanics, they probably see Hispanics as closer to them than any other race, right? So they probably say, hey, if we're gonna lose this country, we rather give it to the Hispanics, right? So I think that's what they are, especially the Democrat Party. They showing that this is their goal, or not their goal, but their path forward is that they're going to give this country to the Mexicans or to the Hispanics.
Give it away.
And what they're going to do is the white elites, they're just going to try to be rich, get rich as possible, so they can insulate them from the Hispanic people that's going to be in power. That's just my. This is just a vision that I see. Yeah.
I can see that, but that'll work until it don't, because if by 2080, poor, then it's nothing to them to break into your home, kill your family, and take over your land. They did that to our ancestors who were given land. After the Union Army left, they took their land right on back.
Right. That's the way they work. That's the way they operate.
Right? Okay.
That's the way they operate.
Right. In the Philippines, most of the people here are poor, right?
Right.
The people here, the rich people here, like, in my neighborhood, right? They all live in secluded, gated communities, right? Not only do we have a security guard that controls the interest to the main neighborhood, we also have a security guard that control the interest to our village. So, like, you got to go through all these different security guards to rob somebody. They can't. Look, we keep our doors open. I have a dog, but we keep our doors open. I never lock my door because in 20 years of living here, we never been robbed. We have absolutely no sense of what's that word, of fear that we're going to be robbed. I never had that.
Wow.
Yeah. It's funny. Even in the streets, right? Even in the streets, when I'm going to the different bars or restaurants or whatever like that, man, I see poor people on the streets, right? But man, they don't even try to do anything, So, being from I feel like I'm a Black American, right? I walk down the street with a bit of confidence, right? So if I see some young kids, right, and they look like they want to do something, that's all I do is just look mean at them. They're like, "Whoa, I'm not gonna mess with this guy." I think they scared that I might rob them. That's the way I carry myself. But yeah, I have absolutely no fear living in this country. And it might be I might be a little naive. It could, but I've been living here a long time. I just haven't had any bad experience living in this country. So, yeah. So Black, what do you think about that, man? Like, look, this is another thing, right? Okay, the thing about the Black American homeland, right? We're trying to insulate our poorest people, our young people, our women. We're trying to insulate them from white supremacy or white authorities, right? If we can have our own state, right, we can protect our people. What I see in the Philippines or living in any other third world countries, right? Even though on the outside, on a micro, right, you can say the Philippines is still under white supremacy because most of the goods that come to the Philippines, come from America. Look, all the mayonnaise, ketchup, cookies, cornflakes, all that stuff are all American made, right? Or sometimes they'll set up a manufacturing plant here, and then they'll make the cereals here, and then they'll sell it in the Philippines. But look, I can go to any grocery store, especially the big ones, and wow, I get all the American goods I want: soap, Dove soap, lotion, whatever, anything made by Johnson & Johnson or any of the brands, right? I can get those brands in the Philippines, right? So the thing is, my point is, right, that the poor people here, even though the Philippines is still under white supremacy, but the poor people and the people in the country don't see the white supremacy. They really don't see it because we don't have white police officers, right? In the street, or white judges, right? Putting Filipino kids in prison for many years, right? That's not going to happen. So the thing is, even if we are poor, we can still insulate most of our people away from white supremacy if we can control some states. That's just if you guys can understand that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Dollar Bill, and then it looks like Mortgage Pro.
Oh, hey, look, I got 5 more minutes, man. I got to be out of here by 2.
Okay, you know what? Then let me answer that question real quick because I was going to let them go, but I say this, like the United States of America, the planet, we're in a time loop, right? So in 2008, Europe had 116 million people at risk of poverty. They set a goal. This is a part of the European Union to reduce the number of poor Europeans. By 2020, they wanted to be down to 96 million. In 2017, they were only at...
Hey, we just lost you, man. You were sounding good, and then we just...
You went back to the Matrix.
To the Matrix. Yeah. Am I like that now? Yeah. Now. I'm gonna try to move around. You tell me if it gets clear at all. If not, I'll drop.
Are you on the Bluetooth?
No, I'm just on the I'm just on the phone. Nothing. No good, huh? All right.
We can hear you. It's just
muffled.
No, it's not muffled. A weird sound, like you're talking on a CB radio.
Well, see, I have a hearing problem, and I'm telling you, if I can't hear you, man, I can't comprehend any words.
Hey, Black, it sounds like a filter. If you understand what that means in a musical terms, when you talk.
All right. Well, let me try to bounce out, bounce back in. This is so annoying. Okay. All right. I bounced out, bounced back in. How about now?
That's better.
Okay. Yeah. So Twitter does that. It sucks. So, okay. So the European Union, I don't know if we know this. There were 116 million Europeans who were considered in poverty, at risk of poverty. That was in 2008. They wanted to get it down to 96 million. But as of 2017, it was still at 113 million Europeans who are in poverty, right? So they got this whole 2020 strategy of they're going to keep trying to reduce the poverty levels in Europe. That fast forward to Ukraine. Ukraine is a poor European country, believe it or not. Most of the European countries are very, very poor. They live on a fraction of what we live on in this country. I think they might average somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 annual gross in terms of our income. So the United States 100 plus years ago brought a bunch of poor Europeans into the country to keep the country white. They brought in over, I think it was 13 million over like a 30-year period. There's nothing stopping them from repeating that process. currently they've been letting in a lot of Mexicans, Hispanics, whatever you want to call them. They seem to be assimilating, depending on what region they're in, into conservative white culture because they're farmers, they live on the land, blah, 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 all of that. The Democrats are getting played. They are likely going to become Republican voters over the long haul. And they can, within a few generations, just assimilate right into whiteness. You know, if they marry white, which that was what their populations are used to doing anyway, within a few generations, they'll just be white. They'll be European. So I don't believe the projections, because you look at Ted Cruz, he's white, but he's an Hispanic. He's a white Hispanic, right? And when that term came up a few months ago, white Hispanic, everybody's like, what is that? What's a white Hispanic? Like they don't know and understand what a white Hispanic is. I think one of the school shooters in Florida was a white Hispanic. He looked like, I mean, he had red hair and freckles, but he was a white Hispanic. I mean, they do exist. So that's my opinion. They'll either bring in more Europeans or they'll just assimilate these Mexicans into the white population. So I think it's DJ, Mortgage Pro, and then Kapora.
Sister Mortgage want to go, but I'll just say the Buffalo shooter was a first generation immigrant here, yo. But go ahead, Sister Mortgage, if you want to talk though.
Hey, peace to the room. Happy, I don't know where everybody at, but at this point, happy Sunday. I think the question that was posed earlier about security, because I kind of been in and out the room. I had to do family night with the movie and all that, but then I had to come back because I wanted to hear this conversation again because it's so important. And when I tapped back in, I think what somebody was touching on was, well, how do we keep everything safe? Can somebody like chime in and let me know, like, did I hear that the right way?
Yeah. We talked about protecting ourselves. If we develop a state, protecting our water. We talked about protections. Yes, definitely.
Okay, perfect. Because that's been something I've been worried about as well, because we know about history. The thing that we have, am I echoing with y'all, or is it just me?
Hey, Black American, mute your mic if you get here, bro.
Am I still echoing?
You good, though, but I think Black American Homeland, his mic, I see his waveform mirrors moving. So it could be his mic, but just go ahead, sis. You sound all right.
No worries. Sorry, I'm not gonna keep y'all. So my thing is, we live in an era of all the technology, and when I think about how, like, my cousin was in the Army, he talked about how the bases are set up. Like, you're not about to just pull up and get in, right? Like, people talk about how the reservations are to a certain extent. You're not just gonna pull up and get in. Right, like when we have our protected spaces, there needs to be some type of protocol. For example, how we register our cars. If you're not registered and verified as a person that should be, in this protected area, you don't get to go there. You don't get to pull up. You need to apply for some shit. And I'm not trying to make it on like some weird 1984 type style stuff, but we have the technology to control who comes in and out of our communities. There's also smart technology in terms of borders around wherever we're at as well. Yes. Like, you don't just get to just come in here and we don't know who you are and then do some weird shit or something messed up and then leave. We want to know who you are. And also in terms of like defense, when you're in those states and we're a majority, the National Guard gotta do what it's supposed to do.
National Guard, state militia, state police.
So
county sheriffs, local law enforcement.
It's a conversation to be had. Yeah. I think it's a very important conversation, but I don't want it to be something that discourages us from wanting to do this, because we are at a way bigger advantage than what our ancestors had. Like this technology that's rolling out, Web3, and being able to even build our own servers. Like we don't even got to worry about being on anybody else's shit. Like we can build our own server, have our own technology, have our own defense system that we control on the blockchain, point blank period. So I just came in here to tap in and say defense is necessary, it's important. It's been one of the downfalls of our great rebuildings out of the bullshit that we went through. And I think this time around we have a way to make sure that don't nobody come around and tear it down. I'm gonna land on that. Happy Sunday, family. Peace, reparations, and rebuilding.
I like that. Happy Sunday to you.
Yes, thank you for that. So we do talk about defense a lot because that is an issue a lot of people do bring up. It's a concern. Earlier, it was asked about how do you protect the water treatment plant, and it was, a bunch of security. So here's the way you would really want to protect the state. You mentioned a lot of things, but I want to kind of give us a top-down viewpoint. You use intelligence services, so you can develop an intelligence agency at the state level, much like the FBI. Georgia has a GBI, Tennessee has a TBI. So you can develop a state-based intelligence agency that's constantly looking for attacks from whatever area, whatever angle. You do have your National Guard, but you also have your state defense force or state militia, which is loyal to the state and cannot be co-opted by the President of the United States. That gives you an on-the-ground fighting force. More than likely you could have, because most of these states have a coastline, so you can have some level of a Coast Guard / Navy function as well. You're going to have your state police, you're going to have your county sheriffs, your county police, your local law enforcement, and then you're going to have your citizens that are going to be 14A, because the 14th Amendment is what gave Black Americans our right to bear arms. It connected us to the Second Amendment. So you're going to have your right to carry. We're going to reduce, we're going to get pardons for all nonviolent offenders so that they can get their right to defend themselves back as soon as possible. And we're going to eliminate the whole, you can't have a weapon as a felon within your home. Because I don't care what you've done in the past. If you live in this society, you have a right to defend your home, period, point blank, end of story. So those are things we can do at the state level. That's how we would create a level of protection. In terms of the water, you test your water. That's how you protect your water. You test it. So you're always testing your water to ensure that there's nothing in the water. You're always testing your systems, your infrastructure, your pipes. There's the things that happen in Jackson have been going on for about 2 decades. And it's not just there. The infrastructure around the country is crumbling. I live in the Northeast. They've been replacing the street pipes for over a decade now. So they usually start with the white section of town, then they slowly but surely get to the Black areas. But that's because they control everything. So they control how the money flows. We could do things much more equitably and much differently. But you're just constantly monitoring. No one's ever mentioned cybersecurity. You kind of hit on something talking about separate servers. And we have talked about separate servers for hospitals and for critical infrastructure. However, once you connect to the internet, you become vulnerable. That's where the vulnerability lies, you possibly can have backup systems. You would need to have backup systems, constantly backing up your data and information on a regular basis. But yeah, I mean, there's all the elements are there, and we have professionals in all of these areas to provide us protection. So it's not as if grandma, Grandma Sarah, which is my grandma's name, rest in peace, is going to have to worry about all of these issues, right? This is a collective. We're voting to put the people in place who have the expertise to ensure, our overall protection. And then we have to be diligent as citizens. So yeah, if we see something, we're going to call the police. We're going to say, hey, I saw this, I saw that, this looks out of place, whatever the case may be, because it's our system now. We're not calling the police and calling them on our people. We are calling the people who are put in position to protect us from everybody, including us. If it comes down to someone who looks like us, is a part of us, wants to harm us, yeah, we need to pick up the phone, call the police, and be prepared to defend ourselves as well. So, all of those things and then some, but we have all the intelligence and the expertise to figure that out. They recently gave a Black man the first ever 4-star general in the Marines. We've had 4-star generals in the Army. Oh yeah. He's going to run AFRICOM, which is the African Command for the United States. So we have this intelligence. I mean, I think his name is Lloyd. He is the.
Okay, I did read about that. Okay, I do remember that. When you said Africa.
Africa. Yeah, so that gentleman, I don't know his name, but I believe our Secretary of Defense is a Black man, as a matter of fact, right now, currently under Biden.
He is.
Yes. Yeah, so we it's like we have the knowledge of how to defend and to be on the offense if necessary, for anyone who would try to bring us harm. So I think I've had some conversations with some military personnel, and they don't have these fears at all. Like, they just don't. They just don't have these fears at all, and they know how to protect a population. They just have never been empowered to do so, and that's all we have to do is put them in a position where they have the power and authority to protect the population. And then it's like, everything after that is just, we just got to protect it moving forward. So thank you so much for that. I did follow you. The first post in the Jumbotron, for the new people who aren't in here, it is social.com. Please take a look at that post. Please sign up, click through the links, get yourself a social account. It is a positive Black American experience, and we're going to do everything in the main feed to keep it very, very positive. But there are going to be different communities that talk about different things. And so if somebody wants to create a fight club, community and just go in there to get off some steam or whatever, I'm cool with it. I don't have any issues with it, but just on the main feed, we're going to keep it really positive, productive, solution oriented. So everybody is just getting a good dose of positive energy every day. Instead of what, the Twitter feed, it's a lot of negativity that comes through there. It's like, I didn't notice it. I'll be honest. I didn't notice it till this social thing. It's only been a week, but I'm like, wow, there's a big difference. I really noticed it because I'm just used to it. You get used to it. And, but I don't, I think it's better for us to not drag that negative energy over there, because it kind of defeats the purpose. But, I'm not sure who had their hand up, but you got it. Oh, Kapoor. I think Kapoor was next.
Yeah, well, good with it. Basically, I wanted to say, I was listening earlier, and I heard the brother Lloyd pose a question about, I think he was talking about if everybody migrate, what would the jobs come from? And, you know, in my opinion, you know, once we're in control of the land and we're in control of the extraction of resources, you know, that's where the jobs come in, and that's where we build our wealth. You know, wealth is essentially the control of the distributions of the resources to the people, and the people looking to create a system in which we are receiving resources that we gathering from within and that we gathering from without the country equally. So we want to have equal access to, you know, certain things that will make our lives more comfortable. So here in the South, you know, we do have a lot of farmland. We got a lot of clay, you know, a lot of areas with clay where we can take that clay and put a little whatever in it and turn it into concrete and use that as building materials to build homes and schools and colleges.
Beautiful.
I mean, once we make that move to actually secure some land, then we will evolve and our technology will evolve and our interpretation of the usage of the land will evolve. See, that's why we in the economic situation that we in as people, because, you know, the states and the federal government have, you know, created a system, you know, where they can keep us, you know, off our land. And, you know, I got people everywhere, and they even telling me, you know, like, hey, it's a lot of things going on that our people aren't aware of, you feel me? But, you know, the moment we come together, we can really stop a lot, because it's really common sense. All we got to do is go back and look at the past, go back and read the treaties, go back and read the amendments. The day, you know, I made a connection between the 14th Amendment and Article 14 of the Treaty of Dance and Rabbit Creek, which directly affect my great grandmother and, you know, her grandparents around that whole time of the so-called removal of the Indians, and, you know, how they kind of switched our people from the whole Indian freedmen to the whole Negro concept. And then, you know, when they passed the Brown versus Board of Education, you know, I ain't gonna spoil it, but I want the people, you know, don't look at that specific bill. Go look at what other bills were passed, and, you know, on that same date, because it was 23 bills that they said that they passed in private. So we got to look deeper to see what's really going on.
Corey, don't leave us like that. Go and tell us. Expose the secret.
I mean, you know, I'm in Mississippi, you feel me, and I'm an agitator.
I can tell that beautiful southern accent.
Yeah, I've been agitating, you know, the Wapsness enough up here, and I was fortunate not to have got stoned, you feel me. So I'm just, you know, teaching what I can, you feel me. But it like, okay, what's the best way I can? Okay, one specific amendment that was passed on the 14th Amendment on this specific day, what is it, May 17th, 1955. And think about this now. How would the Supreme Court have the power to change the law, or, you know, suggest a law? Only the Congress could pass a law or change the law. So really, the Supreme Court decision that they really just affected the state. You know, I guess it was more of a lawsuit versus the family versus the state education. You feel me? The state board of education. So they really didn't decide nothing national. So when I look at that, I see that as a distraction. You know, they paint it as racial and emotional, but that's a distraction for something else. So when I looked up what they actually, you know, what were they actually doing? It said they passed. It said they had 23 private sessions where they passed bills, but it was a total of 59 that I guess came across the floor on that day. And one of them that I saw in particular had to do with public lands. You know, them basically saying that, you know, regardless of what happened against our people, you know, for us to be able to receive land, given to us by the United States, it'll be against, it's basically unconstitutional because they saying we were acting in rebellion against the United States. So it's like, that's why we really, the United States really, they'd rather give you money than give you land, because once you get that land, you know what I'm saying? And if our people get the land, we're going to make the most that it can be made of it. So, like, it's just this race game, we got to end it with the white man. Like, you can, it don't matter what you call me. This is what we call each other, and this is what we call you. You can accept it or move on, and, this us, and, you can stay here and move how we move, or you can get on down. These country redneck, they don't really hate nobody. These folks soft, man. These folks, they deform that shit. They can't, I'm just be real, they not in a position to fight nobody about nothing. My bad, go ahead, sister.
No, I hear you talking. I mean, but we did talk. I don't know if you were in the space earlier when we talked about, going on tour and educating our people, to uplift them and make them aware. Were you in the space when we were talking about that? Because we talked about Mississippi a lot tonight.
Yeah, I've had my babies today, so I've been listening to the space, but I've been also kind of, watching them, so I've been paying attention when I can do. But I've been having, similar vibes, like, it's time for me to just start moving around and, going back in the homeland, because, like, right now I'm in northeast Mississippi, but I'm originally from the Mississippi Delta, which is where we're the majority county for county. So, it is time for a movement, but it's like the situation down there is, it's a little crazy. So we just gotta send our people that gonna be, able to, relate to people. We can't just send everybody. And then not only that, I think, the present moment presents some sort of opportunity for us to start our own census. See, when y'all speaking on the security, that speaks of, about the data that we record as well. We have to start recording data. We have to start creating documents. We have to start preserving these documents so we can, maintain a truthful record of our own existence. You feel me? I see a hand up. Let me step now.
I totally agree. So are you up near Tupelo?
Yeah, I'm in New Albany right now. I'm in Union.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Where you from? You sound like you might be from are you from Alabama or Tennessee?
I'm from Memphis, but I live in Atlanta. So every time I go home, I drive right up 7822. So I pass through all those cities.
Oh yeah, I call Memphis Little Mississippi.
Nice.
But yeah, we were definitely talking about crowdfunding, buying land in Mississippi, trying to create some black states, majority black states. Have our own police, our own school systems, our own everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the state-based census. I was trying to find if any states are doing that now. We have talked about that as well, because the census determines federal funds. It determines federal representation for U.S. representatives. So as a state, it is to your best interest, especially a black majority state, to make sure that everybody is counted. And we know that the U.S. Census every 10 years tends to miss a percentage of our population. They are aware of it, and it keeps happening over and over again, and they keep saying we're aware of it, but they're not doing anything to rectify that. In a black majority state, we would need to count every single body, because again, that's how you get federal funds. That's how you go from 1 U.S. rep to 2, or from 2 to 4, or whatever the case may be. And then your electoral college votes go up as well in terms of presidential elections. And so by adding population, you're adding to the tax base. You're just adding so much to the state that you have to have a full account of it for financial and political reasons. DJ Seg One.
Nah, just agreeing with everybody saying. You already know we agree to agree. So basically what I do is, try to get the word out. As far as what the sister said before, we need to take this type of tour. So I'm already on tour. So you need to come on, hop on my bus right over here, sis. Mm-hmm. So if you go in the Jumbotron, it's the fifth bubble from the left. Basically what I do is physical media duplication. So I'm back doing print now too. So basically what I have come to understand on my own terms, because I'm just an audio engineer, I'm a musician, but obviously I do understand some numbers too. And the one thing that I understand the numbers from the music business is that if it's 8 billion people on the planet, only half the people on the planet stream. So if we're the only ones up here on Twitter, which is only, a handful of us talking about reparations and everything else, where's grandma and grandpa getting their information from? They still buying physical media, CDs, DVDs, or they might rent something off the cable, which is rare, but they still go to the store and get an actual physical disc. And the reason why I know this because when you go into most stores nowadays, whether it be the Dollar Tree or even Walmart still, they still sell physical media discs. You go into the local grocer, a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, depending on the grocer, there's a red box sitting right outside. Walmart got the red boxes in there too. So that's the DVD rental. So the other thing is too with the physical media, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and that it's the record business. The music business, the business side, the record labels. They are the ones who convinced us not to buy physical media because you got everything in your cell phone. But in reality, the music that's being played on your phone, it ain't got no feeling to it, compared to something that you could physically touch. And remember back in the day, you go get that new Michael Jackson record Thriller. You're reading the liner notes, who did the bass. You know what I mean? Or Quincy Jones executive produced everything, or like this is big stuff. So this is why we don't know what the hottest record is right now, because everything is just trash. It's just music, just sound just being put out. Ain't nothing with no feeling involved in it. So at the end of the day, as far as the world tour, that's pretty much just getting the word out, constantly just telling people. So in my neighborhood, I totally forgot. I just happened to be riding by it. Which I didn't know, damn, we had our annual house music festival out here in Wheatway Park. But, I'm just doing my deliveries or whatever. So, I rolled past the park. I said, damn, I forgot all about the festival, I could have been out here, promoting the reparations. So I went and did a couple more deliveries. I said, damn, it ain't nothing else going on. I'm still right here by the park. Just let me breeze through. So the park, the entrance is still open. The police, they're usually cool out there when we have our festivals. They're just still letting people in when the park really is supposed to close at 10. So, we'd be out there probably like 12 or whatever, something like that. And then they'll shut it down then, But I'm just breezing through the park. I had my flyers on me for the Jersey pull-up. Hey, reparations. Gave out a couple DVDs. You know what I mean? Hey, check this out, la, 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 la. And the people they thankful, like, oh, yeah, okay, I heard her. Yeah, okay, I'm going to be there, fam. So, it's just telling our people, hey, look, this is what's happening. But they not really going to come up here to Twitter and talk to us like we talk to each other. This is just our little minute circle of folks that do what we do. But the rest of us that's down in the street or down in the chat, as they say, they talking the same thing. It's just that they not connecting with us and we're not connecting with them because we're too busy stuck in our platforms. Twitter, Facebook, Racebook, ScrewTube, you know what I'm saying? This is why we're trying to start our own platform so that way we could just be about our own stuff and not even have to worry about coming over here. So I'm definitely trying to shorten my time of coming up here other than doing news Tata and coming in the black majority space and the reparationist perspective and a couple of other folks, you know what I mean, when they had a particular Twitter spaces, I chime in like that. But other than that, all these social media sites, all they do is block us. That's all they do. When we out here talking black stuff, we get blocked, banned. I've been banned half of 2021 for saying the same stuff we say up here every day on Twitter. but on Facebook though. So what the hell we need these people for when we're the ones that's creating the content? Content is king. So if we could develop our own, servers like the sister said, that's easy. I'm into that type of stuff. Archiving, which somebody said before. They got DVDs that can last 50 years. It's pennies on the dollar stuff. And this, and also with the DVD, it's another way we could communicate. It's a 100-year-old platform or medium that's been developed, used time and time again. Why we got to give it up? Go dust that old cassette tape off. Over in the UK, when the COVID hit, cassette tapes were skyrocketed 94%. Why we ain't in these industries that we don't, not so much created, but we created the content that goes on these mediums. Music, a lot of the dope films and stuff like that. That's all our shit. So when Fat Joe be saying like, yo, Latinos created 50% of hip hop, bro, stop, bro. Stop, bro. You making yourself look real stupid right now, Fat Joe. That's why you going through what you're going through. Tether Rhymes, hey, America ain't got no culture. What group of people demographically are you specifically speaking to, sir? Because at the end of the day, everything you do came from a Black American. Your people's talking about toasting, that came from us too. You know what I'm saying? The sound system, that's our shit. I'm a DJ. I got 30 years on the books. I know that shit. You know what I'm saying? Afro beats, come on, man. That's house music, yo. And we don't see none of the African musicians. They don't acknowledge that. Not to say they ain't had some, type of drums over there in Africa. It ain't even about the drum. It's really the rhythm of the beat, the 4 on the floor. 4 beats per pattern. You feel what I'm saying? Boom, 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 boom. That's the basis of house music right there. So it's like, damn, everybody biting our stuff. We ain't getting no credit for it. We ain't getting no economic gain for it. It's like, damn, when is the grift gonna stop? But hey, we're allowing it to happen. So until we come to a conclusion and say, hey, look, enough is enough. It is what it is, man. But go ahead, sis.
Well, I'm gonna yield my mic to Dollar because he gave his mic to me, so I want to make sure I hear everybody since I went in here earlier.
I just had my hand up.
Oh, my bad.
It's all good. It's all good.
No, it's all good.
Oh yeah, I think Miss Mortgage is up.
Nope, that's me.
Okay.
I mean, really, man, it's been a lot of information. I really just want to build on the fact that it's okay to understand we can have a Black majority. It's kind of scary for some people. Like, okay, well, how do I get there? Do I move? Do I uproot everything? How do I get, how do I get to that point? So I'm just like really trying to like think through it in my mind. So I'm not really going to be able to add a whole lot to the conversation. Sorry. I raised my hand because I had a thought.
What state you in, sis? What state you in real quick?
Well, I'm from Michigan. I'm from Detroit. Well, I'm Detroit and Inkster. Inkster. I don't know about Inkster. Yeah, shout out to the D. I'm from Inkster too. That was the town they set up right outside of Dearborn, which is where the Florida plant is. Dearborn. Because Dearborn was so fucking racist, and what people don't know is that now Dearborn is like has the second largest population of Arabs in the country.
That's what I told him.
All the way out.
That's what I told him.
That's another story for another day.
That's what I told him.
So yeah, I'm in Texas. I'm in Fort Worth, and I'm in the middle of MAGA country up here, which is really lonely. So I have no problem with trying to figure out a Black majority state, and I like the idea of Delaware, ironically. But I think that, and I say ironically because I moved from Michigan. It's cold as shit. I'm pretty sure Delaware is cold as hell. But
wintertime, probably.
At the end of the day, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in New Jersey, and right now the weather over here is shifting to that point. Well, it's been like that for about like a week now, where it's like it's been so hot. up here. It's just been so hot. My bad to cut you off, but it's been so damn hot up here, yo. And like, I didn't even go outside and hustle this whole summer, yo. I just stood in the house and just made moves from the computer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's been unseasonably hot. That's the other thing we got to talk about as a people when we get together talking about our southern states because, this heat wave. I mean, my kids were running track in the summer, and we would get in the car and the thermostat would say 115 degrees. Wow. I'm rich. Like we ain't even went nowhere. So, but I do.
Well, with that being said,
one more time.
No, I said with that being said, though, they gotta. I'll be watching documentaries all the time. That's what I'll be into. So it's a documentary called Cooked. I think it is. Cooked by Zip Code, I think it's called. Cooked by Zip Code. And it basically details that a lot of our neighborhoods that we live in as, Freeman American, they are hot zones.
Yeah, we gotta get about the paint. Yeah, the reason I have asthma is because they put those different factories and nuclear waste refineries in our neighborhood and they don't care. And so I like the idea of moving. I think where it's going to start, respectively, of course, I'm not trying to tell nobody what to do, but I think you got to talk to the people who have that flexibility. Mm-hmm. Because for me, moving to Texas, that was a big ass move. Like I did not want to do it for a number of reasons. Like my granny had always scared me about the South. So that's one thing. Like we got to really unpack that as a people. That trauma about moving to the South still resonates. Because I was a grown ass woman, like 25, 26 years old. Like, fuck that, I'm not moving to the South. Because my granny had shared her stories with me. Wow. Recorded, got all that on tape case. Anybody want to hear it? Of our family, our family members being killed and being castrated and being his body dumped and laid in front of the house.
Damn.
As a young child, she saw that.
Damn.
Right? So that's the one thing when we talk about this migration, we got to keep that part in mind. There's a lot of trauma.
Part of that education tour too. What city and state did your grandmother live in?
My granny grew up in Monroe County, Arkansas. And so she grew up in the South. And then when I went back and did my lineage, everybody on both sides traces back to Mississippi. So it's a lot of trauma there. So I'm saying, when we talk about this migration, people won't want to do it, right? But we have to, it's all about marketing and being honest with people. Like, hey, I know it's a lot of pain there, but if you can put that to the side just for a second,
educate them
we can come down here and get it all together. So
states, which is what
exactly, and so
Black majority.
Right. And we have with Delaware.
Other people don't have to police us.
Exactly.
We have our own schools. We don't have to depend on white people, our oppressor teaching our children. It could be a whole different way of life. It could be nothing
but before and get to the teaching part, just getting us there. Right? Like, that's my thing. That's the biggest challenge. No, for sure. Everybody don't got to come there, but I'm just saying, I think the plan of starting with Delaware was cool because I started Googling it. I'm like, Delaware population barely 1 million, and we already have a significant part of that population. I'm one of the people, and that's why I raised my hand. I'm one of the people who will get the fuck up and go because I have a mortgage license. I can move anywhere and still make money. I can still go there and do business in Texas or wherever I'm licensed at. So that's why I raised my hand. I think when it's time to really put this out there to the community, target the people who can go there and start building first, and or the people who won't get hurt by moving. Because the last thing we want to do is to ask people to uproot and then there's no foundation there. We got to come here and build the foundation first, and I'll end on that.
Well, I mean, people shouldn't uproot without a foundation. That's the one thing that makes you.
Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to.
That's why, that's why a lot of people have to go back, because you have to have a foundation, whether that's a foundation of some money in the bank or a foundation of I got some people that live there. I got a safety net there. But a lot of people, I see it all the time, people move to Atlanta because they think it's the Black Mecca, and then they have to run back home because you gotta bust your ass here. This is not a.
Some people do make it though. But some people do make it though, right?
I'm just saying, if you don't have a foundation, you're most likely to not succeed the first time. Because this is not a city to play with. The traffic is no joke. 1 bedroom starting at $1,500 a month.
Damn.
If you're not making a good salary, one income is not gonna suffice, because we don't have $700 and $800 apartments anymore.
Damn.
What I'm saying is, if we establish a foundation somewhere else, we don't have to worry about those particular things, because when you have a foundation, right, you have
we agree on that.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, if they come up, like, for example, Delaware, you've got multi-family housing set up. You have transitional housing set up, right? You have a certain number of jobs that are set up. Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
What was it started? How much is it? Transitional housing, and what is the safety of it if you have children?
Well, that's where we get the grant writers involved, right? Because we really don't take advantage of the grants that are out there. So there's money there that will subsidize that housing.
Well, yeah, right? We talked about grant writers too tonight.
Yeah. Right, so like I said, in my bad, like I had to spend time with the family, y'all. Like it's a thing, right? Like we gotta do that. but and I'm sorry for the part of the bill that I did miss. But I think that we can. All I'm saying, I popped in to say I love the space, and let's keep building on it, because what everybody's saying, what you're saying, sister, like we can do it.
Yeah, don't go just yet. Don't leave just yet.
I'm from Michigan. Okay, I'm used to being cold, and with global warming, it ain't gonna be too cold. So I may need to move back up there just so my ass don't burn up in Texas.
Yes.
They say it's a glacier the size of Florida that is melting right now as we speak. So shoot, Atlanta might be a coastal town in the next 10 years. You just never know.
It ain't gonna be that bad. So I'm looking at Delaware apartments. They start as low as like 600 for a studio. Then you got 800, 900. You start getting into the thousands. Some of these are 2 bedrooms. When I compare Atlanta, Georgia with the Delaware area, it basically said you had to make like $55,000 a year to live, to be able to afford to live there. So they were actually very comparable, because the woman who asked me to do that lived in Georgia. But I want to ask the Mortgage Pro about Detroit, because my family lived in Detroit. Inkster, Dearborn, Livonia. I used to get letters from all these little areas up there. Romulus as well. I'm actually looking at the Wayne County map, and there was a recent election where only 21% of the voters showed up to vote. There was about 8 different people who ran for office, and they ended up electing what looks like he's got a foreign name. He's a foreigner. I don't know what race he is. Yeah. But because you mentioned the fact that that Dearborn has turned into like an enclave for Arabs. Now, I have a map where I basically have declared that part of the country is going to be like New Arabia up there. You got them. Yeah, because you got people crossing the border. Canada's very open to the Arab population. And so you got them coming right across the border right there. And so that's why we're seeing what I don't know if they're mixed Arab and black, whatever, these politicians that are getting elected, like Rashida Tlaib up there. You got the other one out there, and I think she's in Minnesota, but I think she's like Somalian or something. But yeah, so and again, that's probably because they're coming across the border from Canada up there. But yeah, so I don't know if your family lived in that area. Did you live up there recently or anything like that? To know how this vote occurred, because what ended up happening was let me count the people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 candidates. They split the vote so much that this foreign person won by basically 4,000 votes. And this is a tragedy. This is such a lesson on why you shouldn't have this many people in a race at all. It's very bizarre, but yeah, he ended up winning this congressional primary. He's going to Congress, more than likely, or whatever, state senate.
Is he Arab?
He looks to be either Indian or Arab.
I believe he's Indian.
Yeah, he looks to
I'm
be.
trying to remember. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, y'all.
I'll try to pronounce his name. Shri Thanedar. Thanedar. He looks more Indian.
That brought it back. Yeah, he's Indian. Mm-hmm. And so, just a quick background about me. I'm born and raised, born in Inkster, or Wayne, when it was Wayne County Hospital. Grew up in Inkster. My family came to Inkster by way of the story I just told y'all about the South. And, we had to go. And Ford was hiring at the Dearborn plant. And so my family, one by one, came to what was Mannequin Township, now Inkster. And so it was an all-black city. Mm-hmm. All black doctors, accountants, funeral homes, corner stores, clothing stores, anything you wanted. That little 1 mile square radius of Inkster was black because of the fact that the white people were so afraid of us moving into Dearborn where the plant was. They refused, but Henry Ford said, I want workers to be in my plant. So his racist ass made some concessions, and then, there goes Inkster. So, same story as every other city. Crack epidemic, housing crisis. It fell apart. And what happened prior to the crack epidemic, there was this whole agreement between the United States and the Middle East about oil. And so slowly but surely you start seeing people of Arab descent coming over.
Crazy.
You see one person, they got a gas station, where he comes from. Now he bought out the black gas station owner. I grew up, I saw black people that own gas stations. Understand me? So it was weird. Like, you would see it trickle away one by one, and then the person that even bought the gas station, they were going away. It's not even bought their nephew over, and we finally realized, they getting tax incentives. So don't let nobody ever tell you, they work better together. No, they brought their people over here because they were getting free fucking money. They don't work together better. They get on each other's nerves and fight like hell too. But when it came down to that dollar that the American government was giving them, it incentivized them to work together.
Right.
And when the government was giving them incentives on top of incentives, they were able to buy out black businesses. So cities like mine, where we had the stores that were owned by black people, they they said, well, we're going to take the money and run. Because when somebody put $50,000 in your face and you done got robbed twice because crack done flooded your area, you may want to leave. So, my bad, y'all. So, long story short, the story is the same as the rest of the cities. Now, when you move, fast forward, everybody want to be Coleman Young. I'm not sure if anybody is familiar with Coleman Young, but Coleman Young was like one of the strongest mayors that Detroit has ever seen. I would say one of the strongest black mayor Detroit has ever seen.
Nice.
And nobody could ever duplicate that. Because Coleman Young came in, he tried to make a change. He did what he could.
Kwame?
But after that, it really went downhill. And I think, if somebody could kind of tap in and just kind of let me know, raise their hands or just shout it out. Everybody know who Kwame Kilpatrick is, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what they do.
They did him wrong too.
That's what they do.
Right?
That's
and they never wanted a strong black mayor in Detroit.
Right.
And so now fast forward a little bit more to present day, they want Detroit back. If you look at where Detroit is situated, it's right there on the border of Canada. It's a main port.
Yeah.
And if you look at Michigan as a state, it's 5 Great Lakes of fresh water.
Right.
And that's why I've been talking to my mom, like, shit, I may go back home because when I'm looking at how the environment is going, and I'm looking at how power is shifting.
But look.
Who's going to control the water?
Yeah. Wow.
Michigan sit on 5 Great Lakes. No wonder they put the black people in that state through so much hell. So, I'm trying to make sure I answer all the questions. With Detroit, what happened, it was a lot of candidates which they were not talking to each other.
Yeah.
I talked to my cousin back home. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Why is everybody running for one seat?
Right.
Like, well, nobody's talking to each other.
Wow.
You got one candidate whose daddy used to be in power.
Conyers.
Rest in peace, John Conyers. I know people have their problems with HR 40, but that man was a giant to me. Period. At the time when he introduced HR 40, all this research about slavery had not been done. And so I don't like when people be like, oh, it was a cool move. No. The fact that he did that got all this other shit rolling and popping, and this research is going to where we really don't need it no more, but I digress. So, when we look at how people ran,
love it. Shout out to John Conyers, man.
Because she had her own mess in Detroit. And when you look at the other candidates, people liked them, but they split the vote. That was the dumbest shit to do. You got an all-black city. Y'all don't all need to run. Talk to each other. How do you unite? What are the things that you agree on?
Right.
But they didn't do that. And so now this is why we got a black Republican, the only one on that side that's going to be running. And then now we got an Indian. And now black people are going to look at the ballot and say, I got to vote for this Indian instead of voting for this black MAGA person, because it feels like a no-win situation. But if we were smart about it, we would go talk to their brother. And I'm not there, and that's what sucks. We would go talk to him and say, what you doing? Or what do you need? Because we know how politicians work. Where's your money coming from? And what do you need to replace that money? Because we know good as well. He went to a HBCU. If I'm not mistaken, he's an Alpha. So stop the cap. You just trying to get in the office to get in the office. And that's cool. But how can you get in the office and benefit us on this reparations too? But that, in short, I don't know if that was short, but that's what's going on. Part of my favorite cousin, who is very involved in politics.
Yeah, no. So I went to Detroit after I wrote my book, and this is, and I tell the story a little bit. But it was Narcan and Cobra's National Reparations Convention. That was in 2019. I had connected through Facebook with them just from posting about the Black majority state and everything I was trying to, get involved with.
Super good question.
Yeah.
Ooh, and I really hate to interrupt people, but like it does something to my soul. But I do want to ask you a quick question. What are your feelings about those organizations? Because I keep hearing like a lot of bad things. Not bad things, but just like complacent type of vibes. Is that the vibe you got?
Yeah, so yeah, I'll get to that at the end. But so I went up there to marry the Black majority state strategy to reparations, because this was the buzz topic. So the reason why I put Black reparations in the title of the book. So I went up there. I could tell people were a little sort of standoffish because I'm a new face and they all know each other. But they were very welcoming, inviting, whatever. I had no issues. Michael, I'm a Hotep who's got some platform where he interviews a bunch of people. He was there. He actually had a table. I had a table. I'm selling my book. We're right next to each other. I do a little mini interview with him. We were at the Timbuktu School in Detroit for that, and then before that we were at some downtown hotel where most of the people were staying. The next day we were at it was in a downtown area, but it was like a museum or some type of museum hall, and John Conyers came to speak. Amazing speech, even in his elderly age. I was so blessed to have been there to meet, and I didn't get to meet him personally, but to see him. The Nation of Islam provided security for the event. There was at least 50 vendors, and it was like a beautiful event. It was a well orchestrated, well secured, beautiful event. Farrakhan spoke later at a different location. It was a restaurant. It was like they had an indoor and outdoor sort of thing. I can't remember the name of it, but it was a nice place. And that was super security. There's a YouTube video of that if you want to look it up. But at any rate, and a matter of fact, in that speech, Farrakhan talks about separation, because that's their word for separating out of the United States, taking over states. However they talk about it, they use the word separation a lot. So I had a really good time. I enjoyed my time there. I wish I could have stayed longer, but I live in Pennsylvania, so I had to get back home or whatever. I got to visit my uncle who was still living in Inkster. He actually sold his house. He retired from the plants up there. He now lives in Indiana. Most of my family is in Texas right now. And so that's a whole nother issue. But I really enjoyed being able to go up there. I got to see the house that my grandmother lived in, and my mother. I didn't even know my mother stayed there initially before coming back to Pennsylvania. So it was just like a really cool experience for me. I got to see Malcolm X's home or whatever that he grew up in, and I had no problems with the Narc people. I met this dark skinned dude that everybody. I can't think of his name, but he was like one of the main people in that group. I think he since has left them, but he was a nice guy. We talked, we exchanged books. I mean, there was no issues like that. And then I was on Facebook for like almost 2 years, and they started really shadow banning me, making it difficult for me. When I got on Twitter, it was like a totally different world. The people on Twitter, as Miss Cyber said, are like, oh, F Narcan and Cobra, they're doing this, they're doing that. So it was like a catch-up process for me. I had to get educated as to what's really going on, because I did see a video where one of the Cobra guys, I think his name is Mark Jackson. I only remember his name. I did meet him too. But because he was in some type of altercation at some convention where like they kind of got into a physical thing or whatever. Cam Howard, that's the really dark brother, but he was a good dude in person, like, right? But then you start finding out this, that, and the other, and all this is going on, that's going on. That's when you start, like, your eyes start to open, because you're like, wow, I met these people. They were really nice people. But then you see, oh, here's you're peeling the onion back, and you're starting to get a bigger, better view of what's going on. And it's because their ideology is Pan-Africanism. They're committed to that ideology. They're really locked into it. And so that's where the conflict is that they want to give reparations to every Black person on the planet Earth if they could, whereas the Black American Freedmen Descendant Reparation Movement has really, 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 really hyper educated and understood that no, this is not for everybody. It's for the people who suffered. It's for our lineage. And so by giving it to everybody, like everything else has been going on since civil rights, it dilutes the amount that we get. But at the same time, it gives them authority in our lives when they should not have. Like, these people, they should have no authority in our lives. They should have no say so in what goes on with us politically. They should just kind of be happy to be here and move silently. But they have been creating a lot of chaos in Black American lives. And so that's what you get after the fact and after years go by. But I still look at watching Mr. John Conyers give his speech and talk about, his political career and everything, because that might have been one of his last speeches, to be honest. And then the Farrakhan speech and just the whole environment of being in that thing, because I've gone to a couple of little things here and there, Black convention type things and Black committee meetings, whatever. But that was the one that looked really organized, really, really professional, really well done. Then I went to DC like a month or two later and was with Malik Zulu Shabazz. And he had his thing, and it was just as organized. Nation of Islam, or matter of fact, he had the new Black Panthers down there doing security, and it was just as organized, a little bit smaller. There was, matter of fact, I think it was the Benny, if not Benny from Mississippi, there was another Black Congress person there, and actually there was an ADOS attorney there. First time I got to even know what that was. He looked like an immigrant to me. To be honest, he looked like a little immigrant to me. I don't know what his background was, but he was pretty intelligent. He was on the panel. They had a bunch of different people speak. The guy Leonard Jeffries was there, who I guess grifted the Roots story or whatever, but he was very intelligent, very well spoken, very intelligent guy. Everybody that spoke really articulate, and and I'm just trying to pass my book out, and another guy was there. He was talking about he wanted to create some Black native tribe, and that was his plan for us to, move forward, whatever. And it's like, okay, all right. I know that's not going to work, but whatever. The lineage, Freedmen, Descendants thing, that's where you locked in. The people that locked that in really cracked open the code, the game-changing code for that. But still, in all things, just to bring it full circle, reparations alone is not going to be enough for Black generations 10 generations down the road. It's just not going to be enough for them. And so that's why Black majority states is really very, very critical to ensure that, 200 years down the road, we still have permanent Black majority authority over several states, a region, whatever you want to call it, southeastern U.S., and we can grow our population and we can fill up other states as we grow our population. But like you said, the foreigners up in the northern Midwest, I believe they're going to slowly but surely take over those areas. And it's time for us to get out while we can. Miss Alexis, I saw you in the room. Let's let Miss Alexis go, and then we'll get back to Mortgage Pro after that.
I just wanted to say, because you asked about Dearborn, I wanted to remind you that they got their big influx of immigrants starting in the 90s with the Gulf War, and then again in 2003 after the second Bush War over there. And I remember it because there was an article about like Ramadan causing them to have football schedule problems over there.
Wow.
So it's not people coming from Canada; they all came from Iraq, basically, but they've been there for a long time. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I have an uncle whose name is Ramadan. My great grandfather. I never met my grandfather, but my great grandfather was a Muslim. So like a lot of his children who are my uncles, some of them took American names, some of them took Muslim names, and because he was a Muslim, I guess I'm not sure if he followed any particular version of Muslims, but he might have been an NOI at some point. I know I have a matter of fact, the one cousin Ramadan was in the NOI, and then he sort of has gone in a different direction, but he still is considered a Muslim or whatever. But I worked for a company out of Dearborn back when I first started in trucking. When I owned my truck, a little furniture truck, they were called CTX, and they were like a competitor to FedEx Ground or FedEx Express. And so I spent a lot of time in and around Michigan, going over the Ambassador Bridge and in Canada, and delivering car parts all over the Midwest for the most part. That was like over 20 years ago, though. But yeah. The last time when I was in Detroit for this reparations thing, the roads were so tore up. It was, I just was like, damn, how fucked up can the roads be? and people are literally driving like they're on a fucking NASCAR track. Like they're on your bumper. They're trying to run you off the road. Like, man, you cannot play around in the Detroit highway system. You gotta put the pedal to the metal, or you are going to get ran over out there, man. That was crazy, but I survived. Thankfully. Yeah, wow. And because I know they got really bad winters up there, so I know how the salt and everything probably tears up the road. But damn, they just were not taking care of the roads when I was up there. But go ahead, Miss Mortgage Pro. I want to connect you with if you ever see Miss Rella in a space, she is going for her appraisal. License.
Hey, I need to connect with her. I've seen Rella in spaces, and this whole appraisal thing on the mortgage side is terrible. We need black appraisers, so I don't mean to be extra crunk on on the space. That really did get me hyped because it's bad. We're trying to find black appraisers. Full disclosure, I work for a black-owned mortgage company that has a black-owned title company, and I'm not talking about like a branch or a subsidiary. No, it's all black-owned, and that's what we're about. But I struggle with trying to find a black appraiser because of how it's being gate kept. So you're saying she's studying to get her appraisal license?
Yeah. She plans to go in our last space because it was our first business space. She essentially iterated that she wants to go, then she's going to pay it forward. No, I'm not sure what state she would be in. I think she's on the East Coast, but she wants to pay for her thing and then pay for the next person to go. Sort of like paying it forward and just kind of keep the chain going. As far as black appraisers, yes. So yeah. So we do talk about that.
People, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a part of Quiet as It's Kept. There is a national organization of black realtors and black real estate professionals. So yeah, for sure. I've seen Rilla in a couple of spaces, so I have no problem with reaching out. I didn't know that was the type of time she was on. So yeah. That's dope, man. Like, I don't know, that just like lit me up a little bit because it's really hard, y'all. Like, on this side, we don't see a lot of us in real estate. But to kind of go back to the topic, Detroit and Delaware, not that far apart, right? Like it's a little distance, but I think if we really implement this plan of setting up shop, people from Detroit will go. Like we got a lot of ties there. It took for me to have to leave a really, really terrible relationship to leave home. I loved it. I loved home. That's where my people were. But if you show somebody they can go make money and then come back or somehow contribute to their community back home, it's all about the marketing. If it's somewhere they can go and go make money,
what about the marketing?
They're gonna go. And the people in Detroit, in my opinion, are more conscious than some folks around the country. No disrespect to my people, but I got my political consciousness from where I grew up at. Like school, elders, everybody around me. Like I never had no question about what it meant to be Black and what my obligation was in terms of coming back and making sure my people were okay.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's beautiful.
If you talk to them and say, hey, this is an opportunity.
That's beautiful.
Let's go out here. Let's get this money. Let's get this power. Come back home a little bit. Then, make sure that the people back here either are set up or we're able to provide a pipeline to get them here. They're not going to have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
At all. Like Delaware, that's easy. It's right by Maryland. It's off the water. The hard sell for me, and I'm gonna land after this. The hard sell for Texas was there wasn't no damn water in Fort Worth. That is water. I grew up around the Detroit River. I can go visit all the Great Lakes. You tell me when they can go to Delaware and they see all that water, that fresh water, and still have opportunity and be in a predominantly Black community that's safe, where they can educate their kids and make sure that they get the proper education. Not the shit they're doing right now in these schools, but teaching them about our real history and making them strong, young, strong Black kids growing up to take over once we leave. That's not a hard sell. It's all about once they get there, can they have a place to live and do they have a job that will at least give them the time to elevate? And I land on that.
Awesome. I got that feeling. I mean, this was a convention of Black conscious people, obviously, so you're gonna get that vibe, but I really did feel like it was a part of the city that Black consciousness for sure. So yeah, thank you so much. It is 3 a.m. If you don't have a social account, SOXCIAL, please make sure you do sign up for it. The first link in the Jumbotron has the link at the bottom. You click there, you sign up, you get on social. And we have these conversations every Saturday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when we hold our spaces. Please follow. And I've tried to follow some people in here tonight. I'm close to my limit because whatever, they limit you because that's what they do. They do whatever they want to do on here. But so, I try to follow as many people as I can whenever I get a chance to delete people or for whatever reason. It's so strange on my account. It seems like every couple weeks, 30 or 40 people just drop off. So I don't know if it's because of what I'm posting or Twitter's doing it or whatever's going on. It just is what it is. But Whenever I get a chance to add more people, I do. I try to stay as close to 5,000 as I can. I'm going to start passing out these invites anyway over the next couple weeks to all the people I follow and all the people that are following this account and the social media account. And, hopefully at some point we get to the point where, it's less time on Twitter and more time on social. And the conversations are just flowing. People got private groups and people will have their products up there. And, it just becomes its own ecosystem, its own world, if you will. Oh, here goes Miss Rella. Miss Rella, I'm trying to connect you with the Mortgage Pro here. I guess you guys can hopefully connect either through DMs or something. But I was just about to close out. If you want to come up and speak on the topic, feel free. We're just talking about returning to these southeastern U.S. states and letting go of our fears, not living in our fears.
Hello everyone. Sorry, Black. Guys, I'm late. It was one of my littlest, my second to youngest. His birthday was today.
Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So took some time out to be with my little seedlings. How are you, Mortgage? I'm doing good. I mentioned that I don't really get up on stage a lot, but certain things I'm like, okay, I can jump in here. And he mentioned, okay, well, you need to get with Rella because I'm from Michigan. I'm from Inkster, born in Wayne County, raised in Wayne County. And he's like, well, y'all need to get together and talk. So I'm like, okay, well, I've seen her in some spaces. And, it's always something like that. You know how it is when your parents, like, on the phone with somebody and they put the phone up, like, here, talk. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll talk. but I have seen you in some spaces. I have nothing but respect. And, that was kind of the conversation before you came into the space, just to kind of catch you up. Thank you. Well, most definitely, please, send me your information. And I see Alexis down there. Hey, Lexi, Lloyd, and is that K5? Hey, Rella. Hey. Is that DJ? DJ?
Yeah, DJ's in here.
Hey, DJ. It's good to see you.
Yeah, Lloyd's been out for he was active in like the first hour, but he's just been holding his place here.
Y'all let Lloyd get his sleep, okay? He might have fell asleep. That's our brother from another mother. And then Miss Ebony Queen, hello. And I see Schism, Savage. I see some new people in here. Mr. Josh King, hello, sir. And I am woke. Hello, how are you doing? Mm-hmm. All the beautiful sunflowers in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see I started trying to get people to migrate over, so I just went ahead and pinned, a to-do list on my page.
Oh, wow.
So that people, if they land on my page, they can start to, gravitate to social and fan base. So I'm definitely trying to get people to migrate off of social Twitter, not necessarily leave, but we start to now collectively do like the ants do. And like the bees do, and start to make our point and utilizing our swarm by pinpointing where it is that we want to develop on a social platform, as well as publicly. Physically outside of social media. So I think driving people to social and as well as fan base, I think will be the best avenue. And it'll help people to get off of Facebook and as well as Twitter.
Yeah, I love that bee analogy because it's like, they're known for pollinating different flowers, traveling from flower to flower. And so what I do is when I wake up, I try to spend an hour on social. And then throughout the day, I'm dedicating an hour middle of the day and basically an hour at the end just to check in, post positive, productive, solution-oriented posts. And I've noticed the difference. I've said it a couple times here. I've noticed the difference of coming back to Twitter and seeing some of the intense negativity and then going over there, and it almost feels like I'm just in a different space and I can like relax and and then I come back over here and then I kind of angry tweet over here a little bit. But yeah, definitely. So it's like we talked about having 100. I always got at least 90 windows open on my phone. So if you can dedicate one window to whatever else you got going on, put social in one and Twitter in one, it's just a matter of sort of moving around inside your device or whatever. But
I actually downloaded the apps, so I have them open. And so I'm definitely going to be doing that more often. I really want to. That's what I meant to ask you too, because when I was in there, I was trying to figure out how to actually create the real estate groups, so that way we can try to really, start to hone in on getting people, into the training for the appraisal. There was a guy that reached out to me. He is apparently an appraisal trainee, so I haven't really, spoken to him or anything, but he's sent me some information. And so I said, well, we need people that want to become appraisers as well as inspectors, real estate inspectors. I think there's one more. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think right now as the host, I have to create the groups, but you just let me know what the title is, and then I'll make you a moderator of the group, and then that way you can invite people and everything like that. Because DJ has a music business group that he has. He wants to be on the sports. I created a sports ball about sports, so I got to add him to that, moderate on that one too, but. Yeah, so on the social, I think it's just beneath where you post. There's like 3 or 4 featured posts. The one that says "work it," or something about work, and it's spinning around. I'm trying to use that as like explaining how it works because I'm learning just like everybody else. I'm trying to figure out how certain things work and don't work or whatever. And so I'll try to put that there as a resource to let people know if they want to create a group. Just send me a DM on there, and I'll set the group up for you.
Okay, so then I'll send you 2. So one for real estate, and then the other one will be for the beauty and barber industry, or we call it the beauty industry. So that's the other market for my lane.
I love it. I think Alexis is next, and then Mortgage Pro.
Hey guys. Hey Rella. I'll definitely join social. I've been kind of off Twitter for a little bit. I'm up in Chicago for a funeral, so
sorry to hear that.
But I've been laughing at Black Twitter, Irish Twitter, Pakistani Twitter, all of that. But amidst all this laughing, I noticed I got a news alert that Mayor Lightfoot in Chicago and some other mayor, I can't remember what it was, they're like putting out statements against Governor Abbott for shipping up, people that are undocumented or whatever. And in that, Lori Lightfoot's on CNN giving her thing, and there's a mayor of another town, which is like in a suburb of Chicago, complaining about her. And I was like, who's absolutely silent in this conversation is the governor of Illinois, Pritzker, the Hyatt billionaire guy. Let's just know who he is. But it kind of reminds me of like when Gavin Newsom came after Alabama, which is where I live, right? And our governor, Kay Ivey, whom I do not care for at all, she was like, I guess Gavin Newsom needs to handle California and let me worry about Alabama. And that will be that. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on what's going on there.
That's interesting. I mean, it is a governor to governor thing, and they're sending them into sanctuary cities. So, you know, I know DC established they actually established a permanent sanctuary city, which is very odd. Like a year into the pandemic, New York City, we kind of already know how that is. And in Chicago, it seems like from what I've seen of the mayor, she's saying, bring them all up here. You know, while she's complaining, she's also saying, bring them. So
which is the crazy thing, because listen, states' rights is where it's at. Like, people are taking it to like the extreme. Like, even when Cuomo put out the thing when the pandemic first hit, he's like, "Ooh, you can't travel from like Alabama, Mississippi, whatever." I'm like, that's not constitutional. Let me call my uncle who's an attorney. He'll tell me, "Yeah, that shit won't fly." But it's like each state wants to go to war with another state for no damn reason. But this is why we need a black majority state, so we can just get away from that bullshit and create our own bullshit if we need to.
Yeah, I got to assume the governor's okay with it in all of these. Well, because DC's a district, they don't technically have a governor. The Congress, I guess, is their governor, but they're okay with it. And
the mayor has some power in DC, just not in the federal area, but they still have to get everything approved through Congress. You're right.
Right, exactly.
Which is why she couldn't call out the National Guard when the insurrection happened.
Exactly. And matter of fact, I think she tried to get the National Guard this time, and I think she called twice.
To the Department of Defense to make that happen in DC.
There you go.
My governor, your governor can do it immediately if they want to.
Exactly. So we got so taking DC off the table, we got to assume the Illinois governor and New York governor are perfectly fine with them shipping these citizens up there. They probably think they're going to become Democrat voters, I guess, if they're Democratic states.
Well, they're not citizens.
Not citizens. So then what? So then what? What is the future play? Is that you get them in, you provide them all these services, they have children, and you're thinking the next generation are going to be voters? Like, what is the ultimate, end game other than replacing, pushing us out at the end of the day? You know what I mean?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And definitely condolences too, also, Alexis. I'm not sure. I know you don't have to get into it, but just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Ella.
Yeah, absolutely. Condolences. And yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I don't know. So the Chicago mayor, the first press conference when I posted about it, she has her wife behind her. And, it's a white woman and she's standing behind her. And, as the mayor is speaking, the animation is not really in the mayor, it's in the white woman behind her. And so my response to that was that, she's the puppet master behind the person in front of her, because she was way more animated as to, what it seemed like anger from the Texas governor sending these people up there. But she turned right around and was just like, yeah, we're going to take care of these people. This is what we do. This is blah, 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 blah. All of that. The Democratic narrative of they're just going to keep accepting them. So it's odd.
Yeah, but the problem that I had with it was that the mayor of that little town or that little suburb was like, why are you sending them all over here? We don't want them. Keep them where you are.
Oh.
And so while she's saying Governor Abbott could have just called her, he's not going to call you, you're a mayor. Don't get yourself loftier than you think you should. He's going to call Pritzker, not you. That's how it works.
Wow.
But there's other mayors like, why are you sending these people over here? Keep them where you are. She's not even keeping them in her own city.
That is interesting. Because so what I know about Chicago is the county seat, Cook County, and the mayor, they're in the same city. So they do kind of coordinate activity. I would wonder if that little city is in Cook County and if this is something that they have already sort of agreed upon at the county level, which therefore the mayor of this little town probably doesn't have a chance really, unless they want to play the load them on a bus and ship them out. I don't even know if a mayor would have that authority. That's an interesting question.
Well, it depends on your discretionary budget as mayor, right? It depends on where you are. They're saying Texas spent $12 million to send people up there. I'm like, how the fuck does it take $12 million to put somebody on a Greyhound fucking bus? I mean, I'm just trying to understand this because this shit is not that fucking hard. On the megabus, we get a whole megabus for $2. You know this, right?
Yeah, I saw that too, and I wondered if there's a security element. And it looks like they're chartering the buses, so that may have,
what they need is somebody like Rella to coordinate logistics if they're doing that, because there's still too much fucking money for that nonsense.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, they might have to feed them, make multiple rest stops, give them.
You can't eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You just came across the border illegally. You ain't up here eating a damn filet mignon every night. Let's be honest. Yeah, because they don't have a damn lunch. Fried chicken like we used to do in the Green Book.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
Green Book.
It's so funny because I'm actually, as I'm getting things, situated here, I'm like, okay, and the more and more we have these discussions, trying to figure out where to go or how to start, with developing the Purple Book and getting it finished, you realize that, like, people don't really read. I was talking to somebody about this, and maybe I should use my words, a little bit better. It's not that they don't read. I think it's that a lot of people aren't aware of what to actually look into. And so it's almost as if like we gotta walk people to, the information. Really? Yes. And I was talking to a professor friend of mine, and she was just like, no. She was like, if they decide, she's like, you can't champion and try to save all 47 million, of us. She was like, if you can save 1 million, then do that. But don't try to break your back and save all 47. And I told her, I said, well, I'm just not built that way. I'm not built that way. And I get it. You can't save everyone. I get that. I understand that. But I think we should be able to develop that's why I use the analogy of the ants or the bees. We should be able to develop a culture where even if it's not something that you want to get into, just by nature, you'll start to change some of your habits.
Wow.
By way of adjacent or affiliation or association with someone who is full throttle moving, if that makes sense.
Well, it makes perfect sense. And I want to say two things to you in that regard. When you were right, you said people don't like to read. It's just the way it works. And I'll tell you this quick story, and I promise it won't be long. But I remember this one time I got an email from someone, and I replied back with an answer. And they asked me another question. And I was like, I'm picking up the phone. And I didn't answer the phone. And I was like, well, if you want the answer to your next question, you can call me. But I would tell anyone that reported to me, never send an email that was longer than 4 sentences, because nobody's going to read that shit. No one has time to read something that's like a fucking diatribe that you decided to write today. Most people are like executives. When you talk to executives, you have to boil things down to 3 or 4 important points.
Oh man, I'm chilling like a mother.
That's all people can process at one time.
I'm chilling. Forgot people in here. Forgot the cameras on. Holy craps, bro! I'm getting too comfortable.
Yeah, she's right. I think you're gonna get more
Putting
people
my feet up.
than 1 million, obviously.
Damn.
But I tell you, as both of my grandfathers were ministers in addition to their other jobs.
Oh man.
But the one that was alive when I was born and I got to know, he told me that even Jesus didn't save all 12. Now that was his understanding.
There you go.
But don't think you're bad because you can't get everyone on board with the topic, but boil it down to the basic points and maybe they'll understand. And it's just going to take a few of us. And 1 million is a few, but it's a lot at the same time. If 1 million people do this, we've already taken over Delaware and we damn near have Mississippi, right?
It's just.
Yeah, we definitely need, like, if we could really, like, I honestly feel like we're really going to have to go to war with Mississippi, for real.
No, we ain't got to go to war. You just got to move in. You don't have to go to war.
Mississippi.
Okay, well, maybe we'll have to, maybe it'll be the battle of economics then.
Well, Mississippi is a very interesting place because they have 82 counties, and they still have a situation where, like, county commissioners, like, where I live, county commissioners are voted on by district.
Most, I believe.
But in Mississippi,
with 82
they
counties.
have a thing where you can do it at large or you can do it by district. And the places that do it at large were ordered by the DOJ because of like gerrymandering and racism or something. So I can't remember the names they call them. I have to look them up again. But there's two different types of county commission elections there. And just know how the county commission is elected there, and you can win it no problem. It's not going to take a war. Just make sure people get a little money when they want some money. But, take over the economic power. And maybe it will cause it. But there's like a ton of counties in Mississippi that are like 48% Black. And you don't need that much to get it. And I think a lot of those counties are the ones where they have to elect them on the whole, as opposed to district, because if you're less than 50% Black, you didn't get a lot of Black commissioners. I don't remember the whole thing. So I'm a new landowner in Mississippi, so I don't know all the rules. That's just what I remember.
Nice.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying, like, I think starting in places where, we can start to fill in the gaps, plus, trying to stabilize people so that we can get into a position to move as we map out the migration piece. That'll be helpful.
Oh, and Rilla, let me not undercut what you were saying, because taking over that Mississippi State Legislature is going to be a fight for the fucking duration, because we have to get things redistricted from gerrymandering, right? So I understand what you're saying. It's not like, oh, boom, boom, boom. But if you put in the population centers, then you can start electing people that you want. It's just like some Black people are going to have to go to counties that aren't heavily Black. But most counties in Mississippi are pretty fucking Black. So we're just country. And if you can come from wherever the hell you come from and understand that, I was thinking about it the other day. And I'm like, 1 acre of land is not that much, in my opinion. But if I tell somebody that I have an acre of land from New York City, they think that's a lot of fucking land. It's just a matter of what you have. But you can live in one of these counties and have 60 acres, and your next neighbor will be 1.5 miles down the road. So you can do whatever the hell you want to do on your land. Just a thought.
Nice. I looked into that county, and Cook County is a sanctuary county. The mayor ran for office. He's actually anti-immigration, and he ran on a platform of anti-immigration. So it looks like they kind of did that on purpose. You know what I mean? To kind of rile him up a little bit.
Wait, so you mean the Hyatt millionaire, Governor J.B. Pritzker, is just going to make sure he stays rich? Is that what you're telling me in the long run?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure, because the mayor of that small town, it from the story, it said they bust them to a hotel or a motel in that little town. And the mayor of the little town said he didn't know about it. They didn't coordinate anything with him. They only found out about it because like residents started calling the mayor's office. So he's kind of pissed off because they didn't let him know. There was no whatever. They just stuck him there in that hotel.
And I think that illustrates what you're talking about. As a mayor, you have some control, but you don't really have ultimate authority over anything.
Zero. Yeah, you have you. Oh my God, the control you have ain't even worth talking about, to be honest.
No, exactly.
Goodness gracious. Yeah. Oh boy.
But it makes for good sound bites, so you can get reelected. I mean, it was a great sound. I was like, "Oh, look at this."
Yeah, I'm looking at the Mississippi primaries because you mentioned the million number. You know, these primaries, that's where, like, you know, we understand that.
The million number was split between Delaware and Mississippi, not all million to Mississippi.
Right. And just like in Delaware, based on the primaries, it's man, it might be 500,000.
No, and see, this is the thing that we have to do. We have to disavow any obligations to party. Whatever party can be on the ballot, we need to have one of us running for every single one of those offices in the primaries. So then when it gets to a general election, it's two of us. Whatever side you're on, it's going to be better than what the fuck I've been getting. We have to run the fucking board. Everybody needs to run as much as you can, run for everything.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to, like, run on, like, shit. I mean, I'm a libertarian at heart. I run on a libertarian platform. Right now, today, I will. But I'm a freedman descendant, so I'm going to have our interest at heart. And when we do that and disavow any allegiance to any party, we can win.
Well, you know, we were talking about Michigan earlier, how that Indian person, because they had so many candidates in that race. But the other interesting thing is that 2 Black Republicans won their primaries up there in Michigan. So yeah, absolutely. If you know, we go in, we say boom, 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 this is what we're gonna do, and if we run on the primary, we're insurgent candidates under these parties just to get into position.
But
if we look at Warnock and Herschel Walker, okay?
Yeah, but I'm so sorry, but in Michigan, though, respectfully, that had nothing to do with Black people. Like, those candidates got in because they ran on a mega platform. That was not our thing, right? So I'm going to give my mic on that, but that was not like what people said, well, we're going to put them in. No, they got in because of the money.
No, and thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate it. That was great information to have. And I just wanted to say, if you look at Georgia right now, they have a Senate election coming up, and it's Reverend Raphael Warnock versus Herschel Walker, former Heisman Trophy winner. Which one of those men actually has our values at heart? Like, please tell me which one. It's not like a question I'm asking rhetorically. Tell me which one.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I said in Georgia, they're running for Senate, and you have Warnock versus Walker.
Right.
Which one of those men has our best interest at heart?
Oh, God, neither.
Oh, okay. See, now we can actually have people that actually represent us on one side and the other side. See, this is a choice between nothing. Fuck both of them, right? But if we had people that really had our best interest at heart, this is what we could do in a general election. You got to pick from one or the other, and they're both going to take care of the Freeman descended folks. Just pick it, and people will pick it.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. 1000%. I got caught in this Michigan thing. So one person was endorsed by Trump, and I guess so this Black guy endorsed by Trump, he went against the Mayer family. Now the Mayer, from what I understand, the Mayer family, MEIJER, they basically have what are like, they're almost like Walmarts.
Yeah, they have grocery stores. They're worth billions of dollars.
Exactly.
Their grandson was in Congress, right? Meyer. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So this Black guy, who Trump endorsed, I think he defeated him in the primary. Let's see. Yeah. Peter Meyer concedes to John Gibbs. So yeah, that was, for whatever reason, they didn't like this Meyer character.
Because he voted to impeach Trump, remember?
There you go. There you go.
I mean, I'm just trying to add the
the politics are weird, though, because the Myers and DeVos's little world, remember, what's her name? Betsy DeVos? Betty? I'm tired, so I can't remember her first name. But those are all Michigan people, and at the end of the day, they didn't have power before, right? But they acquired that power through their money. People couldn't even pronounce Meyer, just like I did, right?
Like
we knew what it was, right? But they grew those stores, and those are not nationwide stores. Like, I'm in Texas. Goddamn Meyer down here. You know what I'm saying? But
they got a region, though.
They grew
a region.
Their power in their locality.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I love the discussion about building a state, right? A majority Black state.
Yes.
Start with the majority Black counties, build it out. Because the people we're talking about right now, they were nothing in the 80s. Did nobody know about them? It was like maybe one Myers. The DeVosses, they weren't doing anything. And they eventually figured out how to work the system and to acquire power through affiliations, through buying elections, through getting on school boards and getting on city councils and getting on commissions. That's why our local politics matter.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
So I'm hoping I'm adding to the conversation, but I just want to say, I wanted to add to the conversation and say that these were people who were not powerhouses. These were not Rockefellers or Kennedys, and in our areas, like nobody had fucking heard of them.
Right.
But they worked the system, and that's what we need to do.
Absolutely agreed, and there's no question about it. So it is almost 4 a.m. and I was going to wind it down, so we can go around the room one last time, give everybody a chance to get their piece out. I love that last part with Mortgage Pro, because I just got to get some sleep, get up and drive a truck tomorrow or whatever.
My piece is good night. I love y'all. And I'm getting up in the morning early for track practice for my kids. But thank you for the space. Peace and blessings to everybody. And I hope you have a wonderful week. Love y'all.
Thank you so much. Peace and blessings to you as well. Much love. And so it's us. Yeah, that is so crazy what they're doing. We got one more coming up to request. That's DJ Sedge 1. So crazy what they're doing with the busing. It'd be interesting to look into how they're spending that money, how they're coming up with this $12 million amount, because it does seem like a large amount. Just to kind of get an idea of it, what they're actually talking about. Mr. Kelly was floating his municipal bonds earlier. I never got to respond to it because he faded away. But in Mississippi, Jackson, this problem's like a couple decades old, at least 10 years, but it goes back further. They've had their municipal bond rating up and down, up and down, up and down. They've had some debt that was forgiven, and they just kind of got their rating back up to what they're calling a favorable rating. But they got a lot of they're floating money in that city. So the damage that's coming from the state is way deeper than people even really fully understand. They had a couple surpluses. I think that's how they were able to get their rating up a little bit, pay down some of the debt that they have. But yeah, there's a lot going on there that's all coming from the fact that the governor has essentially divested any funds in the city of Jackson. Meanwhile, the surrounding communities, which are majority white, they don't have any of these problems.
Yeah, they do not have a cousin that lives down there, but she lives in oh gosh, is it Clinton? Whatever the hell. She lives like outside of Jackson, and she lives like, I don't know, 6 doors down from Tate Reeves, the governor.
Wow.
And so I called her like a while back. I was like, what's going on in Jackson? She's like, I don't know. I don't have those problems. And I'm like, bitch, well, where are the problems? She's like, I don't live in Jackson. I live outside of Jackson.
Right.
And I was like, oh.
Wow.
Got it, bitch.
Wow. 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 Yes. Yes. And so when a lot of people were like, and there was people who have family in Jackson, they kind of were, I don't know, they got their own opinions and they're kind of looking at the information from that point of view. But it's like, let's look a little bit deeper, because the way we understand it, the governor should have been stepped in, should have been, if he has to take over the city, he has to take over, declare a state of emergency and fix the problems. But yeah, I mean, I don't put. Go ahead.
He's not doing it because Jackson doesn't vote for him.
Right.
That's why he's not doing it. The same thing. The reason why they had Brett Favre down there on charges of committing welfare fraud. Do you all know about that?
Yeah.
And Senator Cindy Hyde, whatever the fuck her name is, Cindy Hyde, I think is her name. She's in on it. Tate Reeves is in. All of them are in on it. Like, it's a real damn thing happening right now. Brett Favre is under indictment for him facilitating welfare fraud down there. But they don't want to talk about that. So let's make it all about Jackson, take money away from them so that we can have everybody in the nation focusing on this and not on how we're stealing more money from you.
So corrupt. So corrupt. So corrupt. Mississippi, so corrupt. They stole the TANF, TANF funds. That's where they were taking that money and doing that. But the jails are horrible. Everything about that state is corrupt as can possibly be. There's so many stories. I've been posting stories about the corruption down there for about a year now. It's crazy what's going on down there, and there is no federal intervention. That's the reason. And I said it earlier. I don't put any faith in the federal government to protect Black people at all. Even in this situation, you got the EPA director down there. He's basically saying, they keep asking him, is there a way that the federal government can give funds directly to Jackson? He keeps saying over and over again, we got to work with the governor and figure out a way for the governor to work with the city of Jackson, because that's the hierarchy and the way the money flows from the federal to the state to the cities. And if you got a governor who just is intent on impressing a city, that's just what's going to happen. It is what it is. DJ and then G Watts.
I'm just coming up to say good night. I'm still listening to you click on for reparations of Black people up. Enjoy y'all Sunday, man. And go Giants too, by the way. Let's get it.
Hey, DJ.
Hey, DJ. Who are the Giants playing?
Tennessee. So that should be a decent.
You guys should make me go against the Titans. Like, I'm not a fan to anybody, but Titans. I was in undergrad then when they won the AFC championship. So
Titans.
Eddie George, Stephen Hair, all those guys.
For sure. Hey, watch the game. 425. Be there, be square. G gang. Let's go. You know what I mean?
All right, I'll just wait for you to give me the play-by-play later.
Yeah, play-by-play. Okay, Miss G Watts.
Yeah, I wanted to say, can y'all hear? Yeah. I wanted to say, I think that Jackson, they're paying them back because the mayor's father turned Jackson around and he did it. It was an all-out fight against the Republicans when he did that. And so but they won. If you recall, they won. And then shortly after they won, they were making moves to get his father out of there. And then his father died, I'm going to say. His father died. There's conspiracies around whether he died naturally or not. But then his son stepped in. So I believe that the state has been trying to get them back ever since. And this was their chance. And that governor keeps on denying them the money to get that water fixed. Now they want to, certain folks down there want to blame the current mayor, But I think they're paying because not only did they win, they start pulling in that money in Jackson. By the way they was doing it, he just said he didn't do black, he didn't do white. He just said, we're going to do business with people that in Jackson first. That's how he did it. And then we're going to go around everybody else. And they fought it. But the white people was with him as well because they saw that they could make money too. So, yeah, he did it. What else I want to say? Oh, and I went down to Mississippi. My family's from Mississippi. And I wanted to let everybody know, when you cross that, I mean, the nanosecond you cross over to the black side of Jackson, you see the pothole. It's like a vast difference. Like downtown is beautiful and everything. And then you step right over, like the nanosecond you step over, you know you're in the black part. Because when I tell you potholes and it's bad over there. And I was thinking about buying some property over there, and now I don't know. But that's all I wanted to. Oh, and hi everybody. I didn't say hi to everybody, but hi everybody. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, thank you, Georgia, G. Watts, for sharing that information. You're absolutely right. They were trying to get them out of the paint from the beginning, and I like trash TV every now and then. There's this one show called The Bell Collective, and it's set in Jackson, Mississippi, and they added a new cast member. I was going to say character, but whatever it is. But she's originally from Jackson. She married an NFL player, whatever, but she's back now. And Ferris Street in Jackson was an area that was very prominent. It was like a Black Wall Street, right? And this lady tells the story of her great-grandfather buying land there, and he couldn't buy it himself, so he had to give the money to a white man to buy it for him, who then gave him the building. And then like her great aunt, her grandfather, they own buildings right there on Ferris Street. But Ferris Street looks like Iraq now.
Wow.
And they're trying to rebuild it. But it's all to what you're saying there, is that it's been a concerted effort of the Republicans, and it's not that I hate Republicans, just what they're doing in Mississippi, to pay back Jackson for not staying loyal to the Republicans and becoming too black for them.
That is my experience in Detroit, like 20 plus years ago. The first time I went up there, the 8 Mile, the movie, but essentially every so often it's 9 Mile, 10 Mile, 11 Mile, 12 Mile. You get somewhere around 14, whatever the number is, and it goes from impoverished poverty to luxury everything, like literally across the street from each other. There is a dividing line, and I know there's a street, but I don't know the name of the street. I can't think of the name of the street. And quite literally, you go from poverty to luxury, and it's disgusting.
No, it's absolutely disgusting. And I want to tell you where I learned my money management from. This man when I was in boarding school, right? And he told us, when you're going to buy a house, there's a few things you need to ask. This is 1997. So how old is the roof? Give me your power bills from January and August, whatever. And then he said, really find out which school district the property you're buying is in. And look at all of them. Because if you just move 1 inch or 2 feet away, your kids can stay in the same district, but the price you have to pay comes down. So I learned very early on, school boards control this shit. You have to know everything that happens with you. And so while I own homes, I always vote to raise property taxes. I don't care. It's not going to kill me tomorrow. But I'm like, when people are like, oh, I can't do property taxes, whatever, I'm like, it's because your kids are going to school there. But then you look at a lot of school boards in these southern places. Alabama is guilty of it too, where when integration was forced, they closed down the public schools, and all the people that had money that were white started private schools. So there's a whole bunch of private schools that start when integration is mandated in the South. Mississippi is the same way. But then go look at these school boards now, the public school boards. How many of these sitting school board members actually have children that, number one, are in these public schools, or number two, graduated from these public schools? There's still a lot of white people on these boards who sent their kids to private schools, but they're telling us how to conduct our education. No, thank you.
Can I say one more thing? And that is that Jackson actually is a good model for what you're trying to do as far as the Black states, because they were very impoverished, and the way they came up out of that. But then you have to go a step. It also shows you have to go a step further and move out of the city and go up to the state level to get everything the way you needed to get it done. And that's all I wanted. I want to say something else, but I forgot.
Yeah, so let me give some history on the father, the son, and the father. So everything I've heard about the son is he's not like his father, and that's okay. You know, I have a son. I don't expect him to be an identical of me. He's his own person, has his own life, own thoughts, whatever. But his father was a part of the Republic of New Africa, which was a Black liberation movement. And before he became mayor, there was a raid on one of their homes in the Jackson area. And I believe 2 police officers were killed, and I believe it might have been 1 federal agent that was killed. A lot of the members, went to prison. They may still be incarcerated. I'm not 100% sure about that. But so there is this history of this group, this organization. So they came to Mississippi with the intent of establishing a Black majority state. And on their map, it's 5 states from Louisiana over to Georgia. And they wanted the federal government to give it to them. And when they realized that wasn't going to happen, they said, okay, well, the next best thing is for us to move down there and actually, start running for elected office and things of that nature. So there is a long history there. And so that may play an underlying current to everything that's going on, because he is the son of the person who became the mayor, and he has that connection to that organization. The organization still exists. It's just not as militant as it was in the 60s, 70s, or whatever. So there's that. Yeah, but okay. On that end, I'm gonna say you have a blessed week. Have a blessed Sunday. It's just another work day for me, but enjoy the rest of your weekend, of course. And please, if you get an opportunity, get a social account. There were a few people in the room tonight that had lost their Twitter accounts for whatever reason already, and so a couple of them already have social accounts, but definitely interact, DM, whatever throughout the week. I pop in spaces. I try to go in spaces just to listen. I've stopped really trying to participate because pretty much people see me. They know what I'm about. They know what I'm going to talk about. So there's really no reason for me to talk, to be honest, unless I have something to contribute that's unique to the topic. But I do try to listen to the spaces so I know what's going on. That California reparations task force issue is a major issue. Everybody should really kind of tap into it and understand what it's about. There are some hearings coming up. There's a call to action to call Gavin Newsom to get him to veto the bill because they're trying to extend it, and then they're trying to be able to change who's on the board, who's on the task force, change the members in and out. So if that is derailed, it might have greater implications for everything else that's going on. So yeah, just kind of be aware of that if you're not already. Go ahead, DJ, and then let's go G Watson and then DJ, and then we'll end on that.
I was wondering if you could, where could I find how to get into that social? I heard you talking about it last time.
So with that being said, look in the Jumbotron. I just posted it, Mama. Right there on the top left-hand side, top left-hand bubble, all the way to the left. All the way to the right, either bubbled, all the way to the left or all the way to the right, either side. So you click the link and just follow the directions. You're welcome. And also go to the top left, the second bubble end, and look at that heritage trial bill of New Jersey. It's Bill. Well, you'll see it in the Jumbotron right there. It says BillTrack50.com. Good night, though.
Yeah, I'll open up that bill and try to pull some information out of it, and then try to put a comment up against that and some like a screenshot or something so people know what's in there a little bit better. But yeah, good night, everybody. God bless everybody. Just have a safe week. Okay. Good night. Good night. Good night. Till next time. Yes. And.